Episode 23, Cracks Within Kirtland, Ohio. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic, historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time, we uncovered how the Smith family used profits from the first sales of the Book of Mormon to bail Joseph Smith Sr. out of debtor's prison, completely bypassing Martin Harris, who was left to lose his farm because of unpaid loans he took out to fund the Book of Mormon's printing. We also saw how Joseph Smith aided both his father and Hiram in dodging arrests for further debts. And let's not forget the early groundwork Joseph laid for polygamy, when he told 12-year-old Mary Elizabeth Rollins that she would one day be his wife, something that came to pass. This week, we dive into the United Order, examining how Joseph seized total control over his followers' belongings. We also meet Ezra Booth, the first member to publicly challenge Joseph and the church, and see how Joseph dealt with this defiance. But before that, we'll expose the controversy surrounding the supposed Melchizedek priesthood and whether Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery get caught in a bold-faced lie. Part 1. Breaking the con of Cowdery and Smith Jr. Let's dig into the tangled mess surrounding the so-called Melchizedek priesthood, because church history presents some glaring contradictions beyond what we explored in episode 14, Joseph's false claims on the priesthood. Time for a quick recap. The LDS Church claims historical records describing the reception of this higher authority are generally less specific and more complex. Some accounts describe Peter, James, and John, three of the apostles called by Jesus Christ in the New Testament, appearing to Smith and Cowdery and bestowing on them a higher priesthood, later called the Melchizedek priesthood. Other accounts describe an earlier event at the home of Peter Whitmer Sr., when the voice of God commanded Smith and Cowdery to ordain one another to the office of elder in a public meeting of baptized believers. Joseph Smith tells us he and Oliver received this higher priesthood in 1829, but here's where the cracks start to show. Fast forward 2 years to June 1831. The conference notes from that time state, Joseph Smith Jr. and Sidney Rigdon were ordained to the high priesthood under the hand of Burr, Lyman White. Later, in History of the Church 1:175-76, Joseph himself recorded, the authority of the Melchizedek priesthood was manifested and conferred for the first time upon several of the elders. Think about this for a moment. Joseph claimed that he and Oliver were baptized under the authority of Peter, James, and John in 1829, supposedly receiving the higher priesthood then and there. But how do you explain the fact that in 1831, Joseph and Sidney are receiving this same priesthood for the first time? If Joseph already had it, why the need for another ordination? It raises serious questions about the credibility of Joseph's claims. To top it all off, on August 28, 1831, Sidney Rigdon conferred the higher priesthood upon Oliver Cowdery, the very same Oliver Cowdery who was supposedly bestowed this sacred authority alongside Joseph Smith. This blatant contradiction screams of inconsistency and outright deception. How could Oliver be reordained to something he was supposedly given directly by divine beings just 2 years earlier? The Mormon Stories podcast, known for its rigorous research, tries to shed light on this issue. This is the first time the word priesthood is referenced within church. Recognizing the problem, B.H. Roberts, as church historian, inserted a footnote denying the text. From my own research, the term priesthood had indeed been used before, but only in connection to the Aaronic priesthood, never the higher one, though we get this information from Joseph's own history, which he dictated many years later. The Whitmer family, close to the Smiths during the early days, had not even heard of the higher priesthood until 1834-35. They believed that Joseph and Oliver had fabricated the entire story about Peter, James, and John. So what are we left with? A troubling set of inconsistencies that call into question whether the Melchizedek priesthood narrative was a convenient invention used to reinforce Joseph's evolving leadership and spiritual authority. It's becoming clear that there are significant holes in the official story. It's hard to deny that David Whitmer was onto something when he insisted that there was no higher priesthood conferred on Joseph and Oliver in 1829. The evidence points to a troubling truth. The story of Peter, James, and John bestowing the Melchizedek priesthood is a fabrication. This revelation doesn't just poke holes in Joseph's narrative, it exposes a calculated move. To me, it's clear that Joseph wasn't just creating spiritual authority out of thin air. He was building the foundation for absolute control. By fabricating the so-called higher priesthood and claiming divine authority, Joseph was setting the stage to place himself above everyone else, crafting an untouchable leadership structure that put him in complete command. This wasn't about revelation, it was about power, plain and simple. Part 2, yet another supposed revelation. We face yet another glaring inconsistency in the timeline of the LDS Church regarding the location of Zion and the New Jerusalem. Remember back in episode 20, when Hiram Page dared to give a revelation about Zion's location? Joseph Smith swiftly rebuked him, claiming that Page had overstepped since Joseph hadn't yet received the revelation himself. And then, as if by magic, shortly after the rebuke, Joseph conveniently receives a revelation in September of 1830 that Zion would be located on the borders of Missouri near the native territories. How convenient. Now fast forward to July 20th, 1831. Joseph decides to personally travel to Missouri. While there, he suddenly receives yet another revelation, this time pinpointing the exact location of the city of Zion and the New Jerusalem. Hold on a minute, didn't he supposedly get this revelation 2 years earlier? Or did God give Joseph the state, but leave him clueless about the exact site, just waiting for him to stumble upon it during his travels? This raises serious questions about Joseph's so-called prophetic abilities. It seems that, unlike other biblically claimed prophets who could receive divine knowledge from afar, Joseph had to physically be present to gain his first-hand revelation. One has to wonder, was this divine intervention, or simply Joseph adapting his narrative based on circumstance? Either way, the inconsistencies are too large to ignore. Part 3, Challenges to Joseph's authority. Ezra Booth was an early member in the Latter-day Saint movement who became an outspoken critic of Joseph Smith and the Church of Christ. He was the first apostate to write publicly against the new church. Before joining the early Church of Christ in 1831, Booth worked as a Methodist Episcopal minister and a farmer in Ohio. After his baptism, he moved with his family to Kirtland and served as a missionary, preaching in Missouri and Ohio. Booth left the church later in 1831, 5 months after his baptism. He proceeded to write a series of 9 letters denouncing Mormonism that were published by the Ohio Star. What caused this reaction within Ezra Booth? On June 4th, 1831, Ezra Booth was ordained a high priest by Lyman White in a simple log schoolhouse in Kirtland. What followed was an event that reeks of manipulation and theatrics. During the meeting, Booth was said to be possessed by a foul spirit, which Joseph Smith conveniently commanded to depart. This wasn't just spiritual showmanship, it was a power move designed to solidify Joseph's divine authority in front of those present. 2 days later, Booth was called to Missouri with Isaac Morley to preach the word by the way, as per Joseph's instructions. Booth, known for being an urbane and articulate preacher, saw early success, even converting figures like Simon's Rider. His presence was notable in the church, attending the August 4th conference in Jackson County, Missouri, and witnessing the laying of the cornerstone for the temple at New Jerusalem. But the cracks started to show. Booth, expecting to convert people through miraculous acts, something Joseph had led him to believe, found himself disillusioned when those miracles never materialized. His discontent grew. Richard Bushman, a well-respected historian, summed up Booth's frustration perfectly. Every attempt at healing became a test, and as his faith waned, he noted only failures. Booth's disillusionment is telling. While believers like John Whitmer clung to stories of miraculous healings, Booth saw through the charade, recognizing Joseph's promises for what they were, empty. This wasn't divine power, but calculated deception. On September 6, 1831, Ezra Booth's short-lived career in the Mormon Church came to an abrupt end. Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, Oliver Cowdery, and other church leaders silenced him from preaching as an elder, citing his growing dissent and lack of humility as reasons for his fall from grace. But this wasn't just an internal disciplinary action. It was a calculated effort by Smith and his inner circle to silence a voice that threatened their grip on power. Booth had become a problem, one that needed to be eliminated swiftly. In true fashion, Joseph Smith claimed divine backing for this decision. A few days later, a revelation was conveniently delivered, stating, "I, the Lord, was angry with him who was my servant Ezra Booth, and also my servant Isaac Morley, for they kept not the law, neither the commandment. They sought evil in their hearts. They condemned for evil that thing in which there was no evil." While Morley was apparently forgiven, Booth was cast aside. Booth didn't go quietly. Less than 3 days after being silenced, and having been a member for only 5 months, Booth renounced Mormonism. In a bold move, he published a series of 9 explosive letters in the Ohio Star, starting in November 1831. These letters, addressed to Reverend Era Eddy, tore into Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and the very fabric of Mormonism itself. Booth didn't mince words. He accused Smith of delivering inconsistent revelations, criticized the despotic nature of the church's leadership, and exposed what he saw as the manifest weakness of both Joseph Smith and his closest allies. Booth's criticism was damning. He specifically called out Sidney Rigdon and pointed to the utter failure of the Mormon mission to convert Native Americans, something Smith's revelations had predicted would succeed. Booth's letters weren't just angry rants. They were carefully crafted exposés, aimed at preventing others from being duped by what he now saw as the diabolical pretensions and impositions of the church. The impact of these letters was immediate and powerful. In Norton Township, where Booth had been sent on his mission, public opinion swiftly turned against the church. Booth's words effectively overthrew Mormonism in the area, and the letters became so popular that the Ohio Star printed them almost weekly. Fear and suspicion toward the growing power of the Mormon Church spread throughout Kirtland and Hiram, Ohio, prompting Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon to rush to the area in a desperate attempt to control the damage. But the damage had been done. Booth's letters sparked a fire that would prove hard to extinguish, and they were later reprinted by E.D. Howe in his 1834 book Mormonism Unveiled, cementing Booth's role as one of the first and most vocal critics of Joseph Smith's authority. Booth's letters struck such a deep blow to Joseph Smith and the church that they launched a full-blown smear campaign against him. Doctrine and Covenants Central tries to downplay Booth's motivations, quoting President Joseph Fielding Smith, who claimed, "Through the performance of a miracle he was baptized, and from that time he desired to make men believe by the performance of miracles, even by smiting them or with forcible means." Elder George A. Smith, eager to further discredit Booth, suggested that it was about money, not miracles. He, having formerly been a Methodist minister, commenced preaching the gospel without purse or script, and he did so until he found, using a common expression, it did not pay. Fellowship was officially withdrawn from Booth on September 6, 1831. The Lord, through Joseph, revealed his anger. "I, the Lord, was angry with him who was my servant Ezra Booth, for he kept not the law, neither the commandment." This, of course, is Joseph's attempt to frame Booth's departure as a divine judgment, rather than the result of legitimate grievances. But the venom didn't stop there. Doctrine and Covenants Central goes on to quote Joseph Smith directly, where he describes Booth's letters as nothing more than vain calculations to overthrow the work of the Lord, and further claimed they exposed Booth's weakness, wickedness, and folly, leaving him as a monument of his own shame for the world to wonder at. It's clear Booth rattled Joseph deeply. His letters weren't just a minor annoyance. They threatened to unravel the carefully constructed image Joseph was building. Booth's exposé not only angered Joseph, but revealed just how fragile his authority truly was. Booth didn't just leave the church. He shook its very foundations with his brutal revelations, exposing cracks that Joseph was desperate to cover up. Part 4, Joseph Smith's United Order. The United Order was Joseph Smith's attempt to establish complete control over his followers' lives, veiling it under the guise of religious and economic equality. Ostensibly, this system aimed to create egalitarian communities where poverty would be eliminated and members could achieve self-sufficiency. But let's not be fooled by the seemingly noble intent. At its core, the United Order required members to relinquish their property to the church, making Joseph Smith the ultimate arbiter of their wealth and livelihood. Sure, Smith drew inspiration from other utopian movements like the Campbellites, But where their communalism was largely voluntary and focused on shared ideals, Joseph's approach was far more insidious. Want to remain in his church? You'd better hand over your property. This wasn't just a suggestion. During the 1830s, it was a requirement for continued membership. The process itself was manipulative. Participants would consecrate all their property to the United Order, only to have a portion of it deeded back to them as an inheritance or stewardship. This wasn't about eradicating private property. It was about ensuring that Joseph Smith held the ultimate control. After all, anything extra a family produced was expected to be voluntarily given back to the order, overseen by the local bishop who answered directly to Joseph. Joseph's claim that this system was an everlasting order for the benefit of my church and for the salvation of men until I come was far from everlasting. It was short-lived, and for good reason. The entire system was more about consolidating power than saving souls. Smith wasn't just establishing a religious movement. He was building an empire where control of property meant control of people. The LDS Church's portrayal of the United Order is nothing short of revisionist spin, designed to whitewash a failed system of control. On their official website, they conveniently omit the disaster that occurred during Joseph Smith's time when he tried to run his own United Order. Instead, they jump ahead to the 1880s and paint a rosy picture, stating, intending to shore up smaller communities' resources against outside interests, local and general church leaders developed a system called the United Order in about 150 settlements. They make it sound like a well-organized cooperative system where members pooled resources to combat external pressures and help the poor. But let's be real. This isn't an accurate reflection of what Joseph Smith originally implemented. The LDS Church is being deliberately misleading by separating the United Order from the law of consecration. In reality, the United Order was just the name, while the law of consecration was the practice of forcing members to hand over their property. The Church, as it so often does, is trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, suggesting that the two were separate and distinct when they were in fact intertwined. This is part of a larger pattern of how they've spun uncomfortable historical realities into palatable half-truths for modern believers. This isn't just a semantic game. It's an attempt to mask the total failure of the United Order during Joseph Smith's life, a system that collapsed under the weight of its own flawed principles. Despite the Church's efforts to twist the narrative, the fact remains, Joseph's United Order was about control, not community. The Church may continue its cheeky attempts at revisionism, but the historical record shows a clear pattern of failed authoritarian schemes, thinly veiled as divine guidance. What were the problems with the original United Order? The United Order was implemented unevenly across various communities, with some bishops and leaders interpreting the doctrine differently. This inconsistency made it difficult to create a cohesive and functional system. While some areas followed the system strictly, others did not, leading to confusion and dissatisfaction among members. Although the United Order allowed members to control their stewardship, ownership of the property remained with the Church. This led to disputes over what could or could not be done with the property. For many, the fact that they had to deed over all of their possessions to the Church only to receive a portion back made them feel as if they were being exploited. Some church members were confused about how the United Order fit into broader church doctrine. While Joseph Smith promoted it as part of the law of consecration, it wasn't always clear how the system would function in the long term. This ambiguity caused frustration among members who didn't see the system as practical or sustainable. Despite its original vision of being an everlasting order, the United Order was short-lived during Joseph Smith's lifetime. It was soon replaced by other, less restrictive systems, reflecting the practical impossibility of maintaining such a utopian ideal in the face of resistance and logistical challenges. In short, Joseph Smith's United Order collapsed under the weight of its impracticality, coercion, mismanagement, and internal resistance. While the system may have been rooted in noble goals like wealth equality and community support, its implementation was deeply flawed and ultimately unsustainable. Though it appears Smith's overall goal was total control over the membership. In conclusion, the cracks in Joseph Smith's authority and the Church's narrative are becoming impossible to ignore. From the suspicious contradictions surrounding the Melchizedek priesthood, to the conveniently timed revelations about Zion, to the unraveling of his control through the United Order, what we're seeing is a pattern of manipulation and deception. Ezra Booth's bold criticisms expose Joseph's fragile claims to divine power, and the deeper we dig, the clearer it becomes. Joseph wasn't just leading a religious movement, he was building a system of control, using revelation as a tool to maintain his grip on followers. The next episode, we dive into what led Joseph Smith to be tarred and feathered in the spring of 1832. Keep watching as we continue to peel back the layers of the church's hidden and distorted history. Episode 24, The Ups and Downs of Kirtland, Ohio. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time, we tore apart the myth of the United Order and exposed how the LDS Church rewrites history to mask its failure, shifting the timeline to Utah to cover their tracks. We uncovered how Ezra Booth's revelations about Joseph Smith rattled the prophet to his core, leading to Booth's swift excommunication. And we laid bare the undeniable lie about Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery receiving the Melchizedek priesthood in 1829. Further evidence of the deception, just as David Whitmer had testified. This week we're diving into more layers of deceit. Some surface-level distractions like the tar and feathering of Joseph, and others that cut much deeper into the church's tangled web of fabrication, such as Sidney Rigdon's failed coup. Part 1, The Missing Gause. Most LDS members have never heard of Jesse Gause, and that's no accident. The church has worked hard to erase his existence from its history, but the question is, why? Gause wasn't just another early member. He was an early leader, serving as one of the first two counselors to Joseph Smith in the first presidency. His story, however, poses a significant threat to the narrative the church has constructed, and understanding it opens up deeper questions about what else might have been erased. Born in 1785 in East Marlboro, Chester County, Pennsylvania, Jesse Gause grew up in a Quaker family. At 21, he was formally accepted into the Society of Friends, becoming a devout Quaker like his parents. Despite his pacifist upbringing, Gause didn't shy away from military service, joining the Delaware militia during the War of 1812. By 1831, Gause, along with his second wife and infant daughter, had moved to the Shaker community near North Union, Ohio. His first wife had died giving birth to their fourth child, and Gause left her remaining children in the care of his sister, who was also a Shaker. Around this same time, members of the fledgling Latter-day Saint movement began settling in Kirtland, Ohio, just 15 miles from Gause's new Shaker community. While it's unclear exactly when Gause first encountered the Mormon settlers, he was baptized into the faith sometime after October 1831. Despite being a recent convert, Gause rose rapidly within the church. On March 8, 1832, Joseph Smith chose this day and ordained Brother Jesse Gause and Brother Sidney Rigdon to be my counselors of the ministry of the presidency of the high priesthood. A week later, Smith received a revelation from God confirming Gause's appointment, which also gave him additional instructions concerning his duties. Why would Joseph Smith, a man who placed so much emphasis on loyalty, choose a newcomer like Gause for such a critical position? The answer likely lies in Gause's previous experience with communal living. Having lived among the Shakers, Gause was well versed in communal societies, and the Latter-day Saints were in the process of implementing their own communal experiment, the United Order. Both Gause and Sidney Rigdon, Smith's other counselor, had valuable experience in these types of societies, making Gause an ideal candidate to help oversee this new system. Gause appeared to settle comfortably into his new role. He traveled with Joseph Smith to Jackson County, Missouri, in the spring of 1832 to assist in establishing the law of consecration. Upon returning to Kirtland, Gause embarked on a mission with fellow missionary Zebedee Coltrane. The two traveled to North Union on August 1, 1832, where Gause attempted to convert his wife, Minerva, to Mormonism, who refused to join when he had. She once again refused. In frustration, Gause tried to take their daughter but left very much enraged, after failing to do so. Shortly thereafter, Coltrane became ill and returned to Kirtland. Gause continued on his mission alone, but his trail disappears from church records soon after. According to D. Michael Quinn, despite his brief prominence in the early church organization, he was virtually lost in the annals of church history until quite recently. The revelation given to him in 1832 was altered, with his name being replaced by Frederick G. Williams, the man who succeeded him in the first presidency. In fact, Gause's name wasn't publicly acknowledged until the 1980 edition of the Doctrine and Covenants, where it appeared only in the historical introduction to the revelation. Frederick G. Williams's name, however, remains in the text itself. It wasn't until historians like Robert J. Woodford and D. Michael Quinn demonstrated Gause's role in the church's formation that his name was restored to the official list of general authorities. The question remains, why did Joseph Smith erase Jesse Gause from church history? Could it be, like Ezra Booth and other dissenters, Gause represented a threat to Smith's control? His rapid rise within the church, followed by his sudden disappearance, suggests there may have been more going on behind the scenes. Was he removed because he posed a challenge to Smith's authority, or was his usefulness simply exhausted? Another question is, how so many church members missed this erasure. For years, even those who diligently studied the Doctrine and Covenants had no idea that Gause's name had been deliberately replaced. It seems clear that Smith did not want future members to know that he had elevated a recent convert, someone who later became a dissenter, to one of the church's highest positions, someone he could manipulate, use, and then discard when it no longer served his purposes. Gause's story is a glaring example of how the church has carefully shaped its history to maintain an idealized image, hiding uncomfortable truths that could undermine its foundations. Part 2. A Pair Tarred and Feathered. On the night of March 24, 1832, an event took place that has since been surrounded by controversy, the tarring and feathering of Sidney Rigdon and Joseph Smith, Jr. But what exactly makes this incident so contentious? Is it because the event never actually happened? No, it's because of why it happened, and the story behind it isn't as simple as the church would have you believe. That night, a mob violently tore Joseph Smith from his home. They broke down the door, ripped his eldest surviving adopted child from his arms, and dragged him into the cold darkness. The scene was nothing short of chaos. Smith himself was brutally assaulted. They stripped him, beat him relentlessly, and even tried to force poison down his throat. After the vicious attack, the mob tarred and feathered his body, leaving him for dead in the aftermath. Most LDS members are familiar with the story, supposedly due to accusations that he was having an affair with 16-year-old Miranda Nancy Johnson, the daughter of the family hosting Joseph and Emma at the time. In fact, some suggest Miranda was one of Smith's earliest plural wives, though we won't dive into that just yet. For years, I, like many others, accepted this narrative without question. But recently, a comment from Radio Free Mormon challenged everything I thought I knew. He suggested that the story behind the tar and feathering might not be true, or at least not the version we've been told. This piqued my curiosity, and I started digging. What I found was shocking. While I'm not sure if I uncovered the same information as RFM, what I did discover, using sources like Fair LDS, josephsmithspolygamy.org, Fawn Brody, Family History, and AnalyzingMormonism.com, paints a much murkier picture. There are two main versions of the story. Version number 1 comes from Clark Braden, a late, second-hand, and decidedly antagonistic account. Braden claimed that Miranda's brother, Eli Johnson, led the mob against Joseph because the prophet had become too intimate with Miranda. The mob supposedly brought a doctor to castrate Smith for his sexual impropriety. This would imply that Joseph's relationship with Miranda began much earlier than is often acknowledged. However, there's one glaring issue. Miranda didn't have a brother named Eli. A quick check of the Johnson family records proves that. Version number 2, which comes from Hayden and S.F. Whitney, points the finger at Simon's Ryder as the leader of the mob. According to this version, the violence wasn't about sexual misconduct. It was about money. Ryder and the mob were enraged over an economic scheme, the horrid fact that a plot was laid to take their property from them and place it under the control of Smith. Now let's talk about some verified facts, specifically from Luke Johnson, Miranda's real brother, whose testimony we have no reason to doubt. According to Luke, the men in the mob had painted their faces black. 2 of Miranda's brothers were indeed part of the mob. The mob tarred and feathered Joseph and beat him severely. They did bring a doctor, and they did intend to castrate him. At first, I was skeptical of these claims, so I looked into Eli Johnson and confirmed he didn't exist. Next, I examined the sources that were often cited, particularly the ones that claimed Eli Johnson led the mob. What I found was that most of the sources were second-hand and unreliable, providing information like Eli's name that was easily proven false. Even Fair LDS agrees that the claim about Eli Johnson comes from Fawn Brody's No Man Knows My History, whose source is an 1884 statement from Clark Braden, a source that's both late and tainted by his anti-Mormon sentiment. Fair notes, Clark Braden, the source, also got his information secondhand and is clearly antagonistic since he is a member of the Church of Christ, the Disciples, seeking to attack the reorganized RLDS Church. Brody also gets the woman's name wrong. It is Miranda Nancy, not Nancy Miranda. And the account is further flawed because Miranda has no brother named Eli. While I rarely side with Fair, I have to give credit where it's due. The Eli Johnson story is demonstrably false, and Brody's reliance on Braden weakens her argument. However, Fair loses credibility when they nitpick over the arrangement of Miranda's name. That's hardly a valid reason to dismiss the broader claims about the event. As we dig even deeper into this event, an intriguing statement from Sidney Rigdon's son surfaces, shedding light on the brutal attack against his father during the infamous tearing and feathering. He recounts, the mob came and got Rigdon first. He was a man weighing about 225. As they dragged him some distance over the frozen ground by his heels, bumping the back of his head, so that when they got him to the place where they were to put the tar and feathers on him, he was insensible. They covered him with tar and feathers and pounded him till they thought he was dead, and then went to get J. Smith. The mob covered him with tar and feathers and pounded him till they got tired and left them both on the ground. J. Smith, soon after the mob left, got up and went home, not very badly hurt. This first-hand account paints a much more violent picture of the event than the church's retelling, especially concerning Rigdon. If Joseph Smith was supposedly targeted for being impure, as the popular story suggests, why then was Rigdon, a man not accused of such improprieties, singled out and brutalized even more viciously than Smith? Even Fair LDS raises this important question, and surprisingly, it forced me to reconsider the entire narrative. If Joseph's assault was truly about his rumored indiscretions with Miranda Nancy Johnson, why was Rigdon, unconnected to these rumors, dragged out first and beaten almost to death? This inconsistency makes it clear that something more complex was at play. While I don't believe Rigdon was the sole target, it's become increasingly difficult to accept that Joseph's assault was motivated purely by the alleged relationship with Miranda, though I have no doubt she later became one of his plural wives. The more I analyze, the more the official version falls apart. There are layers to this event that the church has conveniently glossed over, layers that raise questions about the true motives behind the mob's attack and the lengths the church has gone to hide or distort the truth. It is easier to deny a supposed affair than admit a mob had alternative motives than religious envy. The second account rings far more true when you consider the context. Joseph Smith, along with Sidney Rigdon, were rapidly accumulating land and consolidating power through the United Order, with members handing over their property to the church. This system gave Smith control over vast amounts of land and resources, making him an almost unchecked authority in the region. It's no wonder non-members were growing uneasy. Imagine watching religious leaders, already shrouded in controversy, quietly amassing land and power while setting up a theocratic stronghold right in your backyard. The tension was inevitable. Smith wasn't just a preacher, he was becoming a dictator. Month by month, his grip tightened. His power was no longer confined to spiritual matters. He now wielded authority over property, wealth, and ultimately, people's livelihoods. The locals surely saw the writing on the wall, and it terrified them. This wasn't merely about religious differences or petty accusations. This was about two men rising to unchecked power at a pace that no one could ignore. It's easy to see why this account feels more historically grounded. The mob wasn't there just because of rumors of infidelity. They were there because they feared what Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon were becoming. Leaders whose ambitions threatened not just their moral sensibilities, but their land, their security, and their autonomy. The more you dig into the circumstances, the clearer it becomes that this was about much more than personal grievances. It was about stopping men who were, by all appearances, on the road to absolute control. Part 3. The mysterious first vision unknown to most members. In 1832, Joseph Smith recorded the earliest known version of his first vision in Letterbook 1, a journal he kept closely guarded. This draft, penned with the help of his scribe Frederick Williams, revealed Smith's account of his divine visitation. But curiously, Smith kept this pivotal experience to himself, sharing it with no one outside of Williams. Then something more sinister occurred. Around 1930, the pages containing this first vision account were mysteriously torn from the journal. The document was removed from the church historian's collection and locked away in a private safe under the control of Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith. For decades, this early record was concealed, kept hidden from the public and the church membership. It wasn't until 1965 that this suppressed account finally came to light, published by Gerald and Sandra Tanner, despite intense efforts by the church to keep it under wraps. The revelation was explosive, raising serious questions about why the church had worked so hard to bury this early version of Joseph's vision, and what else might still be hidden from public view. Part 4. Rigdon's coup. Let's rewind to August 1831 for context. Joseph Smith claimed to receive a revelation chastising Sidney Rigdon for overstepping his bounds. I, the Lord, am not pleased with my servant Sidney Rigdon. He exalted himself in his heart. His writing is not acceptable unto the Lord, and he shall make another. And if the Lord receive it not, he standeth no longer in the office to which I have appointed him. This wasn't just a rebuke, it was a clear power move. Rigdon had grown too bold, and Joseph wasted no time reasserting control, pulling power firmly into his own hands. Fast forward to 1832, and the tension hadn't simmered down. With Joseph out of town, Rigdon seized the moment. On July 5th, he boldly proclaimed, "The keys of the kingdom were taken from us." His words sent shockwaves through the congregation, leaving many in tears. When someone attempted to close the meeting in prayer, Rigdon snapped, declaring it useless, and the gathering descended into chaos. Alarmed, Hiram Smith rushed to fetch Joseph. By July 7th, Joseph was back in Kirtland, and his response was swift and brutal. Publicly rebuking Rigdon, Joseph prophesied, "No power can pluck those keys from me, except the power that gave them to me. But for what Sidney has done, the devil shall handle him as one man handles another." Then, as if by divine retribution, Sidney Rigdon was violently thrown from his bed by an unseen force just weeks later. His family, hearing the commotion, entered the room to find him being hurled across the floor by an invisible power. Rigdon was bedridden for weeks, fulfilling Joseph's eerie prophecy with chilling precision. After this humiliating defeat, Rigdon had no choice but to fall in line. On July 28th, Joseph reordained him to the high priesthood after Rigdon had supposedly repented like Peter of old. It was clear Rigdon's attempted coup had failed, and Joseph's grip on the reins had only tightened. Episode 25, The Follies of 1832. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time, we delved into the real motives behind the infamous tarring and feathering of Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon, revealing that sexual misconduct was likely not the driving factor. We also uncovered the forgotten story of Jesse Gause, why he was cast aside by the church, and examined Sidney Rigdon's ill-fated coup attempt during Joseph's absence. This video dives into overlooked yet crucial moments in Joseph Smith's history during 1832, a year of failed prophecies and disturbing revelations that laid the groundwork for even greater lies under Brigham Young's leadership. Part 1. The Face of God. On September 24, 1832, Joseph Smith made an audacious claim. Section 84 of the Doctrine and Covenants offers a glimpse into this troubling moment. Once again, Joseph received a revelation about the location of the New Jerusalem. But didn't he already claim to have received this very revelation just 2 months earlier, on July 20th? This time, God supposedly gave him the exact plot of land, the infamous temple lot. Why did the omnipotent God have to reveal the location 3 different times? What's even more baffling is that this same temple lot would later spark a legal battle that dragged Joseph Smith's plural marriages into the spotlight. But that has been covered in a previous video. The question remains, why did God's directions seem to shift? Was Joseph improvising as he went along? Joseph didn't stop at this. He went further, prophesying that Zion and the New Jerusalem would be built during his generation, a prophecy that still haunts believers nearly 200 years later. That so-called prophecy has aged like milk, yet church members continue to await its fulfillment, blinded by faith to the historical reality of Joseph's failed promises. And as if that weren't enough, Joseph made another daring move. He directly contradicted centuries of biblical theology. The Bible, whether we look at the Old or New Testament, clearly states that no man can see the face of God and live. Exodus 33:20 says, "But my face you cannot see, for no man sees me and still lives." Even in the New Testament, John 1:18 and 4:12 repeat the idea, no mortal can see God. According to these verses, Moses, if he ever existed, spoke to God through a burning bush, never face to face. But what did Joseph do? He rewrote the rules. In D&C 84, Joseph boldly claimed that men can see God, as long as they possess the priesthood. Convenient, isn't it? Joseph introduced a brand new doctrine, one that rewrote the very foundation of Judeo-Christian theology. And he didn't stop there. He dragged Aaron, Moses' brother and the first Jewish priest, back to Adam, falsely claiming the priesthood was an ancient, unbroken line stretching back to the dawn of time. Joseph wasn't just creating new revelations. He was rewriting the religious landscape, bending scripture and history to serve his agenda, laying the groundwork for more deception yet to come. Part 2. Before the Mark of Cain. Elijah Abel wasn't just another convert, he was a trailblazer, a direct contradiction to the twisted theology that Joseph Smith and Brigham Young would later use to justify racism in the church. His story shines a spotlight on the hypocrisy at the heart of Mormonism's early doctrines regarding race. Born in Maryland, Elijah Abel made his way to Ohio in 1832, where he joined the newly formed Church of Christ. In September of that year, he was baptized and confirmed, not just as another member, but as one of the first African-American members of the fledgling church. His importance only grew when he moved to Kirtland, Ohio, to join the main body of the church and its leadership. On January 25, 1836, Abel was ordained an elder, a position of power and influence, with Joseph Smith himself declaring that Abel was entitled to the priesthood and all the blessings. Joseph's endorsement should have set a precedent. Abel was heavily involved in the construction of the Kirtland Temple, and he participated in the so-called Pentecostal season that marked the temple's completion and dedication. This wasn't just symbolic. Abel was later ordained a 70 and inducted into the third quorum of the priesthood, an honor unheard of for a black man at the time. By 1841, Abel was reconfirmed in Nauvoo by Joseph Young and Albert P. Rockwood, cementing his place as a prominent figure in the early church. Elijah Abel's significance cannot be overstated. Here was an African-American man, ordained to the priesthood at a time when even Joseph Smith's beliefs about slavery and race were all over the map. Smith's views on slavery fluctuated wildly, influenced by the social and political winds of the time. On one hand, he opened the priesthood to men like Abel. On the other, he began peddling the repugnant doctrine that the mark of Cain was upon the sons of Ham, and that black people were cursed, supposedly neutral in the fictitious war in heaven. Smith's duplicity laid the groundwork for the even more vicious racism of Brigham Young, who took Smith's teachings and ran with them. Young's complete ban on black men holding the priesthood, along with the revocation of Abel's ordination, revealed the deep rot at the core of Mormon theology. Abel, once held in such high esteem, was cast aside. Young and John Taylor even denied Abel the right to be sealed to his wife, a deliberate and cruel rejection of his humanity, all in the name of supposed divine revelation. Elijah Abel's story is one of early inclusion and later betrayal, showing how the early church, under Smith and later Young, was willing to twist theology to serve its leaders' ever-changing agendas. Abel's legacy, though often overshadowed, exposes the racist underpinnings that would shape Mormonism for generations to come. Part 3. The Count Witnesses and Explosive Book of Mormon Plagiarism Allegations. As we've touched on in our video covering the Spalding theory, the controversy surrounding the Book of Mormon's origins exploded in September of 1832, when Samuel Smith and Orson Pratt were preaching the Book of Mormon in Ohio. When they arrived at Connaught Creek, they were confronted with something they likely didn't anticipate: allegations of outright plagiarism. The accusations from this small Ohio community weren't mere whispers. They came from individuals who claimed to have first-hand knowledge of Solomon Spalding and his manuscript found. While there's debate over whether the 8 so-called Connaught witnesses even existed, or if they lived in the area during Spalding's time, their testimony, along with that of Spalding's widow and brother, created a damning narrative that couldn't easily be dismissed. These witnesses allege that the Book of Mormon was, at its core, a repurposed version of Spalding's fictional work. Even LDS apologetic group Fair LDS acknowledges that there were plagiarism accusations floating around, though they try their best to downplay them. I won't rehash the entire Spalding theory here. I've got a dedicated video for that. But let's focus on the 1832 claims in Ohio. The Book of Mormon was barely out of its infancy, and already its authenticity was under fire. Multiple witnesses stated that manuscript found bore a striking resemblance to the Book of Mormon, minus the added religious flourishes like the inclusion of Isaiah. In the eyes of these witnesses, Joseph Smith wasn't a prophet receiving divine revelations. He was a plagiarist, stealing from the forgotten work of a deceased novelist. The backlash in Ohio was significant. Just like in New York, where the Smith family was well known and Joseph's reputation was less than stellar, Ohio had its own hurdles. In Connaught, Spalding and his writings were remembered. The people knew manuscript found, and when confronted with the Book of Mormon, they didn't see a divinely inspired work. They saw a cheap copy. This likely explains why the Book of Mormon struggled to gain traction in Ohio. Joseph's charade hit a wall in a region where people could recognize the fraud for what it was. This was more than just opposition. It was the beginning of a widespread challenge to the very foundations of the Book of Mormon. The plagiarism accusations weren't isolated grumblings. They were a direct attack on Joseph Smith's claim to prophetic authority. And despite efforts by the church to suppress or ignore these early critics, the Connaught witnesses set the stage for a controversy that would haunt the Book of Mormon for decades to come. Part 4. Smith's redonkulous revelation about the Civil War. In the fall of 1832, the United States was already teetering on the edge of internal conflict. President Andrew Jackson had dispatched federal troops to South Carolina, where the state was threatening to secede over slavery and other issues. Tensions were brewing among southern slave states, and South Carolina's Governor James Hamilton, Jr. even threatened the White House on November 27th, warning that he would use force if necessary. The country was a powder keg, and everyone knew it. It wasn't a question of if civil war would happen, but when. And then, of course, Joseph Smith decided to seize the moment. On Christmas Day 1832, Smith declared yet another one of his so-called revelations. For behold, the southern states shall be divided against the northern states. Bold, right? Not really. It wasn't exactly a secret that the country was on the brink of civil war. Anyone paying attention could have made the same prediction. But Joseph, always looking to bolster his prophetic reputation, tried his hand at forecasting the inevitable. Except as usual, his prophecy fell flat. Sure, the Civil War did happen 28 years later. By the time war broke out in 1861, Joseph had been dead for nearly 2 decades, murdered in 1844. His grand prediction missed the mark by a long shot. And for a prophecy that was supposed to come from God, it's conspicuously vague and unimpressive. It didn't predict anything specific, didn't offer any insight that wasn't already circulating in political discussions of the time. What's worse is how the LDS Church handled this prophecy after it became clear that Joseph's timeline was way off. The Church quietly excluded it from both the 1833 Book of Commandments and the 1835 Doctrine and Covenants. They effectively buried it, hoping that the failed prophecy would fade from memory. Then, decades later, once older members were gone and no one was left to challenge the revisionist narrative, the Church reinserted the prophecy, completely out of context. They presented it as if Joseph had somehow foreseen the Civil War all along, conveniently ignoring the fact that he got the timing disastrously wrong. This wasn't prophecy, it was opportunism. Joseph Smith latched onto the political tensions of the time and tried to pass off a common prediction as divine insight. When it didn't pan out, the Church simply rewrote history to keep the illusion of Joseph's prophetic abilities intact. What does the LDS Church have to say on the matter? Not much. Their website states, "On Christmas Day 1832, Joseph Smith received a revelation about a coming conflict between the northern and southern United States over the question of slavery. The war would begin, the Lord declared, in South Carolina, and it would eventually lead to warfare among all nations. At that time, a crisis had arisen over South Carolina's refusal to honor recent federal tariffs, and many Americans worried that the situation could intensify into a civil war. The government averted civil war at that time, but contention over slavery persisted, deepening the social, political, and economic divide between the northern and southern United States. Notice the strategic omission of the obvious flaws. There's nothing in this so-called prophecy that any average person couldn't have predicted. The tension between the North and South was common knowledge, and anyone paying attention could see conflict brewing. It certainly didn't require a prophet to foresee that. But let's not forget the parts they conveniently gloss over. "For verily, thus saith the Lord concerning the wars that will shortly come to pass, beginning at the rebellion of South Carolina, which will eventually terminate in the death and misery of many souls. And the time will come that war will be poured out upon all nations, beginning at this place." First off, the war didn't come shortly. It was nearly 3 decades later. And as for the war being poured out upon all nations, that's utterly false. The Civil War was strictly an American conflict, not a global one. Nothing about Smith's so-called revelation came close to happening, as he claimed. The LDS Church continues to ignore these blatant inaccuracies while presenting a sanitized version that avoids confronting the failed prophecy head-on. In 1832, Joseph Smith's revelations and prophecies weren't just misguided, they were flat-out wrong. From failed predictions about the Civil War to fabricating divine visions that rewrote centuries of biblical teachings, Smith consistently twisted facts to suit his agenda. Yet the LDS Church continues to present these failures as inspired truth, conveniently omitting or distorting the parts that don't align with reality. History doesn't lie, Joseph Smith did, and the consequences of those lies continue to ripple through the Church to this day. Episode 26, Kirtland goes dry before blowing up. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time, we exposed the need for God to supposedly give Joseph Smith a third revelation about the location of Zion. We also visited the story of Elijah Abel, one of the first African Americans to hold a position of authority in the Church, until Brigham Young stripped him of his priesthood. And we uncovered how Smith tried his hand at predicting the Civil War, only to fall flat, proving he lacked any real prophetic power. This week, we dive into the true origins of the word of wisdom, revealing it as a man-made initiative rather than divine command. We'll also explore Oliver Cowdery's scandalous affair, Joseph Smith's secret relationship with Fanny Alger, and much more. Don't miss this eye-opening episode. You won't want to miss these shocking revelations. Part 1, The Temperance Society and the Word of Wisdom. What was the temperance movement, and how did it impact the early Church of Christ? In the late 17th century, alcohol was central to colonial life in North America. Hard cider, in particular, was a staple drink, with families consuming barrels each year. Orchards were so important that settlers often had to plant apple trees to secure land titles. However, as the Industrial Revolution progressed in the late 18th century, attitudes toward alcohol shifted. The need for sober workers in the now industrialized world sparked the global temperance movement into the 1800s, a movement that would profoundly influence the Church of Christ and its teachings. The temperance movement didn't start with a goal to ban all alcohol. It simply aimed to reduce consumption. Poor water quality and limited access to milk, which carried risks of bacterial poisoning without pasteurization, made alcoholic beverages safer options. Coffee and tea were luxuries few could afford. Alcohol was, in fact, essential for survival. However, over time, the movement shifted toward banning all spirits and eventually even beer and wine. One of their unfounded claims was that alcohol hindered scientific progress, when in reality, it kept people alive in a world of poor sanitation. So what does the temperance movement have to do with the church? On February 1st, 1833, the Temperance Society of Ohio succeeded in shutting down the distilleries in Kirtland and Mentor, making both communities dry. Less than a month later, on February 27th, after Emma pressured Joseph, he conveniently received a revelation from God on the word of wisdom, mirroring the rules of the Temperance Society. While Joseph Smith supported temperance, he never pushed for full abstinence. According to scholars like Paul H. Peterson and Ronald W. Walker, Smith resisted enforcing strict alcohol bans because he believed it infringed on individual agency and could divide the church. Yet some LDS historians have attempted to paint Smith as a teetotaler, despite testimonies from his contemporaries that he drank openly in Kirtland and more freely in Nauvoo. An interesting tidbit from Mormon Matters highlights Smith's contradictions. Amasa Lyman, a member of the First Presidency, shared that Joseph often tested the faith of the saints. One such example: after preaching passionately about the word of wisdom, Joseph was seen riding through Nauvoo, smoking a cigar. What does the church say? Brigham Young himself reveals the truth. When they assembled together in this room after breakfast, the first thing they did was to light their pipes and, while smoking, talk about the great things of the kingdom, and spit all over the room, and as soon as the pipe was out of their mouths, a large chew of tobacco would then be taken. Often, when the prophet Joseph Smith entered the room to give the school instructions, he would find himself in a cloud of tobacco smoke. This, and the complaints of his wife at having to clean so filthy a floor, made the prophet think upon the matter, and he inquired of the Lord relating to the conduct of the elders in using tobacco, and the revelation known as the Word of Wisdom was the result of his inquiry. Brigham Young, Journal of Discourses, Vol. 12 p. 158. This wasn't divine revelation. This was Joseph caving to Emma's pressure and responding to a filthy tobacco-filled room. The church is lying about how the word of wisdom was truly received. It wasn't even enforced as a commandment until 1851, when Brigham Young proposed it, and even then, it didn't gain serious weight until the 20th century, when it became tied to temple recommend requirements. If this was truly a revelation from God, why didn't Joseph enforce it when the Temperance Society was pushing for a dry state? Why did it take until the 1900s to become a core requirement for temple entry? Because it wasn't a revelation. It was Joseph once again wielding his influence and power and enjoyed his drink and cigars. I could easily dedicate an entire video to this topic alone. If you're interested in diving deeper into the truth behind the word of wisdom, drop a comment below and let me know. I'll be sure to make a full video breaking it all down. Part 2, the Joseph Smith Translation Misrepresentation. A day after the Kirtland and Mentor distilleries were shut down, Joseph Smith made another bold move. No, it wasn't the word of wisdom we discussed earlier, but the so-called translation of the Bible he and Sidney Rigdon had been working on, stating it had been completed. However, this was not a true translation. It was a revision designed to strengthen their authority over the members of the Church of Christ. Joseph even inserted himself into Scripture with the verse, "His name shall be called Joseph, and it shall be after the name of his father." Conveniently, no Hebrew manuscripts, including the Dead Sea Scrolls, the oldest complete biblical texts we possess, contain this verse. Smith's audacity in manipulating Scripture to elevate his status knew no bounds. I've covered the Joseph Smith translation JST in a previous video, but here we are again, and it's worth diving a bit deeper. Not only did Joseph and Sidney fail to truly translate the Bible, but they also plagiarized the work of biblical scholar Adam Clarke. This wasn't just a minor overlap. BYU professor Thomas Wayment found substantial evidence of direct copying. Wayment stated, "We discovered that in about 200 to 300 parallels, Joseph Smith has the exact same changes to a verse that Adam Clarke does. They're verbatim. Some of them are 5 to 6 words, some are 2 words, and some a single word. It seemed pretty obvious that he's getting this from Adam Clarke." Smith wasn't translating the Bible. He was stealing from Clarke and calling it revelation. Smith and Rigdon's plagiarism of Adam Clarke's work is so blatant that it's caused a divide even among BYU historians and scholars. The evidence is overwhelming, yet the church's apologists scramble to defend Joseph Smith. Take Kent P. Jackson, a BYU professor who outright disagrees with his colleague Thomas Wayment. Jackson claims, "I have studied closely the Wayment article and the Wayment and Wilson Lemon article and their proposed connections between Clarke's commentary and Joseph Smith. I have examined in detail every one of the JST passages they set forth as having been influenced by Clarke, and I have examined what Clarke wrote about those passages. I now believe that the conclusions they reached regarding those connections cannot be sustained. I do not believe that there is Adam Clarke JST connection at all, and I have seen no evidence that Joseph Smith ever used Clarke's commentary in his revision of the Bible. None of the passages that Wayment and Wilson Lemon have set forward as examples, in my opinion, can withstand careful scrutiny. But how is it possible that 2 scholars from the same religious institution, both considered experts on the Joseph Smith translation, come to completely different conclusions? They're looking at the same evidence, yet one sees clear plagiarism while the other denies it exists entirely. It speaks to the church's desperation to maintain the illusion of Smith's prophetic authority, even when the evidence of his manipulation and deceit is staring them in the face. We know for a fact that Smith and Rigdon had access to Adam Clarke's commentary, as Thomas Wayment provides further evidence. We started to look back through the Joseph Smith history. There's a story of his brother-in-law presenting Joseph Smith with a copy of Adam Clarke. We do not know whose copy of Adam Clarke it is, but we do know that Nathaniel Lewis gives it to the prophet and says, "I want to use the Urim and Thummim. I want to translate some of the strange characters out of Adam Clarke's commentary." Joseph will clearly not give him the Urim and Thummim to do that, but we know he had it in his hands. Now, looking at the text, we can say that a lot of the material that happens after Genesis 24, when we start to get to Matthew, it's very clear that Adam Clarke has influenced the way he changes the Bible. If Joseph Smith truly finished his so-called translation of the Bible and corrected what he claimed was only true as far as it was translated correctly, why doesn't the LDS Church officially use the inspired version instead of the King James Bible? Even the Church itself hesitates to fully embrace this so-called revelatory work, which raises the question, do they trust Joseph's revisions at all? Fair LDS offers a weak defense, claiming the JST is not intended primarily or solely as a restoration of lost Bible text. If you're curious about their defense, I recommend checking out episode T on the JST translation. But let's be real, it's more likely the Church doesn't trust Joseph's work, distancing itself from this fraudulent revision while still asking members to blindly accept everything without question. I won't linger on this topic, as I've already covered it in more depth in a dedicated video. If you haven't watched it yet, make sure you do. You won't want to miss it. Part 3. Take a load off, Fanny. We've touched on Joseph Smith's early mentions of polygamy in 1831 when he told Mary Elizabeth Rollins, but it wasn't until around February or March of 1833 that Smith took his first plural wife. Not Rollins, but Fanny Alger, a name familiar to many. However, what most members and investigators don't realize is that Oliver Cowdery himself was allegedly involved in this practice shortly after Joseph introduced the revelation to him. Church apologist Brian C. Hales, citing Glenn M. Leonard's book Nauvoo, A Place of Peace, A People of Promise, writes, "In Kirtland, Oliver Cowdery knew of the revelation on marriage but was denied permission to take a plural wife. He proceeded anyway and engaged in an illicit relationship." Hales tries to downplay the event, arguing, "A close look demonstrates that assessments such as these, are not based on any contemporary evidence. Yet, we have damning accounts from Brigham Young, who accused Cowdery of either unauthorized polygamy or adultery. Young first mentions this in 1857, 25 years after the fact, when Wilford Woodruff recorded in his journal, "President Young stayed 3+ hours in compiling his history. He remarked that the revelation upon a plurality of wives was given to Joseph Smith. He revealed it to Oliver Cowdery alone upon the solemn pledge that he would not reveal it or act upon it. But he did act upon it in a secret manner, and that was the cause of his overthrow." Young continued in 1872, "While Joseph and Oliver were translating the Book of Mormon, they had a revelation that the order of patriarchal marriage and sealing was right. Oliver said unto Joseph, 'Brother Joseph, why don't we go into the order of polygamy and practice it as the ancients did? We know it is true, then why delay?' Joseph's reply was, 'I know that we know it is true and from God, but the time has not yet come.' This did not seem to suit Oliver, who expressed a determination to go into the order of plural marriage anyhow, although he was ignorant of the order and pattern and the results. Joseph said, 'Oliver, if you go into this thing, it is not with my faith or consent.' Disregarding the counsel of Joseph, Oliver Cowdery took to wife Miss Annie Lyman, cousin to George A. Smith. From that time he went into darkness and lost the spirit." But here's the issue. Did Oliver Cowdery truly commit adultery, or was Joseph trying to tarnish Cowdery's reputation after being caught with Fanny Alger? Hales himself admits, this report is problematic in several ways. Numerous participants date Joseph Smith's first awareness of the appropriateness of plural marriage to 1831. Available evidence indicates that this realization resulted from the new translation of the Bible rather than the Book of Mormon, likely while Sidney Rigdon was serving as scribe. Even Richard Van Wagener highlights inconsistencies in Young's timeline. It would have been impossible for Cowdery to have been living polygamously during the period charged by Young, 1827-30. Cowdery's marriage to Elizabeth Ann Whitmer did not occur until December 18, 1832, in Jackson County, Missouri. So the real question is whether Cowdery was actually guilty of adultery, or if Joseph was scapegoating him for uncovering his own indiscretions with Fanny Alger. Let's wrap up this episode by diving into Joseph Smith's relationship with Fanny Alger, which I've covered in detail in a previous video on plural marriage, but it deserves a bit of a revisit here. The exact timeline of their relationship is heavily debated. Some sources claim that Emma Smith caught Joseph and Fanny together on November 6, 1832, while others place the event closer to 1835. Regardless of these discrepancies, what we do know for certain is that between February and March of 1833, Joseph Smith married the 16-year-old Fanny Alger with the assistance of Levi Hancock. Hancock's involvement in brokering this marriage wasn't without reward. Joseph gifted him Clarissa Reed as a wife, a clear transactional arrangement, as Hancock married her on March 29, 1833. This timeline is critical because it solidifies that Joseph's marriage to Fanny occurred before Levi Hancock's own marriage, underscoring the manipulative and orchestrated nature of these so-called spiritual marriages. According to Mosiah Hancock, writing in 1896, Joseph Smith didn't directly approach Fanny Alger about marriage. Instead, he enlisted Levi Hancock, Fanny's uncle by marriage, to act as an intermediary. Mosiah here confirms Levi's role. Levi Hancock first approached Samuel Alger, Fanny's father, and made the proposal on Joseph's behalf. The conversation, as Mosiah recounts, was direct and to the point. "Samuel, the prophet Joseph loves your daughter Fanny and wishes her for a wife. What say you?" Samuel Alger's response was a deferral. "Go and talk to the old woman Levi's sister and Fanny's mother about it. 'Twill be as she says." Levi then approached his sister Clarissa with the same proposal. Her response, "Go and talk to Fanny. It will be all right with me." Levi Hancock then went to Fanny directly and asked, "Fanny, brother Joseph the prophet loves you and wishes you for a wife. Will you be his wife?" Fanny's response, "I will, Levi." Levi later presented Fanny to Joseph, stating, "Brother Joseph, I have been successful in my mission," and then performed the marriage ceremony himself, with Joseph repeating the words after him. Some historians have questioned whether this was a legitimate marriage or merely an illicit relationship. However, Mosiah Hancock's account makes it clear that a ceremony was performed, indicating that from their religious perspective, this was indeed a plural matrimony. This account further cements that Joseph's relationship with Fanny was not an affair in secret, but rather a polygamous union legitimized through Hancock's involvement and the approval of Fanny's family. Fanny Alger wasn't just some incidental figure in the plural marriage saga. Her relationship with Joseph exposes the darker side of Smith's early polygamous dealings, where favors and alliances were traded under the guise of revelation. In conclusion, the events surrounding Kirtland reveal a tangled web of contradictions, deceptions, and opportunism in the early history of the Church. From Joseph Smith's adoption of the word of wisdom, influenced more by external pressures than divine revelation, to the misrepresented Joseph Smith translation, and finally, the complexities of early plural marriage involving figures like Fanny Alger and Oliver Cowdery, each story further uncovers a deeply flawed narrative. Episode 27, Missouri Nearly Folds. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic, historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time we exposed how Joseph Smith's so-called word of wisdom revelation was less divine inspiration and more a convenient nod to the Temperance Society, conveniently timed with the forced closure of distilleries in Kirtland and Mentor. We uncovered the undeniable plagiarism in the Joseph Smith translation, with Smith and Rigdon lifting directly from Adam Clark's commentary. And let's not forget the scandal of Oliver Cowdery's alleged affair and Smith's controversial marriage to Fanny Alger. This week, we're pulling back the curtain on the truth behind the 1833 Missouri expulsion and revisiting damning testimonies against the Smith family and their closest associates. The facts speak for themselves, so buckle up. Part 1. The Truth Behind the Missouri Expulsion. In June 1832, Phelps, a prominent Mormon convert and former New York editor, arrived in Independence, Missouri to establish a printing press. He quickly set up the Evening and the Morning Star, a Mormon newspaper that became a lightning rod for local tensions. Independence resident Josiah Gregg vividly recalled, in proportion as the Mormons grew strong in numbers, they also became more exacting and bold in their pretensions. In a little paper printed at Independence under their immediate auspices, everything was said that could provoke hostility between saints and their worldly neighbors, until at last they became so emboldened by impunity as openly to boast of their determination to be the sole proprietors of the land of Zion. The boldness of these claims incensed the local population and set the stage for violent confrontations. In July 1833, along with the newspaper, Phelps's press published the first edition of the Book of Commandments, a collection of Joseph Smith's revelations. However, tensions were already at a breaking point, and the timing of this publication added fuel to the fire. The July 1833 edition of the Evening and the Morning Star only fanned the flames. A particular article, while urging Mormons to purchase land lawfully in Jackson County, drew a dangerous comparison to ancient Israel's conquest of the Holy Land. It warned Mormons that while Israel had to obtain the Holy Land by the sword, the land in Jackson was to be secured through legal means. The article further stated, "To suppose that we can come up here and take possession of this land by the shedding of blood would be setting at naught the law of the glorious gospel." This reference to bloodshed, even in a cautionary context, was enough to spark fear and outrage among the Missourians, who saw it as a thinly veiled threat. As the situation deteriorated, residents of Jackson County convened a public meeting on July 20, 1833, to address the Mormon problem. The meeting produced a scathing address, accusing the Mormons of being no better than slaves in terms of property and education, and of having a corrupting influence on our slaves. The locals were convinced that the Mormons sought to seize their lands by force. The address boldly declared, "We are daily told that we of this county are to be cut off, and our lands appropriated by them for inheritances." It warned of an imminent Mormon takeover, asserting that it requires no gift of prophecy to tell that the day is not far distant when the civil government of the country will be in their hands. The ultimatum was clear. Mormons were to cease settling in the county, leave immediately, and halt their newspaper. Failure to comply would result in severe consequences. When Mormon leaders asked for more time to respond to these demands, the locals took matters into their own hands. On July 20th, a mob attacked the printing office of the Evening and the Morning Star, destroying the press and physically assaulting 2 Mormon leaders who were tarred and feathered. The destruction of the press also halted the production of the Book of Commandments. Only a few copies survived, saved by Mormon women who risked their safety to rescue loose pages from the wreckage, which later became invaluable to Mormon history. The violence escalated 3 days later when the mob gathered again and rounded up 6 high-ranking Mormon priests, extracting a promise that half of the Mormon population would leave the county by January 1834 and the remainder by April. In exchange, the mob promised to prevent any further violence, so long as the Mormons adhered to the agreement. One of the most incendiary pieces published by the newspaper was titled, "Free People of Color." It urged compliance with Missouri state law, which required free black people to carry proof of citizenship. The Missourians, already on edge, interpreted this as evidence of the Mormons inviting free blacks into the state, an idea deeply threatening in the newly formed slave state. Though the Evening and the Morning Star issued an extra publication to deny this claim, asserting that the intent had been to deter such migration, the damage was done. By 1833, roughly 1,200 Mormons had settled in Jackson County, comprising a third to half of the county's population. The rapid Mormon influx stoked fears of cultural displacement and economic competition, as well as religious and political differences that the Missourians found intolerable. The Mormons, who followed Joseph Smith's vision of building a new Zion, had grand plans for the area, including a comprehensive city plan devised by Smith in 1833. This plan envisioned a grid of streets and blocks, at the center of which would stand 24 Mormon temples, an audacious proposition in the eyes of their neighbors. In the aftermath of the violence, the non-Mormon residents refused to allow the Mormons to return to their homes, and no compensation was offered for the destruction of property. In 1834, the Mormons mounted a desperate attempt to return to Jackson County through a quasi-military expedition known as Zion's Camp, which we will cover later on. The expedition, organized from Kirtland, Ohio, aimed to re-establish Mormon presence in Jackson, but ultimately disbanded when the anticipated support from the Missouri governor failed to materialize. This failed attempt further cemented the Mormons' precarious position in Missouri, setting the stage for future conflicts, the Missouri Mormon Wars. Despite their claims of divine mandate, their increasing numbers, bold declarations, and aggressive expansion plans alienated their non-Mormon neighbors, leading to a series of violent episodes that would characterize their tumultuous early years in the region. Part 2, Mormonism Unveiled, coming, exposing the Golden Con. The publication of Mormonism Unveiled in 1834 marks a pivotal moment in early Mormon history, as it is widely regarded as the first anti-Mormon book, providing a foundation for future critiques of Joseph Smith and the early Latter-day Saint movement. This book not only represented a significant opposition to Mormonism, but also provided a direct challenge by addressing the contents of the Book of Mormon itself, something few opponents had attempted up to that point. 2 key contributions from Mormonism Unveiled have had a lasting impact on the understanding of early Mormonism. The first was the inclusion of a series of affidavits and statements related to the character of Joseph Smith and other early Mormon leaders, including Martin Harris. These testimonies aimed to portray Smith and his associates as morally dubious and deeply involved in questionable practices, such as treasure-seeking. The second major component was the introduction of the Spalding-Rigdon theory of Book of Mormon authorship, which proposed that the Book of Mormon was not divinely inspired, but rather based on an earlier manuscript by Solomon Spalding. E.D. Howe, the author, prefaced the affidavits section with the following declaration. We next present to the reader a few, among the many depositions which have been obtained from the neighborhood of the Smith family, and the scene where the far-famed Gold Bible had its pretended origin. The affidavits presented in Mormonism Unveiled were collected by Dr. Philastus Hurlbut in 1833, an excommunicated member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. These affidavits, which depicted the Smith family as destitute of moral character, are not known to exist outside of their printing in Howe's book. Their purpose was clear: to discredit Joseph Smith by emphasizing his family's treasure-seeking activities, casting a shadow on his prophetic claims. Ironically, some of the individuals providing these testimonies admitted to their own involvement in treasure-seeking, further complicating the moral narrative they sought to establish. Hurlbut's involvement adds an additional layer of intrigue. He had been excommunicated from the church on charges of immorality. One contemporary, Benjamin Winchester, recounted that Hurlbut was previously expelled from a Methodist congregation for unvirtuous conduct with a young lady. Hurlbut's behavior was claimed to have persisted after joining the Mormon Church, as Winchester described, leading to his eventual expulsion. Winchester held a biased view at that point, as he had been deeply involved in the early Mormon movement and held several prominent positions, including being the youngest adult member of Zion's Camp, a member of the First Quorum of the 70, and president of a large branch in Philadelphia. His later rejection of Mormonism and disagreements with church leadership led to his eventual departure from the faith in 1844. What is striking is how the LDS Church's narrative around Winchester shifts depending on the source. According to one account on the Brigham Young Center's website, Winchester was excommunicated. Yet another BYU source claims he simply left the church, avoiding the deeper reasons for his departure. This selective history highlights the tendency to sanitize controversial elements within Mormonism's past. Winchester's reasons for leaving were eventually laid bare in an 1889 statement, which provides a detailed critique of the evolving doctrines of the church, particularly polygamy and the introduction of Freemasonry into Mormon practice. Let's cut to the chase. Hurlbut's collected affidavits were a direct assault on the credibility of Joseph Smith and his family, shaking the very foundation of early Mormonism. These affidavits were explosive, casting a harsh light on the Smith family's reputation in Palmyra. Dan Vogel places the collection of 45 affidavits in the spring of 1833, a crucial moment when Hurlbut was in full force, gathering damaging testimony from neighbors who had known the Smiths personally. Vogel's extensive work has made these affidavits available on archive.org, but unfortunately, due to the site being down, thanks to a DDoS attack as I searched, I couldn't verify them firsthand at the moment. However, I did manage to locate two sets of affidavits from later in 1833 that are just as revealing. One set is from November 3rd with 11 signatories, and another larger set of 51 people signed on December 4th, making a staggering total of 62 individuals denouncing the Smith family. This level of testimony wasn't just coincidental. It was a tidal wave of condemnation that Howe compiled and published in Mormonism Unveiled, further discrediting the Smith family and their so-called Gold Bible origins. The testimony of 11 Smith acquaintances. 11 Smith acquaintances, November 3rd, 1833. We, the undersigned, being personally acquainted with the family of Joseph Smith Sr., with whom the celebrated Gold Bible so-called originated, state that they were not only a lazy, indolent set of men, but also intemperate, and their word was not to be depended upon, and that we are truly glad to dispense with their society. The testimony of 51 Smith neighbors. 51 named Smith neighbors, December 4th, 1833. We, the undersigned, have been acquainted with the Smith family for a number of years while they resided near this place, and we have no hesitation in saying that we consider them destitute of that moral character which ought to entitle them to the confidence of any community. They were particularly famous for visionary projects, spent much of their time digging for money, which they pretended was hidden in the earth. To this day, large excavations may be seen not far from their residence, where they used to spend their time digging for hidden treasures. Joseph Smith, Sr., and his son Joseph were in particular considered entirely destitute of moral character and addicted to vicious habits. And in reference to all with whom we were acquainted that have embraced Mormonism from this neighborhood, we are compelled to say were very visionary, and most of them destitute of moral character and without influence in this community. This may explain why they were permitted to go on with their impositions undisturbed. It was not supposed that any of them were possessed of sufficient character or influence to make anyone believe their book or their sentiments. And we know not of a single individual in this vicinity that puts the least confidence in their pretended revelations. Now, let's be clear. Hurlbut's mission wasn't just casual character assassination. It was a meticulously organized effort to dismantle Joseph Smith's claims. These affidavits weren't coming from strangers. They were coming from people who had lived side by side with the Smiths, and their testimonies were damning. The affidavits laid bare a picture of the Smith family as treasure diggers, con artists, and individuals of questionable morals. The fact that the church still stands despite these early accusations speaks to the power of faith, or the power of how history gets rewritten by those in control. And here's where things get even more intriguing. Could these November and December affidavits be part of the same collection that Hurlbut began in the spring of 1833? It seems highly likely, as Mormonism Unveiled was released the November 1833, but without Vogel's direct confirmation, we can only speculate. That said, the content of these affidavits is consistent with the earlier reports. If Dan Vogel is watching, a confirmation on whether these fall affidavits are the same as the ones he posted for the spring of 1833 would be invaluable. Either way, the sheer volume of testimony in such a short span of time reveals just how widespread the opposition to Joseph Smith and his family was, even before Mormonism had fully taken root. In conclusion, the Missouri expulsion of the Mormons in 1833 was not simply the result of religious differences, but a collision of cultural, political, and social tensions. W. W. Phelps' provocative publications, combined with the growing presence and bold assertions of the Mormon community, incited fear and hostility among the local residents. The destruction of their press and forced expulsion marked the violent culmination of these escalating tensions. Meanwhile, the release of Mormonism Unveiled in 1834 further fueled the fire, attacking the Smith family's reputation and the authenticity of Joseph Smith's revelations. Together, these events reveal the early fractures in Mormon history, as both internal and external pressures mounted against the fledgling movement. Episode 28, Let the Doctrine Begin. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time we explored the escalating tensions in Jackson County, Missouri during 1833. Locals grew hostile toward the Mormons, fueled by W. W. Phelps's publication of The Evening and the Morning Star, which likened Mormons to ancient Israel, inciting fears of a takeover. This led to mob violence that destroyed the printing press, forcing Mormons to flee. By 1834, Mormonism Unveiled featured over 60 affidavits depicting Joseph Smith and his family as morally corrupt, further undermining his credibility and revealing widespread opposition to the Mormon presence in Missouri. In this episode, we will explore several significant issues. Oliver Cowdery's failure to mention the first vision and angelic visitations in the Church's first official history, Professor Charles Anthon's public rejection of any endorsement of the Book of Mormon, Isaac Hale's affidavit, which highlights Joseph Smith's questionable practices as a money digger, and the dissolution of the United Order and the redistribution of its assets. You do not want to miss this episode. Part 1, Oliver Forgets: The Missing First Vision in Mormon History. In 1834, Oliver Cowdery, Joseph Smith's right-hand man, was tasked with writing the first official history of the Church. This wasn't just a casual assignment. It was published in the Church's own paper, The Messenger and Advocate, serving as one of the earliest records of the Church's origins. You'd expect it to contain all the crucial details, right? But here's the bombshell. Cowdery's letters make no mention of Joseph Smith's so-called first vision. That's right, no heavenly visitation, no appearance of God the Father and Jesus Christ in 1820. And he completely omits the angel Moroni's 1823 visit, the very event that supposedly led Smith to the gold plates. So what's going on here? Why would Oliver Cowdery, Joseph Smith's trusted second-in-command, leave out two of the most significant events in Mormon history? Scholars such as Dan Vogel, Grant Palmer, and Richard Bushman suggests that the first vision as we know it wasn't fully developed at that time. Early accounts were more focused on the Book of Mormon and its miraculous translation rather than personal divine encounters. The first vision gained prominence later, especially after Joseph Smith's 1838 account, which became the official narrative now found in church manuals. Cowdery's letters start the narrative in 1827 when Joseph allegedly received the gold plates. It's all about tangible events, the discovery of the plates, the translation, the birth of the church. No divine appearances, no angelic visitors, just the Book of Mormon and how it supposedly came to be. So why would Cowdery skip something that is now the cornerstone of the church's existence? Could it be that the first vision simply wasn't important at the time? The church's foundational narrative was still evolving, and Cowdery may have been more focused on defending the Book of Mormon's authenticity than on personal claims, or even protecting his own role in its creation. Here's where it gets even more suspicious. The first vision didn't become central to Mormon doctrine until years after Cowdery had left the church in supposed disgrace. The 1838 version, the one you hear about in every missionary lesson, was conveniently written and published after he was gone. This raises a crucial question. If the first vision was as important as the church teaches today, why didn't Cowdery, the man tasked with writing the official history, mention it? Was it a simple oversight, or does this suggest something deeper, that the vision hadn't been invented yet, or wasn't central to the church's identity? Could it be that the event never happened at all? After all, only Frederick G. Williams seemed to know of any such account in 1832. It's time we start asking the real questions. How reliable is the narrative we've been fed? Part 2. Kirtland High Council Meeting, a turning point in early LDS history. Next, we turn to the Kirtland High Council meeting on February 12, 1834. This meeting is significant for several reasons. It marks the first recorded mention of an angel to church members, emphasizing the divine aspect of their mission. Additionally, it addressed the conferral of authority before the church was formally organized. Leaders discussed how divine authority had been granted to them, underscoring its importance for guiding the church. This acknowledgement helped establish a leadership framework that would shape the church's operations. At this point in church history, the Quorum of the 12 Apostles did not have the presiding authority they hold today. Instead, they primarily oversaw missionary efforts. Leadership was more decentralized, with local leaders managing the stakes and wards. The Kirtland High Council was created to address church governance and resolve disputes among members, functioning somewhat like a judicial body within the community. The discussions held during this meeting foreshadowed later doctrines on priesthood authority and ordination, reinforcing the idea that their work was divinely sanctioned. While this meeting laid the foundation for future councils, it's important to note that the organization of the church evolved significantly in the years that followed, particularly as the leadership structure solidified into what we see in the contemporary church. Part 3. Anthon Speaks Out. On February 17, 1834, Professor Charles Anthon publicly distanced himself from the Church of Christ. This shift was prompted by Joseph Smith and Martin Harris using Anthon's name to lend credibility to the Book of Mormon. In a letter to Eber D. Howe, published in Mormonism Unveiled, Anthon explicitly denied endorsing the Book of Mormon's authenticity. He stated, "The whole story about my having pronounced the Mormonite inscriptions to be reformed Egyptian hieroglyphics is perfectly false." Anthon's rejection was part of a broader effort to clarify his position and distance himself from claims made by Smith and his followers. He closed his letter off with a damning statement. "I have thus given you a full statement of all that I know respecting the origin of Mormonism, and must beg you, as a personal favor, to publish this letter immediately, should you find my name mentioned again by these wretched fanatics." Anthon's denial significantly undermined the early Mormon narrative. His disavowal of any connection to the Book of Mormon raised serious questions about the legitimacy of Joseph Smith's prophetic claims and highlighted the contentious relationship between the Mormons and established scholars. This incident illustrates the ongoing struggle for credibility faced by the early church. Part 4. A Father-in-Law's Condemnation. Isaac Hale, Emma Smith's father, provided a revealing affidavit detailing his experiences with Joseph Smith. This statement describes how Smith lived with the Hales while engaging in money-digging ventures, utilizing a seer stone to purportedly find buried treasure. Hale accused Smith of being a money digger, a term for those who sought treasure through dubious means. He stated, "I have seen him, Joseph Smith, use a certain stone which he had in his possession to look through, and by means of which he pretended to tell fortunes and find money." Hale suggested that Smith's practices were deceitful, indicating that he fabricated visions or revelations to manipulate others for financial gain. This characterization portrayed Smith as a con artist rather than a prophet, raising skepticism about his motivations. Isaac Hale's affidavit corroborates the testimonies published in Mormonism Unveiled, reinforcing the idea of Joseph Smith as a deceptive figure. Hale's first-hand observations amplify the doubts surrounding Smith's character and raise serious concerns about the narratives promoted by early Mormons. Not only did Hale provide a statement for how, but he also testified under oath in Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania, on March 20, 1834. He stated, "Joseph Smith Jr. resided near me for some time after this, and I had a good opportunity of becoming acquainted with him and somewhat acquainted with his associates. I conscientiously believe from the facts I have detailed, and from many other circumstances which I do not deem it necessary to relate, that the whole Book of Mormon, so-called, is a silly fabrication of falsehood and wickedness, concocted for speculation and designed to dupe the credulous and unwary. Its fabricators aim to profit from the deception of those who fall for their lies." Hale's testimony is just the tip of the iceberg. His insights and allegations deserve further investigation, so I urge you to delve deeper into his statement. Part 5. An order dissolves. The dissolution of the United Order in April 1834 marks a pivotal moment in the early history of the Church of Christ. Initially established as a system of communal living and economic cooperation, the United Order aimed to foster equality among church members in line with Joseph Smith's vision of a Zion society. However, economic challenges and internal strife led to the decision to dismantle this structure. Following the dissolution, the assets collectively held by church members were redistributed among individuals, mainly Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, Frederick G. Williams, and Oliver Cowdery. This redistribution raises significant questions about the original intent of the United Order and its failure to realize Smith's ideals. Many church members who had invested their hopes in this communal living arrangement grew disillusioned as they witnessed their contributions being claimed by those at the top of the hierarchy, leading to heightened tensions within the congregation. The collapse of the United Order illustrates the difficulties the early church faced in implementing its ambitious goals. This event not only reflects internal struggles, but also highlights the broader economic and cultural challenges of the 1830s. The events surrounding Oliver Cowdery's omission of key narratives, Professor Anthon's public denunciation, Isaac Hale's damning affidavit, and the dissolution of the United Order collectively illustrate significant fractures in the early Mormon narrative. Each incident reveals a complex interplay of personal ambitions, emerging doctrines, and community tensions that challenge the legitimacy of Joseph Smith's prophetic claims. As the church grappled with its identity, these controversies not only questioned foundational beliefs, but also highlighted the struggles for power and authority within its leadership, ultimately shaping the trajectory of Mormon history. Episode 29, Zion's Camp Marches. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In our last episode, we unearthed Oliver Cowdery's deliberate omission of the first vision and Moroni's pivotal visitations to Joseph Smith in 1820 and 1823. We also dissected Professor Charles Anthon's emphatic public rejection of the Book of Mormon, examined Isaac Hale's damning affidavit, and analyzed the chaotic dissolution of the United Order. In this episode, we delve into the tumultuous saga of Zion's Camp, uncovering the outrageous claims that emerged during this pivotal moment. We'll also examine Joseph Smith Jr.'s controversial decision to name his son Joseph III as the church's next leader, and the formation of the so-called Quorum of the 12 Fraudsters. Prepare for a riveting exploration of leadership, ambition, and the dark undercurrents of early Mormon history. Part 1: Zion's Camp Ego, a military march of failures. Zion's Camp is one of the more grandiose yet glaring failures in Joseph Smith's early career. Masked under the guise of spiritual purpose, it was a reckless expedition deeply entangled with Smith's inflated vision of reclaiming land in Jackson County, Missouri. Despite the facade of a divine mission, the reality is undeniable. Zion's Camp was a debacle of poor planning, dismal leadership, and misguided strategy. Let's take a step back to 1833 when tensions in Jackson County erupted. The Mormons, believing this land to be Zion, God's designated refuge for the saints, found themselves in a violent clash with locals who were less than thrilled about their rapid invasion and peculiar religious practices. In the end, they were expelled. Instead of addressing the complexities of the situation, Joseph saw an opportunity to assert his power. On May 4, 1834, Zion's Camp was launched. Armed with faith, muskets, and a dangerously misplaced sense of divine entitlement, Smith rallied 207 men to march over 1,000 miles to Missouri, believing they would reclaim their land. The result? Nothing short of a humiliating disaster. Smith's leadership failed on multiple fronts. His inability to negotiate with officials, his misreading of the situation, and the fact that disease ravaged his troops all pointed to one conclusion: Joseph was out of his depth. Instead of a moral victory, his followers were rewarded with suffering and disappointment. Fair LDS, as expected, spins this catastrophe into a trial of faith, claiming that the failed mission was never about military triumph, but about weeding out the unfaithful. They argue that Zion's Camp was divinely orchestrated to forge future leaders like Brigham Young. But let's be honest, this was no grand test. It was an ego-driven disaster that left Smith's credibility tarnished and his followers disillusioned. Part 2: Zelph the What? A convenient discovery to fit the narrative. During Zion's Camp, Joseph stumbled upon the remains of a supposed ancient warrior named Zelph, buried in a mound near the Illinois River. Smith declared, without hesitation, that these were the bones of a Nephite warrior who died fighting in the mythical wars of the Book of Mormon. This so-called revelation further entrenched the idea that North America was the battleground for the Nephite-Lamanite Wars. Why is this important? Because Joseph's narrative now tied ancient Book of Mormon geography to the very land they were marching through, creating a direct connection between Zion's Camp and the supposed Nephite Wars. But here's the problem. Joseph had already claimed that the final battles of the Nephites occurred near the hill Cumorah in New York. So which is it, Joseph? Was it in New York, or are we now rewriting geography to suit the situation at hand? Fair LDS predictably downplays the Zelph story, calling it symbolic rather than doctrinal. But let's face it, Joseph was trying to make a bold statement about the land his followers were traversing, reinforcing the shaky foundations of his theology. The contradictions in geography revealed just how fluid Joseph's revelations really were, conveniently adjusting to the moment, but ultimately falling apart under scrutiny. Part 3: The Utter Failure of Zion's Camp. When Zion's Camp neared Missouri, Joseph was banking on Governor Dunklин's promise to help reinstate the Mormons to their land. But Dunklin, witnessing an armed militia approaching, wisely backed away from that commitment. Zion's Camp was anything but peaceful. Armed to the teeth and preparing for battle, they arrived as an intimidating force, not a humble group seeking negotiation. Dunklin, not wanting to fan the flames of conflict, pulled out any support, and Zion's Camp was left stranded. No allies, no plan, and no hope. Joseph's response? Blame his followers for their lack of faith. He chastised them for their supposed spiritual weakness, never once taking responsibility for his disastrous leadership. In classic Smith fashion, he reframed the entire failed mission as a divine test, claiming that Zion's Camp wasn't about retaking land, but testing the faith of his followers. Fair LDS would have you believe that this was a spiritual triumph, a test of faith, designed to prepare future leaders. But the facts tell a different story. It was a logistical, strategic, and spiritual failure that exposed Joseph's weaknesses. His grand promises went unfulfilled, and many of his followers returned home disillusioned, with their faith shaken to the core. Part 4. Discontent and a Failed Prophecy. The failure of Zion's camp didn't just end with the immediate disbandment. Joseph doubled down, prophesying that the saints would reclaim Jackson County by September 11, 1836. And surprise, this too never came to pass. No battle was fought, no land was reclaimed, and Smith's prophetic credibility was further damaged. The church likes to paint Zion's camp as the forge that shaped its future leaders, but in reality, it sowed the seeds of dissent and left many questioning Joseph's divine authority. Those who point to its failure aren't missing the long-term spiritual impact. They're just recognizing that sometimes a failure is just a failure. No divine test, no greater purpose, just an inflated ego leading followers to ruin. Part 5. Joseph Smith III, the heir that never was. In 1834, Joseph Smith reportedly blessed his 2-year-old son, Joseph Smith III, as his chosen successor. This moment is key in understanding the eventual succession crisis after Smith's death in 1844. Smith III was named as the rightful heir to the church's leadership, a fact upheld by the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, RLDS, now Community of Christ. However, the majority of Latter-day Saints followed Brigham Young westward, splintering the movement and leaving Joseph's family behind. The RLDS would later argue that this blessing was proof that Joseph Jr. intended for his son to lead, not Brigham Young. This family-based claim of legitimacy remains central to the RLDS tradition, and it stands in stark contrast to the mainstream LDS Church, which roots its leadership authority in the Quorum of the 12. Part 6. The Quorum of the 12, second fiddle to Smith's inner circle. In 1835, the Quorum of the 12 Apostles was formally established, yet it's crucial to recognize that they did not wield the immense power they hold today. Initially, their mission was to serve as special witnesses and to spread the gospel across the globe, but they were far from the church's highest authority. That distinction belonged solely to Joseph Smith and his first presidency. At that time, the 12 often operated under the shadow of the High Council, which was the church's original governing body. It wasn't until after Joseph's death and Brigham Young's ascent to leadership that the Quorum of the 12 transformed into the dominant authority we see today. Prior to this shift, their role was largely symbolic and supportive, primarily executing the directives of Joseph Smith and his inner circle. Joseph Smith opened the historic meeting by proclaiming, "Let the 3 witnesses of the Book of Mormon pray," and then proceed to choose 12 men from the church as apostles to go forth to all nations, kindreds, tongues, and peoples. Following this sacred invocation, the 3 witnesses offered fervent prayers, receiving blessings through the laying on of hands from the first presidency. United in purpose, they set out to fulfill a previously supposed divine command by selecting the 12. Among those present on February 14, 1835, was Heber C. Kimball, a veteran of Zion's camp, who would later emphasize the day's significance. This was the day appointed for choosing. The 3 witnesses called forth individuals revealed to them by divine inspiration, confirming their selections with profound certainty. Joseph Smith had previously reviewed the names, and those chosen for the first Quorum of the 12 Apostles in this dispensation included Lyman Johnson, Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, Orson Hyde, David W. Patton, Luke Johnson, William E. McClellan, John F. Boynton, Orson Pratt, William Smith, Thomas B. Marsh, and Parley P. Pratt. During this inaugural meeting, Lyman Johnson, Brigham Young, and Heber C. Kimball were ordained by the 3 witnesses. The following day, on Sunday, Oliver Cowdery called forth Orson Hyde, David W. Patton, and Luke Johnson for their ordination. Later that same day, William E. McClellan, John F. Boynton, and William Smith received their ordinations. On February 21st, Joseph Smith, David Whitmer, and Oliver Cowdery ordained Parley P. Pratt, solidifying the new quorum. Latter-day Saint historians assert that the first Quorum of the 70 was largely composed of veterans from Zion's camp. The history of the church lists 41 members from Zion's camp as part of the original quorum, while Joseph Young, the senior president of the quorum, adds 29 names not included earlier. When these records are combined, an impressive 67 members of the first quorum had marched with Zion's camp, with Jesse Huntsman, William D. Pratt, and Jesse B. Smith as notable exceptions. With the first quorum and their presidency firmly established, Joseph Smith articulated the pivotal role these leaders would play in the kingdom of God. If the first 70 are all employed, and there is a call for more laborers, he declared, it will be the duty of the 7 presidents of the first 70 to call and ordain others and send them forth into the vineyard, until, if necessary, they set apart 7 times 70, and even until there are 144,000 thus designated for the ministry. He underscored the authority of the presidency to choose, ordain, and set apart from among the most experienced elders of the church additional 70s and special witnesses of Christ, thereby establishing their foundational role in the rapidly expanding church. Conclusion: this is a tale of failures, false promises, and fractured leadership. Zion's camp was far from the spiritual triumph the church claims. It was a misguided march driven by ambition, leading followers into disease, disillusionment, and death under the guise of divine command. With Joseph Smith III receiving a blessing to lead the church, the deep fractures within the organization became evident, highlighting a legacy of power struggles and unfulfilled promises that challenge its foundational claim. Episode 30, The Spirit of God is Like a What? Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic, historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In our last episode, we uncovered the disastrous failure of Zion's camp and how Joseph Smith shifted the blame onto the saints for its lack of success. We also revealed the moment when Smith bestowed a blessing upon his son, Joseph Smith III, setting him apart as the future leader of the church. On top of that, we examined the calling of the Quorum of the 12 and the 70. This week, we dive into the 5th lecture of faith, where, contrary to later claims, Smith describes God as a spirit, not a physical being. We'll also explore why Joseph took control of the church's first history project from Oliver Cowdery, still with no mention of the first vision. Plus, we'll revisit the Book of Abraham. Don't miss this episode. It's one you'll want to dissect. Part 1, The Spirit of God or Not. In May 1835, Joseph Smith published the 5th Lectures of Faith in the Messenger and Advocate, boldly claiming that God was a spirit. Hold on, didn't Smith record in his 1832 account that Jesus, who is supposed to be God, appeared to him in human form? We'll dive deeper into the tangled mess of contradictions surrounding the so-called nature of God later, but for now, this issue is impossible to ignore. This statement sparked immediate tension because it leaned dangerously close to a Trinitarian view of the Godhead, a stance the modern LDS Church flat-out rejects. Fair LDS tries to smooth this over by claiming the lectures didn't promote a Trinitarian view at all, arguing that the Father and the Son were clearly distinct personages, united in mind by the Holy Spirit. They cite Lecture 5, which describes God the Father as a personage of spirit, and Jesus Christ as a personage of tabernacle, implying a physical being fashioned in the likeness of man. But here's the problem. Despite distinguishing between the Father and the Son, Smith places God as a spirit and Jesus as a man. He explicitly says, the Father being a personage of spirit, glory, and power, possessing all perfection and fullness. The Son being in the form and likeness of man. So which is it? How can God be an incorporeal spirit while Jesus, his supposed perfect image, is clearly described as a man of flesh? Smith only muddied the waters further when he later revised his theology about the Holy Ghost, which had barely been a blip on the radar during the 1830s. Initially, Smith taught that God was a spirit, yet by 1843, after he had concocted 4 different first vision accounts, he suddenly declared, the Father has a body of flesh and bones as tangible as man's, the Son also, but the Holy Ghost has not a body of flesh and bones, but is a personage of spirit. The contradictions are blatant. Is God a spirit or a physical being? Smith couldn't seem to make up his mind, and the confusion within his own teachings is glaring. The final nail in the coffin is that Joseph Smith deliberately concealed his 1832 account from everyone around him. He never revealed that he had supposedly been visited by the Lord Jesus, God in the flesh, a blatantly Trinitarian claim. If those with him had known this, it would have unraveled his entire evolving narrative. Smith's silence on this crucial visitation wasn't just an oversight. It was a calculated move to keep his followers in the dark, avoiding the obvious contradictions between his early accounts and the later doctrines he spun to fit his shifting theology. The Fifth Lectures on Faith, published under Smith's direction in the 1835 edition of the Doctrine and Covenants, presents a stark contrast in describing the Father and the Son. Smith makes it clear, God the Father is a spirit while Jesus is a being of flesh. Fair LDS tries to wiggle out of this mess by suggesting that perhaps Smith hadn't yet fully grasped the physicality of God at that time. They cite Bruce R. McConkie, who speculates that Smith may have been referring to a spirit body. But that's just another desperate attempt to reconcile these glaring inconsistencies. The fact remains that Smith's early accounts sound eerily Trinitarian, despite Fair LDS's attempts to downplay it. Just look at the Athanasian Creed. So likewise the Father is Lord, the Son Lord, and the Holy Ghost Lord. And yet not three Lords, but one Lord. Compare that to Smith's own words from the 1832 account, where he writes, I saw the Lord, I was crucified for the world. Smith is clearly describing Jesus, and the phrasing feels far more aligned with traditional Christian Trinitarian doctrine than with the later fractured Mormon view of the Godhead. And if the Fifth Lectures of Faith were so harmless, why were they pulled from the Doctrine and Covenants in 1921? The official story is that they were never presented to or accepted by the Church as revelation. According to Joseph Fielding Smith, they were merely instructional material on the principle of faith, not actual doctrine. He goes on to claim that the teachings regarding the Godhead were incomplete and confusing, so they were simply removed to avoid contention and confusion. In reality, Church leadership didn't like the tangled web of contradictions in Smith's evolving theology, so they erased the inconvenient parts. Part 2. Joseph hijacks Mormon history. As you've seen in an earlier episode, Oliver Cowdery began drafting the Church's history in 1834, publishing it in the Latter-day Saint Messenger and Advocate. Notably absent from these early accounts was any mention of the so-called First Vision, or even the angel Moroni encounter, two cornerstone events in modern LDS teachings. This glaring omission speaks volumes. Joseph Smith apparently wasn't satisfied with how Cowdery was handling things, because by May 1835, he stepped in personally to take control of the project. Smith's decision to rework the Church's history in 1835 came at a critical moment, as the movement was under fire from all sides. The timing and reasons behind this revision are telling, and several key factors highlight the growing cracks in the LDS foundation. 1. External criticism and persecution. By 1835, Joseph Smith and the Church were under increasing scrutiny, not just from religious critics but from people who were determined to expose the whole operation as a fraudulent scheme. Publications like E.D. Howe's Mormonism Unveiled, 1834, directly accused Smith and his associates of deception, outlining allegations that the Book of Mormon was plagiarized from Solomon Spaulding's manuscript found, or Ethan Smith's view of the Hebrews. Smith and Cowdery were desperate to defend their narrative, and the History Project was their tool for doing just that, crafting a version of events that bolstered Joseph's claims of divine authority while trying to silence accusations that they were mere con men, duping their followers. 2. Solidifying doctrine and historical claims. As the Church expanded, Smith's evolving theological ideas became increasingly unorthodox, diverging sharply from traditional Christian beliefs. The Church needed an official, cohesive narrative to justify these doctrinal shifts. This revision effort in 1835 wasn't just about recounting early history. It was a way to frame these changes in doctrine as part of a grand divine plan. They needed to provide the faithful with a version of events that justified Smith's growing claims of authority and deflected attention from the fact that the foundational stories were being retrofitted to match his new revelations. The absence of any mention of the first vision or angelic visitations in earlier accounts reveals just how malleable these divine stories were to suit the evolving agenda. Let's not forget, the Church was already being accused of plagiarism and theological inconsistency. The Book of Mormon's striking similarities to View of the Hebrews and manuscript found were too blatant to ignore, and Smith knew he had to double down on a unified, sanitized narrative. The church couldn't afford for its founding to appear as flimsy as its doctrines had become. 3. Responding to internal divisions. The church was also facing turmoil from within, with growing dissent and disillusionment among its own members. Kirtland's financial scandal and the increasing tension in Missouri were threatening the stability of the movement. Smith and Cowdery needed to present a unified history that would rally the faithful around Joseph's leadership and silence internal critics. But what did they actually do? They whitewashed controversial events, glossing over failures and divisions, spinning the narrative to portray Smith as a steadfast leader guided by God's hand through every challenge. They hoped that members would simply accept these revisions and move on, leaving the harsher realities of church history buried in the past. 4. The emerging need for a first vision narrative. By 1835, the first vision narrative was still in its infancy. The absence of any mention of it in the 1834 accounts raises serious questions. How could an event as monumental as Joseph supposedly seeing God the Father and Jesus Christ not make it into the foundational history of the church if it really happened the way later versions claim? The truth is, the first vision story wasn't fully developed or widely publicized until much later, and by 1835, Joseph was only just beginning to reference divine visions in his teachings. This gradual insertion of the first vision into the church's narrative suggests it was a later invention, crafted and refined over time to solidify Joseph's prophetic authority. The History Project in 1835 laid some groundwork for this eventual myth-making, but the fact that it wasn't central from the beginning should raise serious red flags for anyone examining the origins of the LDS Church. The only reason we even have the 1835 account is because of a dramatic confrontation between Joseph Smith and a mysterious figure known as Joshua the Jew. This man came to Kirtland with a mission to challenge Joseph's supposed divine authority. In response, Joseph seized the moment to elaborate on his earlier 1832 account, which at that point had remained hidden from the general membership of the church. This confrontation wasn't just a test of authority, it became the perfect opportunity for Joseph to further shape and control his narrative. In short, Joseph's involvement in reworking the church's history in 1835 was a calculated move, one designed to defend the church from external accusations of fraud, solidify increasingly shaky doctrinal claims, and gloss over internal fractures. For those looking critically at the history, it's clear that what Smith and Cowdery were really doing was constructing a mythology, one that would be used to keep the church's membership in line and silence growing skepticism. Part 3. To scroll or not to scroll. Between 1818 and 1822, Antonio Lobolo unearthed 11 mummies and several papyri near Thebes, Egypt. After Lobolo's death in 1830, the mummies and artifacts were shipped to New York to be sold on behalf of his heirs. Michael H. Chandler eventually acquired these relics, transforming them into a traveling exhibition that began in Philadelphia. Over the next 2 years, Chandler toured the eastern United States, selling and showcasing the mummies. In late June or early July 1835, Chandler brought his collection to Kirtland, Ohio, where he promoted the mummies with an audacious claim: they may have lived in the days of Jacob, Moses, or David. At this time, Kirtland was the headquarters of the Latter-day Saints, led by Joseph Smith, fresh off the success of his Book of Mormon, which he claimed to have translated from Reformed Egyptian, etched onto ancient golden plates. Smith's fascination with the papyri was instant, and he immediately offered Chandler a preliminary translation. Not content with just a casual translation, Smith quickly declared that these papyri contained sacred writings of monumental importance. According to him, these ancient documents held the words of Abraham and Joseph of Egypt, two iconic figures of the Old Testament. Driven by his growing sense of divine purpose, Smith rallied his followers to pool $2,400, a small fortune at the time, to purchase Chandler's entire collection. The faithful obliged, eager to possess what their prophet claimed were sacred relics. Smith wasted no time claiming divine insight into the papyri's content. He began his translation, confidently asserting that one of the scrolls was a long-lost record from Abraham's life. This work, which he would eventually publish as the Book of Abraham, became part of the LDS Church's canon and remains a source of doctrine to this day. Smith insisted this document revealed profound truths, including Abraham's interactions with God, the creation of the universe, and divine priesthood authority. But there was a glaring issue. Joseph Smith had zero knowledge of Egyptian hieroglyphics or any ancient languages. His so-called translation bore no resemblance to anything rooted in linguistic or scholarly practice. Egyptology, barely in its infancy, was just beginning to crack the code of ancient Egyptian script. Jean-François Champollion had only recently deciphered the Rosetta Stone in 1822, and true knowledge of hieroglyphics was still scarce. Fast forward to 1966, when a portion of the original papyri, believed lost, was rediscovered in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This was a pivotal moment. Egyptologists pounced on the opportunity to study the ancient scrolls, and what they found was damning. The papyri were not writings from Abraham or Joseph of Egypt at all. Instead, they were typical Egyptian funerary texts, standard fare for entombing the dead. Specifically, they were sections of the Book of the Dead, a well-known funerary guide designed to help the deceased navigate the afterlife. Joseph Smith's so-called translation was a fabrication. The papyri had nothing to do with Abraham or Joseph, and his claims about their contents were pure invention. The undeniable difference between what Smith claimed and what the scrolls actually said triggered intense criticism. The Book of Abraham, long held as divinely inspired, was exposed as a concoction of imaginative deception. This scandalous revelation did more than just call Joseph Smith's credibility into question. It undermined core tenets of Mormonism. Some of the key issues raised by this episode include: 1. Smith's fraudulent translation abilities. Joseph Smith's supposed ability to translate ancient records, whether the Book of Mormon or the Book of Abraham, is foundational to his prophetic claims. The fact that the papyri were nothing more than funerary scrolls, not sacred scripture, obliterates any notion that Smith was divinely gifted in translation. His authority as a prophet and translator is exposed as fraudulent. 2. Doctrinal crisis. The Book of Abraham isn't just an oddity in LDS scripture, it is a linchpin of Mormon doctrine. It introduces key theological concepts, such as the pre-existence of souls and God's cosmic hierarchy. If the Book of Abraham is a fraud, these doctrines lose their foundation. The theological implications are staggering. Entire elements of Mormon belief are left baseless. 3. Willful deception and continued denial. Despite overwhelming evidence debunking the authenticity of the papyri, the LDS Church continues to include the Book of Abraham in its canon. This ongoing reliance on a discredited text casts a long shadow over the Church's commitment to truth and transparency. Rather than addressing the fraudulent origins of this scripture, Church leaders have doubled down, raising serious ethical questions about their leadership and intentions. Smith's eagerness to purchase the papyri also played into a broader 19th century trend, the Western obsession with Egypt. Egyptian artifacts, with their air of ancient mystery, were highly sought after. It's not difficult to see how Smith, capitalizing on this fascination, seized the opportunity to enhance his prophetic image by claiming access to lost biblical records. His followers, many of whom were already devoted to his leadership, were likely all too willing to believe the impossible. In reality, the entire affair surrounding the mummies and papyri reveals much about Joseph Smith's opportunistic nature. Faced with increasing scrutiny and the need for further validation of his prophetic status, Smith was quick to create another revelation, regardless of its authenticity. By positioning the papyri as sacred texts from Abraham and Joseph, he cemented his control over his followers, even as he led them deeper into a web of falsehoods. For a deeper dive into this topic, check out my video titled Episode J, The Book of Abraham. In it, I break down the entire story, exposing the truth behind Joseph Smith's so-called translation and the Church's continued reliance on a discredited text. Trust me, you don't want to miss this one. Conclusion: Joseph Smith's shifting theology regarding the nature of God, revealing the contradictions in his early teachings and the manipulation of church history for personal gain. From the murky claims in the fifth lecture of faith to his control over the Church's history, it's clear that Smith was crafting a narrative to protect his authority and silence dissent. Episode 31, an ongoing series of denials and tales. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In our last episode, we delved into the provocative fifth lecture of faith, where Joseph Smith initially claimed that God was a spirit, only to later shift his views dramatically. We scrutinized how Smith and Oliver Cowdery engaged in crafting a revisionist history of the Church, manipulating narratives to suit their needs. Additionally, we uncovered the fraudulent origins of the Book of Abraham, exposing the deceptive tactics Joseph used to pass off this so-called scripture as divine revelation. This time, we're diving headfirst into the Church's earliest denials of polygamy, a watershed moment wrapped in secrecy and contradiction. We'll uncover how the 1835 edition of the Doctrine and Covenants was updated and revised with a startling twist: the retroactive insertion of the supposed visitation of Peter, James, and John into D&C 27. It's the first time anyone hears about this monumental priesthood restoration, a narrative that would become central to church doctrine. And guess what? The Whitmers aren't staying quiet about it. They speak out, raising serious questions. Part 1, more denials piled up. The August 1835 denial of polygamy, led by William W. Phelps and Oliver Cowdery, was a strategic moment in Mormon history, designed to cover up the growing rumors surrounding Joseph Smith's secret teachings. At this time, polygamy was a covert doctrine, shared only with a few trusted individuals, but whispers were spreading outside the church, threatening to unravel Joseph's image and destabilize the faith he was building. In response, the church made a public statement, flat out denying polygamy and adding it to the Doctrine and Covenants as Section 101, which stated that marriage was between one man and one woman. This was a calculated move, designed not just to appease outsiders, but to mislead members of the church who were unaware of what was being taught in secret. The section remained part of the D&C until 1876, long after polygamy had become an open practice. Even FAIR LDS acknowledges this contradiction. In fact, the statement remained in the D&C until the 1876 edition, even though plural marriage had been taught to specific individuals since at least 1831, practiced in secret since 1836, and practiced openly since 1852. The matter of not removing it in 1852 was simply due to the fact that a new edition of the D&C was not published until 1876. FAIR's explanation doesn't hide the fact that Joseph Smith and others were already practicing polygamy behind closed doors. The church's public denial wasn't just a defense against external criticism. It was a manipulation designed to maintain control over the narrative while privately grooming select members for the eventual embrace of plural marriage. Joseph Smith had already revealed the principle of plural marriage to trusted associates like Oliver Cowdery before the Fanny Alger incident, which occurred in 1832. Yet, according to the official church narrative, Joseph supposedly received the polygamy revelation in May of 1843, with Hiram presenting it to Emma. This timeline is a fabrication designed to delay the exposure of polygamy for as long as possible. What's more, Emma's discovery of Joseph and Fanny in 1832, 11 years before the supposed 1843 revelation, raises serious questions. The leadership of the church deliberately shifted timelines to protect Joseph's reputation, downplaying or outright hiding the practice of plural marriage until they could no longer keep it secret. The 1835 denial not only signaled the onset of decades of contradictions, where public proclamations of monogamy stood in stark contrast to the covert spread of polygamy, but it also laid bare the deceit at the core of Joseph Smith's leadership and the church's foundational claims. This wasn't merely about doctrine. It was a calculated ruse designed to preserve Joseph's authority and maintain the church's facade. Moreover, this denial reveals that Joseph Smith and the church leadership were not just misleading, they were actively perpetuating a lie. How do I know this? Beyond my personal disaffection as a former member, the evidence speaks volumes. FAIR LDS itself provides a striking admission. While some have suggested that the article was published against Joseph's wishes or without his knowledge, the available evidence suggests that he supported its publication. It was likely included to counter the perception that the Mormons' practice of communal property, the law of consecration, included a community of wives. This statement from Fair effectively acknowledges that Joseph endorsed this act of dishonesty, what contemporary members might euphemistically call lying for the Lord. It's a sobering realization that even the church's own defenders struggle to provide a legitimate justification for this duplicity. The implications are staggering. The very leaders who were supposed to embody truth and integrity were, in reality, orchestrating a deceptive narrative to obscure the truth of their practices. How disheartening is it that even a supposedly faithful organization cannot muster a solid defense for this foundational betrayal? Part 2. Adjusting timelines. As I noted recently, the timeline surrounding Joseph Smith's supposed revelation of plural marriage in 1843, juxtaposed against the Church's claims that polygamy originated in 1831, presents a significant dilemma. I'm not the only one who has highlighted this contradiction. Even Joseph F. Smith himself drew attention to it. On July 7, 1878, Joseph F. Smith went on record stating, "To put this matter more correctly before you, I here declare that the principle of plural marriage was not first revealed on the 12th day of July, 1843. It was written for the first time on that date, but it had been revealed to the prophet many years before that, perhaps as early as 1832. About this time, or subsequently, Joseph, the prophet, entrusted this fact to Oliver Cowdery. He abused the confidence imposed in him and brought reproach upon himself, and thereby upon the church by running before he was sent, and taking liberties without license, so to speak, hence the publication, by O. Cowdery, about this time, of an article on marriage, which was carefully worded, and afterwards found its way into the Doctrine and Covenants without authority. This article explains itself to those who understand the facts, and is an indisputable evidence of the early existence of the knowledge of the principle of patriarchal marriage by the prophet Joseph, and also by Oliver Cowdery. In response, Fair LDS asserts, however, there continues to be debate about whether Oliver Cowdery knew about or prematurely practiced plural marriage in the 1830s. Oliver would learn about the Fanny Alger marriage, but his reaction at the time seems to have been wholly negative. However, this is not a matter of debate. It is a critique of church fallacies. The 1831 account of the plural marriage revelation was communicated to Cowdery, Phelps, and other missionaries sent to Missouri to convert the Native Americans, as we explored in a previous video. I previously discussed how Smith commanded the party to take Native women as their wives, including married men. The narrative we are told about 1832 cannot hold water, as Cowdery would have already been privy to such a revelation. Moreover, Cowdery couldn't have been guilty of practicing plural marriage at that time, as he had yet to marry his wife. How could Oliver be accused of polygamy when he wasn't even married? It's more likely that this accusation stemmed from Smith trying to discredit Cowdery after he caught Smith and Fanny Alger in a compromising situation. We also know that polygamy was indeed practiced before 1836. There are sources that place the Alger affair prior to 1836 and indicate a marriage in 1835. This timeline manipulation suggests that the Church is actively adjusting historical accounts to better align with its narrative, attempting to soften the implications for Joseph Smith and his associates engaged in plural marriage. Before the official revelation on plural marriage in 1843, an early edition of the Doctrine and Covenants included a striking statement from Joseph Smith addressing growing public concern over his illegal practice of polygamy. Statement on Marriage. August 17, 1835. Inasmuch as this Church of Christ has been reproached with the crime of fornication and polygamy, we declare that we believe that one man should have one wife, and one woman but one husband, except in case of death, when either is at liberty to marry again. This begs a critical question. Why would Joseph explicitly mention that the church was accused of polygamy in 1835 when he claimed that God did not reveal this practice until 1843? The answer is clear. He and other church leaders were already engaged in the practice of plural marriage, concealing it from the public while grappling with the fallout as rumors began to leak from their inner circle. Despite persistent efforts by some to defend Joseph Smith's actions, arguing that he did not practice polygamy, the overwhelming evidence points to the contrary. Even the Community of Christ, formerly known as the RLDS Church, has acknowledged the truth. Joseph Smith was indeed a polygamist who engaged in plural marriage. Part 3, A Supposed Scripture Revised. The 1835 edition of the Doctrine and Covenants was not just a revision. It was a radical transformation that introduced numerous unannounced changes and expansions, fundamentally altering the Church's foundational narrative. Here's a closer examination of these significant alterations. 1. D&C 46, The Gifts of the Spirit. The language and structure of this section underwent substantial modifications from its previous version. Additional context and details were included about the gifts of the Spirit, aiming to clarify church doctrine regarding spiritual gifts and their operational dynamics within the church. D&C 20, The Articles and Covenants of the Church. Although D&C 20 had been published in 1830, it was heavily revised in 1835. These changes encompassed critical clarifications on church governance and the roles of church leaders. Alarmingly, these revisions were implemented without any explicit announcement or explanation to church members, leaving many in the dark about the adjustments to foundational teachings. 3. D&C 42, The Law of the Church. This section was revised to bolster the authority of church leaders and clarify governance and regulations, including conduct expected of church members. Yet again, the specifics of these revisions were not communicated to the membership, raising questions about transparency and integrity. 4. D&C 27:12-13, The Visitation of Peter, James, and John. Most notably, the account of the visitation by Peter, James, and John was retroactively inserted into this section, marking the first public acknowledgement of this pivotal event in the Church's history. This moment was critical for the narrative of priesthood restoration, but was entirely absent from earlier discussions, leaving members unaware of its significance until it was thrust upon them. Both David and John Whitmer, early witnesses of the Book of Mormon and significant figures in the Church of Christ, explicitly testified that they had never heard of the claims regarding the visitation of Peter, James, and John prior to the 1835 changes. Their statements are telling. In his later accounts, David Whitmer stressed that the notion of the priesthood restoration through the visit of Peter, James, and John was foreign to him before 1835. He asserted, "I never heard of the visitation of Peter, James, and John until it was published in the Doctrine and Covenants in 1835. David Whitmer, as recorded in various historical accounts. John Whitmer expressed similar confusion and surprise regarding these claims. He remarked, "I do not remember ever hearing of such a thing until after it was published in the Doctrine and Covenants." John Whitmer, reflecting on his experiences as a witness, these statements underscore a crucial point in early LDS history. The Whitmers, key figures in the Church's founding, had no prior knowledge of this essential narrative concerning the priesthood. Their testimonies are frequently cited to illustrate the discrepancies in early church teachings and the evolution of the Church's foundational narratives over time. Moreover, David Whitmer provided even more damning testimony, declaring, "I never heard that an angel had ordained Joseph and Oliver to the Aaronic priesthood until the year 1834, 5, or 6. In Ohio, I do not believe that John the Baptist ever ordained Joseph and Oliver." Whitmer places the revelation of this priesthood claim in 1835, a staggering 6 years after the supposed event. This further highlights the questionable authenticity and timing of the Church's claims, exposing the inconsistencies within its foundational narratives. Conclusion: the early Church's denials of polygamy and the subsequent revisions to the Doctrine and Covenants reveal a troubling pattern of manipulation and deceit. The strategic denial in 1835, coupled with the retroactive insertions regarding priesthood restoration, highlights the lengths to which church leaders went to control the narrative surrounding polygamy and other foundational doctrines. The testimonies of key figures like the Whitmers further underscore the inconsistencies in the Church's claims, raising critical questions about the authenticity of its foundational narratives. Ultimately, these revelations challenge the integrity of the Church's historical claims and the leadership's commitment to truth. Episode 32, Visions in Conflict. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we dived headfirst into the Church's earliest denials of polygamy. We uncovered how the 1835 edition of the Doctrine and Covenants was updated and revised with a startling twist: the retroactive insertion of the supposed visitation of Peter, James, and John into D&C 27. And the Whitmers didn't stay quiet about it. They speak out, raising serious questions. In this episode, we're revisiting pivotal and often glossed over moments in early LDS history. From the enigmatic Joshua the Jew, aka Robert Matthias, to the questioning Erastus Holmes, we'll uncover contradictions in Joseph Smith's first vision accounts. We'll also dive into Joseph's controversial commandments regarding wives' submission, along with his decision to marry Newell Knight to the undivorced Lydia Goldthwait. Do not miss this one at all. Part 1, Revisiting Robert Matthias, aka Joshua the Jew. We covered Robert Matthias in the Four Visions back in episode 4, but this incident fits directly into today's timeline and reveals something important about Joseph Smith's evolving first vision story. In November 1835, Joseph Smith recounted his first vision to his scribe Warren Parrish during a visit with Robert Matthias, a self-proclaimed Prophet Matthias from New York, notorious for his eccentric religious beliefs and run-ins with the law. Matthias came to Kirtland not for casual curiosity, but to size up Smith's prophetic claims against his own. This meeting, then, was no minor interaction. It was a strategic encounter where Smith presented himself as a legitimate prophet in a way that would bolster his authority over someone as controversial as Matthias. For Matthias, Smith provided an elaborate account. He spoke of first seeing God, then Jesus, accompanied by a host of angels, a grand scene meant to validate his prophetic calling. And yet, the Church's official narratives often omit Matthias's name and Parrish's role in recording it, leaving an impression of this version as more polished and timeless than it really was. This omission sidesteps the specific way Smith curated his story, emphasizing only what he needed to in the moment to differentiate himself from Matthias. But what makes this account so interesting isn't just Matthias's involvement. It's how Smith's story shifts just a week later, when he tells a much simpler version to someone else. And this second telling raises serious questions about the reliability of Smith's visions. Part 2, Holmes gets a different answer. A week after his encounter with Matthias, Joseph was approached by Erastus Holmes, a farmer and inquiring outsider who seemed far less sensational than Matthias. Holmes's questions were earnest, his demeanor calm, and he simply wanted to know more about Smith's experiences that had inspired such a movement. But what Holmes received from Smith was, curiously, a simpler and significantly different vision. In this second account, recorded in Smith's journal, he described how he went into the woods as a young man, troubled by the divisions among denominations. This time, however, he spoke of only one divine messenger, an angel, who forgave him and warned against all existing churches as corrupt. Gone was the dramatic procession of God, Jesus, and angels that Smith had shared with Matthias just a week earlier. Key points to note: forgiveness and denomination condemnation. Smith's message to Holmes focused on forgiveness and a denunciation of all churches. Although this message aligns with later accounts, it lacks key details found in his other accounts. Specifically, there's no mention of God and Jesus appearing together. Single divine messenger versus the full cast. This version's omission of both God and Jesus is significant. Only one messenger, a lone angel, visits him in this telling, directly contradicting what he had just told Matthias. Why would Smith's vision of the heavenly assembly, seen just a week before, suddenly reduce to a lone messenger? This inconsistency begs the question: was Smith adjusting the story based on who was listening? Religious confusion as motivation. As with other versions, Smith pointed to his quest for answers amidst denominational strife. Yet here, the vision seems more tailored to Holmes's straightforward curiosity, presenting a simpler, more accessible message rather than a full display of divine figures. This meeting with Holmes reveals a first vision that is less complex and more flexible, reflecting a simpler narrative that eventually evolved to carry more theological weight as Smith's movement grew. The dramatic divine assembly shared with Matthias, trimmed down to a singular angel for Holmes, suggests that the foundational story was malleable, adapted to each audience rather than fixed in one concrete vision. Bluntly put, the differences between these accounts are more than inconsistencies. They illustrate how the first vision was not yet a rigid doctrine, but a tale that shifted to suit the moment. Joseph Smith's meetings with Holmes and Matthias shows a version of the first vision that, like clay, was still being molded. It wasn't yet the story that later would form the bedrock of LDS theology. Rather, it was a narrative taking on new layers, fitting itself to the immediate needs and expectations of a movement still defining itself. Part 3. Submitting the Wives. In November of 1835, Joseph Smith's Wives, Submit Yourselves unto Your Own Husbands revelation is generally tied to the early teachings of the LDS Church on marriage roles found in Section 101 of the D&C, where he drew upon biblical concepts emphasizing patriarchal authority within the household. This revelation, believed to reflect the language of Ephesians 5:22-23, aligns with a doctrine stating that the husband is the spiritual head of the household and places wives in a role of submission to their husbands as part of a divinely ordered family structure. Within this context, Joseph's revelation provided a theological justification for this patriarchal structure, which was integral to the LDS doctrine of exaltation and eternal family order. In practice, the teachings reinforced the idea that a woman's spiritual salvation was closely linked to her adherence to her husband's guidance, a stance that became foundational to LDS teachings about marriage and family governance. The Church encouraged women to view their role as supportive and subordinate, essential for the fulfillment of their husband's priesthood responsibilities, and ultimately for the exaltation of the entire family unit. These teachings, particularly as they relate to polygamy, also stirred considerable conflict within the Church and with the broader public. Emma was notably opposed to the polygamous doctrine, and her resistance created tension within their marriage and the church community. Emma's resistance, alongside societal backlash, highlighted the divisive nature of Smith's marital doctrines and foreshadowed future controversies around the role of women in the church. Over time, the LDS Church adapted its stance on women's submission, especially after the official end of polygamy in 1890. Though modern teachings claim a shift from outright submission to equal partnership between spouses, echoes of Joseph Smith's original doctrine persist, particularly in the rigid gender roles and authority structures upheld by the Church. The concept of male leadership remains entrenched. As the priesthood holder, a husband retains ultimate authority in the home, a position his wife, who is denied the priesthood, cannot assume. Despite language suggesting equality, the priesthood framework ensures that in practice, the man has final say, reinforcing the hierarchical structure that Smith originally instituted. Part 4. Breaking the Law, Illegal Marriages. M. Scott Bradshaw highlights a critical point. During the 1830s, ministers from a wide range of Christian denominations performed marriages in Ohio. Representatives from at least a dozen religious denominations were actively solemnizing marriages, including Anabaptists, Baptists, Congregationalists, Disciples of Christ, Episcopalians, Evangelicals, German Reformed, Mennonites, Methodists, Presbyterians, Unitarians, Universalists, and, of particular interest to readers here, Latter-day Saints. Why would this be of particular interest? Because, despite this open field of denominations authorized to perform marriages, Sidney Rigdon, a prominent leader of the Latter-day Saints, was indicted in 1835 for the unlawful marriage of Orson Hyde to 16-year-old Miranda Nancy Johnson in 1834. The question is, what made this marriage illegal? Was it Miranda's age? No, it was far more complex. Bradshaw continues. Most of these ceremonies were performed under a provision of Ohio law that prescribed procedures through which any ordained minister could be licensed to solemnize marriages. A minister merely needed to appear before a county court and produce credentials of his being a regular ordained minister of any religious society or congregation. The statute provided that, once granted, such licenses were to be valid for as long as the minister continued serving the same denomination. This becomes a major problem for Rigdon. Having left the Campbellite movement for Mormonism, he and his followers were no longer credentialed as legitimate ministers under Campbell, making any marriages they performed legally invalid. Yet, Rigdon escaped conviction on a technicality. He was still listed in the Campbellite records, providing a narrow legal loophole. Bradshaw catches this loophole as well. This newspaper report is helpful. First, it explains that at least a partial trial took place. It confirms that the prosecutor knew that Rigdon was no longer a Campbellite minister and in fact was a Mormon minister. The Ohio Marriage Act specifically provided that a license was only valid so long as he shall continue a regular minister in such society or congregation. While the prosecutor was not successful, Rigdon and Smith would understand that another legal avenue for marrying was necessary. But for Joseph Smith, the search for legal permission wasn't pressing, as his own actions would soon demonstrate. Just months later, on November 24, 1835, Joseph performed the marriage of Newell Knight to Lydia Goldthwaite, who was still legally married. Despite Rigdon's recent brush with the law and the lack of a proper marriage license, Joseph disregarded these obstacles, and the ceremony proceeded unlawfully. Knight's journals tell us Lydia initially resisted, unsure of her husband's whereabouts and feeling unable to remarry, believing herself still bound by her marriage. Although Bradshaw asserts evidence surfaced in 2003, indicating Lydia's husband had died in 1833, verification remains inconclusive. Regardless, Joseph had no legal grounds to perform their marriage, making it void under Ohio law, and this incident was not isolated. Between then and June 1837, Smith would go on to conduct 10 more unauthorized marriages, each legally questionable, as if operating above the laws that others were held to. Bradshaw recounts, Joseph's decision to perform marriages apparently surprised some of the saints. This is evident from the accounts of the Knight-Bailey wedding. Lydia's history states that Joseph's brother Hiram was astonished when he learned that Joseph intended to personally marry her and Newell. Probably referring to Sidney Rigdon's legal troubles, Lydia's history explains that Ohio law did not recognize the Mormon elders as ministers, and that LDS elders had been arrested and fined for performing marriages. 11. Newell was also amazed. He noted in his journal that Joseph did not have a license to perform marriages, and that without this the authorities could impose a penalty. Was Knight worried his marriage would not be honored under Ohio law, and thus void in the U.S.? Conclusion. We've uncovered deep contradictions in Joseph Smith's narratives and actions, highlighting early LDS history's complexities. Smith's shifting First Vision accounts, along with his questionable marital teachings and unauthorized marriages, reveal a story shaped by adaptation and personal justification. Episode 33, Visions Arising, Banks of Failing. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we uncovered more about the mysterious Joshua the Jew, aka Robert Matthias, and Erastus Holmes, who managed to pull two different First Vision accounts from Joseph Smith himself. We also explored Joseph's controversial commandments enforcing wives' submission, along with his audacious decision to marry Newell Knight to Lydia Goldthwaite, despite Lydia still being married and without Joseph having the legal authority to do so. This week, we dive into the precarious financial endeavor of the Bank of Monroe, a crucial prelude to the infamous Kirtland Safety Society in 1837. We'll also look into Joseph's hiring of Jewish scholar Joshua Satius, whom he tasked with teaching Hebrew to himself and other leaders in Kirtland. And finally, we'll examine Joseph's puzzling mix-up of Elijah and Elias, claiming to have encountered both separately at the Kirtland Temple dedication, unaware they are actually one and the same in biblical tradition. Part 1. Matthew J. Gray opens with a compelling narrative in his BYU Religious Studies article, detailing the multifaceted ways Joseph Smith interacted with ancient texts and languages. As Gray states, for Joseph Smith, interaction with ancient texts and languages took various forms, including supernatural translation projects, facilitated by seer stones and divine inspiration, academic attempts at reconstructing undeciphered scripts, such as his work with the Egyptian documents and Kinderhook plates, and studying biblical languages in the traditional manner. Within this context, Gray situates Joseph's study of Hebrew in Kirtland, Ohio, from 1835 to 1836, as the most formal and influential of these efforts, observing that scholars have long known of Joseph's efforts to learn Hebrew and seen the impact on his subsequent prophetic development. He further references the study by Louis Zucker, Joseph Smith as a student of Hebrew, as the foundational treatment of this topic for over 4 decades. While Gray's analysis paints a picture of Smith's earnest commitment to Hebrew, a closer examination raises several critical issues with the supposed influence this study had on Smith's later supposed translations. First, we must examine the role of Joshua Seixas, the instructor at the heart of this Hebrew study. Seixas, born in 1802, was a respected Jewish scholar of Sephardic descent who, despite facing discrimination, published a manual Hebrew grammar for the use of beginners and gained a reputation as a competent teacher. In early 1836, the Kirtland School, led by Smith, hired Seixas to teach Hebrew to Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and Oliver Cowdery, introducing them to pronunciation, vocabulary, and grammar. Despite the LDS Church's claims that Seixas's teachings greatly informed Joseph's so-called translation of the Book of Abraham, this connection is highly tenuous. The foundational discrepancy here lies in the methodology Joseph used for his supposed translations. As Gray points out, Smith's academic attempts at reconstructing undeciphered scripts simply do not align with any true linguistic framework. In the Book of Abraham manuscripts, for instance, we find Smith assigning entire English phrases to individual Egyptian characters, an approach fundamentally disconnected from both Hebrew and Egyptian language structures. Egyptian hieroglyphs, complex logograms that represent sounds, ideas, or determinatives, bear no relation to Smith's phonetic method, nor does Hebrew, a script that uses characters to represent specific sounds. Further doubt on Smith's linguistic credibility arises from LDS authors' analysis in Moses Stewart or Joshua Seixas, exploring the influence of Hebrew study on the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language. The author observes, "I was intrigued by a statement from John Gee about the apparent influence of Joshua Seixas on the spelling of names in the Kirtland Egyptian papers, but after reviewing the 2 books on Hebrew written by Seixas, I don't see evidence to support John's theory that using H after long vowels came from his influence." The absence of any direct, legitimate influence of Seixas' work on Smith's translations suggests that the Church's narrative is more myth than fact. Even more damning is the case of the Kinderhook plates, where Smith's lack of genuine discernment becomes apparent. Convinced of the plates' legitimacy, Smith attempted to decipher them, relying once again on rudimentary Hebrew knowledge rather than any actual skill in translation. The LDS Church has since admitted that the Kinderhook plates were a hoax, exposing Smith's inability to distinguish authentic texts from forgeries. If anything, his repeated failures underscore that his supposed Hebrew studies in Kirtland offered him little actual understanding of ancient languages. While the LDS Church emphasizes the connection between Joseph Smith's Hebrew studies and his translation efforts, there is no legitimate linguistic basis for this claim. As Gray's initial observations suggest, Smith's approach to ancient languages was eclectic, but it certainly was not grounded in any verifiable linguistic principles. Part 2, A Temple Dedication, Joseph's Blunder. On March 3, 1836, Elijah Abel, a black member of the early LDS Church, was ordained an elder after assisting in building the Kirtland Temple. While we've covered Abel's unique story in past episodes, his ordination was notable in the context of 1836, given the later priesthood restrictions. The dedication of the Kirtland Temple on March 27, 1836, stands as a dramatic chapter in early Mormon history, featuring a blend of intense ritual, supposed supernatural encounters, and claims of divine manifestation. This dedication, led by Joseph Smith and other church leaders, included hours of prayer, hymns, sermons, and highly ritualistic proceedings. The packed temple saw members engage in deeply emotional worship, reportedly accompanied by visions and sensations of divine presence. The dedication ceremony and its atmosphere. Joseph Smith delivered a lengthy prayer during the dedication, canonized today as Doctrine and Covenants 109. This prayer called for blessings upon the congregation, protection from opposition, and success in spreading the gospel. Following this, Sidney Rigdon preached to a highly responsive crowd, which many claimed felt a heightened divine presence, while others reported visions of angels inside and around the temple grounds. Such experiences, described in accounts as highly sensory and intense, created an environment where many felt a blend of spiritual and physical exhilaration. Yet, the almost euphoric atmosphere has led historians and skeptics to explore whether any external influences may have played a role in these experiences. 3 primary factors inform this theory. 1. Unusual experiences. Accounts describe visions, angelic appearances, and even auditory hallucinations, resembling phenomena that psychoactive substances can induce. 2. Knowledge of psychoactive substances. Although no evidence directly connects Joseph Smith or other church leaders with drug use, certain 19th century American groups, including Native American and religious sects, were aware of the mind-altering effects of specific plants and herbs. Available substances on the American frontier included potent homemade wines, medicinal tonics laced with alcohol, and herbs like belladonna and datura, which could cause intense hallucinations but were also risky and highly toxic. 3. Exuberant worship. The early LDS movement was known for its passionate worship style, where emotional fervor and shared experiences often escalated into a suggestive, shared intensity, amplifying suggestibility, even without the involvement of any psychoactive substances. During the dedication, Smith and other leaders administered the sacrament, using bread and wine, as was common in early LDS practice. There's no documentation indicating that this wine was tampered with, but considering the frontier setting, the wine may have been unusually strong, or it just may have been spiked after all. Combined with prolonged fasting and fervent anticipation, even standard wine could enhance sensory perceptions and emotions among attendees. The vision of April 3, 1836. A week after the temple dedication, on April 3, 1836, Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery reported a private visionary experience within the Kirtland Temple. Recorded in Doctrine and Covenants 110, they claimed that, while alone in the temple, they saw visions of Jesus Christ, Moses, Elijah, and Elias, who, according to them, appeared to convey specific priesthood keys. The vision and its figures. 1. Jesus Christ. In the first vision, Jesus Christ is said to have appeared to Smith and Cowdery, standing at the temple's pulpit to declare his acceptance of the dedication. According to the account, Jesus affirmed the temple's role as a sacred place for the faithful. 2. Moses. Following this, Moses appeared and conferred what Smith described as the keys of the gathering of Israel from the 4 parts of the earth, interpreted by the LDS Church as granting authority to Smith and Cowdery to gather and unify the scattered tribes of Israel. 3. Next, Elias appeared. While the identity of this figure is unclear and has been debated among scholars, in this vision, he is said to have conferred the dispensation of the gospel of Abraham. This was seen as a renewal of the Abrahamic covenant, symbolizing promises associated with Abraham. Before Elijah appeared, allegedly to restore the sealing power, which is fundamental in LDS doctrine for uniting families across generations in eternal bonds. This event is the basis for temple practices involving family and marriage sealing. The conundrum, Elijah and Elias. A glaring question arises. Elijah and Elias refer to the same figure in the Bible, so how could Joseph Smith have claimed to see them as 2 distinct individuals with separate roles? In traditional biblical texts, Elijah and Elias are the same prophet. Elijah in the Hebrew Bible, Eliyahu, and Elias as his Greek transliteration, Elias, in the New Testament. The Greek form Elias appears only in translations like the King James Bible. By differentiating between these 2 figures, it suggests either a deep misunderstanding or a deliberate attempt to establish unique doctrinal foundations for 2 distinct offices. For many LDS members, this vision is foundational, viewed as the moment when Smith received divine priesthood authority directly from ancient prophets. However, as with other key LDS visions, the experience was private, with Smith and Cowdery the sole witnesses. This pattern, significant revelations reported only by Smith and Cowdery, is present in other LDS events, such as the supposed appearances of Peter, James, and John the Baptist. The repetition of private encounters has led to questions outside the LDS community regarding their authenticity, with some scholars suggesting these visions were influenced by their prior theological expectations or intentions to solidify church authority. This 1836 vision became the cornerstone for temple ordinances, underpinning practices such as family sealing and eternal marriage, which are now central to LDS doctrine. Yet, for members, the historical context and underlying controversies remain largely obscured, limiting a full understanding of the vision's implications and the potential discrepancies involved in Smith's presentation of these prophetic figures. Part 3. Banks Ahoy. The Bank of Monroe played a significant yet complex role in early LDS history, specifically during the financial maneuvers leading up to the establishment of the Kirtland Safety Society. Contrary to some sanitized narratives, the Bank of Monroe was not simply a remote venture, but a strategic effort by Joseph Smith and other LDS leaders to find financial stability and solvency for their expanding church in Kirtland, Ohio. Here's a deeper look at the importance of the Bank of Monroe. 1. Initial financial troubles. By 1836, the Mormon community in Kirtland was experiencing severe financial stress. Leaders had undertaken substantial land purchases, building projects like the Kirtland Temple, and other financial obligations that outpaced available funds. Desperate to secure resources and gain financial footing, Smith and his associates sought out investments in nearby states, looking for a way to infuse capital into their growing movement. 2. Unconventional investment. The Bank of Monroe became a critical part of this strategy. Mormon leaders, including Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon, invested in this bank in Monroe, Michigan, hoping it would bring in necessary funds. Michigan's financial environment was more lenient than Ohio's, where banking charters were hard to come by. By establishing ties with the Bank of Monroe, Smith and Rigdon hoped to channel funds back to Kirtland without needing an Ohio banking charter. 3. High-risk decisions. The investment was, in many ways, speculative and risky. Monroe was a small town, and its financial institutions were already facing scrutiny. LDS leaders were aware of the bank's tenuous position, but moved forward in hopes that the returns would outweigh the risks. This move would later reflect poorly on their judgment, as the bank was unstable and ultimately failed, which exacerbated the financial strain on Kirtland and led to criticism from both within and outside the LDS community. 4. Legal and financial fallout. By late 1836, reports were already questioning the solvency of the Bank of Monroe. Publications like the Black Rock Advocate in New York noted the bank's unstable condition, undermining confidence in Mormon financial dealings. As the bank struggled, LDS leaders attempted to extract whatever funds they could to support Kirtland, but this venture ultimately turned into a failed investment. 5. The road to the Kirtland Safety Society. The troubles with the Bank of Monroe demonstrated to Smith and Rigdon the need for a local financial institution. This realization ultimately led them to create the Kirtland Safety Society in 1837 as an unchartered banking operation. Unfortunately, this institution faced legal troubles and community backlash almost immediately, compounded by the prior missteps in Monroe. The Bank of Monroe was not a mere footnote, but rather a key prelude to the LDS Church's financial strategy and its ensuing troubles in Ohio. It reveals a period of desperate financial decisions, unorthodox banking tactics, and speculative risk-taking by Joseph Smith and early LDS leaders, who were attempting to manage the ambitious expansion of their religious community. This period set the stage for the failure of the Kirtland Safety Society, which became a major source of criticism against Smith's leadership and contributed to the fracturing of the Mormon community in Kirtland. In this turbulent era, Joseph Smith's ambitious financial ventures and mystical revelations reveal the lengths he was willing to go to secure authority, both spiritually and materially. From the failed Bank of Monroe to his puzzling distinction between Elijah and Elias, each episode weaves a story of a leader whose decisions often left both confusion and controversy in their wake. Episode 34, Back to Treasure Digging. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we delved into the financial misadventures of Joseph Smith and church leaders as they poured resources into the doomed Bank of Monroe, an investment that ultimately collapsed. We examined the hiring of Joshua Satius and how the church asserts that his teachings played a crucial role in Smith's supposed translation of the Book of Abraham. Additionally, we uncovered how Joseph distinguished between Elijah and Elias as two separate entities, despite the fact that they are, in reality, one and the same figure. This week, we dive into the intriguing journey of Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, Oliver Cowdery, and Hiram Smith as they embark on a supposed missionary mission to Salem. However, the truth reveals a different story. This trip is actually a treasure-hunting expedition shrouded in deception. We'll also take a closer look at the unfolding Fanny Alger narrative as it reaches its conclusion, examine the controversial passage of the so-called Redemption of Zion, and explore the emergence of the Kirtland Safety Society Bank. You won't want to miss this spicy episode, packed with scandal and revelation. Part 1: Old Habits Die Hard. In the summer of 1836, Joseph Smith, his brother Hiram, Sidney Rigdon, and Oliver Cowdery journeyed to Salem, Massachusetts, ostensibly under the guise of missionary work. But the real motive wasn't conversion, it was cash. Records indicate that the true aim was to unearth a rumored treasure supposedly stashed beneath a Salem house, a desperate attempt to alleviate the church's crushing financial burdens. At this time, Smith and his associates faced substantial debt due to ambitious projects in Kirtland, Ohio, including the expensive construction of the Kirtland Temple and the ill-fated speculative banking venture of the Kirtland Safety Society. By now, Smith's finances were nearly exhausted, and the pressure to find funds was urgent. The legend of hidden treasure reportedly came to Smith from a church member, Jonathan Burgess, who claimed that a fortune lay buried in a Salem home. Smith, already no stranger to treasure-seeking from his early days in New York, saw an opportunity in the story. He framed the trip as a missionary journey to justify its expenses to his followers, but those closest to him understood the real goal: to retrieve the treasure and save the church from financial ruin. During their stay in Salem, Smith claimed to receive a revelation on August 6, 1836, now recorded in Doctrine and Covenants 111. In it, God reassures Smith that there is much treasure in store, not just monetary wealth, but also in people whom I will gather. This cryptic revelation appears to spiritualize the treasure, suggesting that God's true intent was to find converts rather than gold, an interpretation that conveniently softened the disappointment when the treasure failed to materialize. Ultimately, Smith's Salem venture proved a failure. They found no buried fortune and returned to Kirtland empty-handed, but this escapade fueled criticism against Smith, with detractors accusing him of exploiting his followers with supernatural claims to justify impractical, financially disastrous pursuits. The church downplays the episode as a failed missionary journey, but the facts reveal it as a failed treasure hunt, plain and simple. Smith's letter to Emma on August 19, 1836, reveals his fixation on this treasure, even though the church was in a financial crisis. We have found the house, very luckily and providentially, as we have one spell been most discouraged. The house is occupied, and it will require much care and patience to rent or buy it. Incredibly, despite the church's dire finances, here was Smith talking about spending even more money in hopes of securing this elusive fortune, a move that threatened to drag the church deeper into debt. Even Fair concedes that this was a treasure-seeking expedition. Hearing that a large amount of money would be available to them in Salem, the prophet Sidney Rigdon, Hiram Smith, and Oliver Cowdery traveled there from Kirtland, Ohio, to investigate this claim. Fair admits that Smith and his companions, once realizing there was no treasure, abandoned their supposed missionary purpose and simply left Salem, leaving no evidence of any real intent to convert anyone. This confession undermines the church's narrative that the trip was primarily about proselytizing. Historically, this Salem venture underscores Smith's enduring connection to treasure-seeking and reveals the lengths he was willing to go to secure funds under the guise of religious mission. The pattern of treasure hunting, woven through his early practices, later bled into doctrinal revelations. The Salem trip starkly illustrates Smith's opportunistic blending of speculative, profit-driven schemes with his religious mission whenever circumstances allow. Part 2. Fanny sent packing. In September 1836, Fanny Alger moved to Missouri, and it is commonly understood that this move was, at least in part, a result of Emma Smith's influence. It has been suggested that Emma wanted Fanny out of the immediate vicinity to help ease the tension within their household and the broader church community. After moving to Missouri, Fanny Alger continued to live in the midst of the growing Latter-day Saint community. This move marked a transition in her life, as she navigated her status within the church, amid the backdrop of Joseph's evolving marital practices and the church's challenge. Emma's alleged accusation of Fanny being pregnant out of wedlock could have served as a convenient justification for sending her away. By framing Fanny's departure in terms of scandal, Emma could distance herself from the polygamous relationship while preserving her own reputation and that of Joseph within the church community. Historians such as Dan Vogel, Carrie B. Winward, Todd Compton, and Greg Cofford have pointed out that there is no concrete evidence to support the claim that Fanny Alger was actually pregnant at the time of her departure. This lack of evidence raises questions about the motivations behind Emma's actions and the truth of her claim. Part 3. Another failed revelation. Spring 1834, in a bold declaration that would reverberate through the early history of the Latter-day Saints, Joseph Smith prophesied to the members of Zion's camp that within 3 years they should march to Jackson County, and there should not be a dog to open his mouth against them. Reed Peck Manuscript, p. 3. This proclamation was not just a hopeful promise. It was a calculated assertion meant to galvanize the saints, who were navigating the complex and often hostile landscape of frontier America. By this time, tensions had escalated significantly between the Mormons and local settlers in Missouri. The church's presence was controversial, and Smith's rhetoric often inflamed hostilities. Publications from church leaders compared their community to biblical Jerusalem and portrayed themselves as God's chosen army destined to reclaim the land. This aggressive stance did little to endear them to their neighbors, leading to widespread resentment and ultimately violent confrontations. Fast forward to September 11, 1836. The date Joseph Smith had designated for the redemption of Zion approached, and many church members found themselves filled with anticipation. They had endured years of hardship, believing this day would signify the culmination of their struggles, a moment when they would reclaim their sacred lands in Jackson County. However, as the day came and went without any divine intervention or miraculous event, disappointment settled heavily over the congregation. The failure of this anticipated redemption not only shattered their hopes but also sparked significant doubt about Smith's claims. Church members were left to confront the reality that the prophecy had not materialized. Questions began to arise. What kind of leadership were they following? Had they been misguided in their faith? The absence of any divine sign led to increased scrutiny of Smith's role as a so-called prophet and the church's teachings. The events of September 1836 further exposed the fragility of Joseph Smith's prophetic claims. Not only had he failed to deliver on the promise made to the members of Zion's camp, but this latest disappointment led many to reevaluate their beliefs. Smith's authority, once taken for granted, became a point of contention within the church. Followers began to question whether they had placed their faith in a genuine prophetic figure or a charismatic leader who often promised more than he could deliver. This scrutiny was not unfounded. The history of the church was riddled with unfulfilled prophecies and proclamations that had failed to come to fruition. The ideal of Zion, heavily emphasized by Smith, transformed from a beacon of hope to a symbol of the church's struggles and failures. The rhetoric of restoration and divine favor clashed harshly with the reality of persistent persecution and unfulfilled promises. Despite the setbacks, the idea of Zion remained a powerful motivator for many church members. Even after the disappointment of 1836, the dream of establishing a promised land persisted, though it was now tinged with the bitterness of broken expectations. Smith's emphasis on the restoration of Zion would continue to shape the church's identity and aspirations, even as members grappled with the implications of his failed prophecies. In the following years, the Latter-day Saints would briefly resettle in Jackson County, attempting to reclaim their identity and lands. However, the shadow of disappointment loomed large. The failures of both Zion's camp and the 1836 prophecy served as stark reminders of the perilous nature of prophetic claims and the struggles of a community striving for legitimacy in a hostile environment. Part 4. The Kirtland Safety Society. By 1836, Joseph Smith and other church leaders were grappling with crippling debt stemming from the costly Kirtland Temple, unpaid land obligations, and various financial liabilities. To address these overwhelming setbacks, they made a risky investment in the Bank of Monroe, a venture that only exacerbated the church's financial troubles. In a desperate bid for survival and with Kirtland's population burgeoning, church leaders launched the Kirtland Safety Society, an unlicensed institution they hoped would alleviate their fiscal burdens by operating as a quasi-bank. The modern LDS Church portrays the Kirtland Safety Society as a genuine attempt to support its members, framing the venture as part of the goal of economic growth, with religious purposes, to expand the city as a gathering place for converts, to help saints in Missouri who had been driven from their homes, to spread the gospel, and ultimately to establish Zion. However, this narrative conveniently glosses over the church's dire financial reality. Most of the members were financially strapped, and the leadership was already harassing the wealthy for money, which they were increasingly unwilling to provide. Could one blame them? Joseph had been hoarding the members' property under the law of consecration, and when the United Order collapsed, he retained much of that property. Is it any wonder that members were hesitant to give more money? To kickstart the bank, Orson Hyde was purportedly sent to Columbus, Ohio, to seek a charter from the legislature, while Oliver Cowdery traveled to Philadelphia to acquire printing plates for the banknotes. However, Hyde failed to reach Columbus on time, primarily due to the chaos and urgency surrounding the Kirtland Safety Society's establishment. Effectively, they had no money to send him, combined with personal delays and logistical obstacles. When the Ohio legislature ultimately rejected their petition for a bank charter, Smith turned to his most reliable recourse, so-called revelation. He claimed to have received a divine instruction to create a banking anti-banking institution. In a bid to sidestep legal restrictions, the bank's name was modified on the notes to read Kirtland Safety Society Anti-Banking Company, with Sidney Rigdon serving as president and Smith as cashier. Despite its shaky foundation, the notes initially circulated among the community, and Smith's followers were urged to maintain faith in his inspired vision. Yet as more sophisticated non-Mormon merchants began redeeming the notes, it became painfully evident that the venture was financially unviable. Within months, Smith and Rigdon resigned from their posts, passing control to other church members. By the time the Kirtland Safety Society closed its doors in November 1837, it was staggering. Approximately $100,000 in unresolved debt loomed over the operation, a colossal loss for the church. Some skeptics believed that the Kirtland Safety Society was a scheme from the outset. Legal battles erupted, resulting in fines of $1,000 each for Smith and Rigdon for running an illegal bank. Meanwhile, other church leaders urged holders of the nearly worthless notes to retain them, speculating they might one day regain value. The LDS Church's modern portrayal attempts to recast the Kirtland Safety Society as a well-meaning initiative for community growth, obscuring the growing debt, desperate financial struggles, and legal troubles that plagued the venture from the beginning. The church's leadership continued to demand donations from already strapped members, even as Smith was accumulating land and property through the law of consecration and keeping it after the United Order's collapse. The Kirtland Safety Society didn't even have enough capital to function properly, raising the critical question: how did the church obtain the funds it claims were raised? I won't delve into the details of its inevitable failure just yet, as that's tied to significant events in 1838 and the next few chapters of this tumultuous story. So, if you're curious about what's next, stay tuned for more in the upcoming episode. In this episode, we uncovered the tangled web of deception woven by Joseph Smith and his associates as they disguised their treasure-seeking endeavors as missionary work in Salem. We examined Fanny Alger's controversial departure and the failed prophetic promises surrounding the redemption of Zion. Additionally, the Kirtland Safety Society's financial collapse highlighted the precarious nature of Smith's leadership. Episode 35, The Fall of 1837. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we unraveled the chaos surrounding the collapse of the Kirtland Safety Society, a financial disaster orchestrated by Joseph Smith that left the community reeling. We exposed the scandalous expulsion of Fanny Alger from Kirtland, driven by Emma Smith's fury over her husband's secret marriage. And we uncovered the shameless deceit of Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, Oliver Cowdery, and Sidney Rigdon as they embarked on a treasure-hunting escapade in Salem, all while feeding the members a fabricated tale about a missionary trip to convert souls. This week, we uncover the explosive showdown as the First Presidency and top church authorities order a non-Mormon justice of the peace, Ariel Hansen, to depart forthwith out of Kirtland. We'll expose the church's first introduction of tithing. Spoiler alert, it's not the familiar 10% of income you might think. Witness the dramatic collapse of the Kirtland Safety Society as Sidney Rigdon declares the end of paper note redemptions, accepting only land or hard assets, leaving chaos in its wake. And if that's not enough, Joseph Smith is dragged back into court yet again, this time in a bitter legal battle with Grandison Newell. Don't miss this explosive episode. Part 1, Justice of the Not-So-Peaceful. Ariel Hansen wasn't just a justice of the peace in Kirtland, Ohio. He was a principled legal authority standing up to Joseph Smith and his inner circle. By 1836, Hansen's efforts to enforce the law and investigate the operations of the Kirtland Safety Society, the controversial and unlicensed banking venture run by Smith and Sidney Rigdon, led to direct conflict. The Mormon leadership saw Hansen's interference as a threat to their unchecked power, prompting them to organize a petition that essentially demanded Hansen's removal from Kirtland. This petition was no simple grievance. It was a clear attempt to expel a local official who refused to overlook the church's questionable practices. The LDS Church later downplayed Hansen's role, describing him as an irritator of the Mormons. According to a BYU account, Oliver Cowdery served as the Justice of the Peace in Kirtland, Ohio from June to September 1837, a short period of time, but he still heard a large number of cases, 230. Cowdery was elected on the 29th of April 1837, beating the other candidate, Samuel Gore, by a vote of 211 to 2. The votes were taken in the little schoolhouse in the Flats. Cowdery replaced Ariel Hansen, an irritator of the Mormons. As Justice of the Peace, Oliver Cowdery's tenure was characterized by efficiency, equanimity, and decisiveness. This framing paints Hansen as a mere obstacle, rather than recognizing his role in upholding the law. He wasn't irritating the Mormons. He was one of the few officials in Kirtland bold enough to stand against their growing influence. In the end, the church's influence proved too strong and Hansen was forced out. Joseph Smith then installed an ally in the role of Justice of the Peace, not just Oliver Cowdery, but also Frederick G. Williams, ensuring that the legal system in Kirtland was effectively under church control. This systematic takeover left no room for dissenting voices like Hansen's, demonstrating the church's determination to consolidate power by removing any obstacles to their expansion. Hansen's situation serves as a part of the larger backdrop of legal and social issues that the early Latter-day Saints faced in Ohio, particularly as their growing political and economic influence began to conflict with established local authorities and laws. Part 2, A Policy of Tithing. In the early 1830s, the concept of tithing emerged as a component of the law of consecration, a system central to the church's economic structure. This early practice was overseen by Edward Partridge, the church's first bishop, who defined tithing as 2% of a member's net worth, paid annually, a far cry from the 10% income standard practiced today. Let's explore how this system functioned and why it ultimately changed. During this period, a bishop's responsibilities extended far beyond the spiritual duties commonly associated with the role today. Partridge's role encompassed both spiritual and temporal responsibilities, making him a steward of church finances, a distributor of aid to the poor, and a caretaker of members' temporal welfare. In essence, bishops acted as quasi-governors of church resources, managing the delicate balance between communal goals and individual needs. This contrasts sharply with the modern bishop's role, which is primarily spiritual, focusing on tasks like overseeing sacrament meetings, conducting worthiness interviews, and offering pastoral care. Today's bishops manage financial affairs within a globalized, centralized organization, whereas Partridge faced the challenges of building a fledgling community from scratch, often with little more than faith and scarce resources. Partridge's 2% tithing policy was designed to cover the church's operating expenses, such as constructing meeting houses, supporting missionaries who initially did not pay their own way, and aiding the poor. This modest rate was practical given the dire economic realities faced by the early saints. Many members lived in poverty and were struggling to establish themselves in communities like Kirtland, Ohio, and later Missouri. However, financial instability, compounded by the mismanagement of both church funds and members' assets by Joseph Smith and other leaders, created significant challenges. This approach reflected the church's communal aspirations. Leaders envisioned a self-sustaining religious community where resources were pooled and shared to meet everyone's needs. Partridge's modest tithing requirement aimed to ensure even the poorest members could contribute. Unfortunately, this idealistic system faltered as economic hardships persisted, and members increasingly questioned the decisions of Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon. The saints' financial struggles exposed cracks in the leadership's grand vision, leading to dissent and mistrust. The 2% tithing model was part of a larger economic framework tied to the law of consecration. Members were expected to consecrate all surplus property to the church, after which they would receive a stewardship, essentially an allotment of resources sufficient to meet their needs and wants. Tithing, calculated as 2% of net worth, was intended to sustain the church's ongoing operations. By 1838, the 2% tithing model was abandoned, as the church faced mounting financial pressures and upheavals, including the relocations to Missouri and Illinois. Joseph Smith introduced a new revelation, now canonized as Doctrine and Covenants 119, which redefined tithing. Members were directed to first donate all their surplus property and then pay 1/10 of all their interest annually. Over time, this ambiguous phrasing evolved into the modern practice of tithing as 10% of annual income, solidified in the 20th century under church leadership. This redefinition of tithing, combined with the broader demands of consecration, has led critics to accuse Joseph Smith of using financial policies as a means of consolidating power and wealth. By requiring members to consecrate property and commit to ongoing tithing, Smith gained control over significant resources, often to the detriment of already struggling followers. Such policies fueled suspicions that Smith and other leaders were hoarding wealth under the guise of divine revelation, further straining trust between leadership and the rank-and-file members. Edward Partridge's modest 2% tithing policy reflects an era of idealism and practical need. However, as economic pressures mounted and the church's ambitions expanded, the system gave way to a much stricter financial structure, one that continues to spark debate about the motives and methods of early church leadership. Part 3. Kirtland Safety Society crumbles. In January 1837, Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon launched the ill-fated Kirtland Safety Society, a financial venture we discussed in the last video. Almost immediately, trouble arose. The Ohio legislature denied the bank's incorporation, citing insufficient capital to back it up. Undeterred, Joseph pressed forward, claiming divine approval. Wilford Woodruff recorded that Joseph gave a revelation to continue the operation despite the legal rejection. Woodruff wrote, "I attended a meeting in the evening of the firm. President Joseph Smith, Jr. spoke in the spirit of prophecy, saying that if we would give heed to his counsel, we should never fall, but should have power to go forth and accomplish great things. And that though the Kirtland Safety Society should fail, yet it would not fail as soon as the United States would." This prophetic assurance failed to inspire confidence outside the church. Heber C. Kimball later recalled that Joseph continued encouraging members to support the bank, promising divine blessings for their faithfulness. However, the cracks in the venture were becoming undeniable. On January 18, 1837, the Cleveland Weekly Gazette issued a damning warning to the public. The paper called Rigdon a notorious hypocrite and knave, and accused Smith of intending to take up what little money the members have and depart hence. This scathing criticism wasn't baseless. It reflected growing regional unease over the Safety Society's mismanagement and the apparent exploitation of vulnerable members. Remarkably, the Gazette's grim prediction proved accurate within days, something Joseph's supposed prophecies had failed to achieve. The Kirtland Safety Society collapsed spectacularly. The bank's notes, already viewed with suspicion, quickly became worthless. Members and investors were left destitute, their financial future shattered. Meanwhile, Smith and Rigdon, under mounting pressure and facing accusations of fraud, fled Kirtland under cover of darkness to escape enraged creditors and disillusioned followers. Even as the situation unraveled, Rigdon continued urging members to support the failing bank. The Safety Society stopped accepting its own paper notes, demanding instead hard assets like land or gold. This shift made one thing clear. Joseph and Sidney were scrambling to extract whatever value they could before their inevitable departure. The collapse of the Kirtland Safety Society wasn't just a financial disaster, it was a betrayal. Members who had trusted their prophet and his supposed divine revelations were left to face financial ruin, while Joseph and Sidney abandoned their community in pursuit of their next refuge. Once again, Smith's promises of divine support fell flat, leaving a legacy of broken trust and shattered livelihoods. Part 4, Joe Goes to Court Again. Legal troubles surrounding Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and the Kirtland Safety Society came to a head when charges were filed against them for violating Ohio's state banking laws. These charges, spearheaded by Samuel D. Rounds on behalf of Grandison Newell, were a calculated move to hold Smith and his associates accountable for the disastrous fallout of their unchartered banking venture. Grandison Newell, a relentless critic of Joseph Smith and a prominent local businessman, viewed Smith as a dangerous fraud who preyed on the trust and finances of his followers. Newell's disdain for Smith was not merely personal, but rooted in his belief that the prophet's financial schemes were destructive to the broader community. Through Rounds, Newell capitalized on the Kirtland Safety Society's collapse, leveraging the bank's legal violations as a means to strike at Smith's credibility and influence. On June 5, 1837, Smith, Rigdon, and 4 other church leaders were formally charged with operating an unchartered banking institution and issuing unauthorized currency in violation of Ohio law. These laws were designed to prevent precisely the kind of economic instability that the Kirtland Safety Society had wrought. For the church's leaders, this legal action was not just a matter of financial accountability. It was an existential threat to their already precarious standing in Kirtland. While the specifics of the case's resolution remain elusive, historical records provide no clear verdict. The broader consequences were clear. Smith and Rigdon, under mounting legal and social pressure, fled Kirtland for far west Missouri in early 1838. Their departure effectively ended any possibility of sentencing in this case. The move underscored a pattern of avoiding direct accountability, as the pair sought refuge in yet another promised land where they could rebuild their base of power. Yet again, as was the Smith family tradition, they fled from the law. The charges filed by Samuel Rounds, at Newell's behest, symbolized a broader reckoning with the dangers of mingling spiritual authority with unchecked temporal ambitions. While no formal conviction appears to have been recorded, the legal challenges highlighted the fragility of Smith's financial ventures and the growing resistance to his claims of prophetic leadership. It stands as a stark reminder of the turbulent intersection of faith, finances, and the law in the early history of the church. In conclusion, in 1837, Joseph Smith's ambitions brought the church to the brink of collapse, leaving behind financial ruin, legal entanglements, and shattered trust. From Ariel Hanson's expulsion to the flawed tithing policy and the catastrophic failure of the Kirtland Safety Society, Smith's leadership exposed a pattern of manipulation masked by divine claims. Legal challenges, like the charges filed by Grandison Newell, served as stark reminders of the dangers of unchecked power. As Smith and Rigdon fled Kirtland, they left a trail of broken promises, a cautionary tale of faith exploited for personal gain. Episode 36, The Start of the End for Kirtland, Ohio. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we uncovered how Joseph Smith and the First Presidency ousted non-Mormon Justice of the Peace Ariel Hansen from town, conveniently replacing him with Oliver Cowdery. We also exposed the origins of tithing, a modest 2% of one's excess possessions, and witnessed Sidney Rigdon announce the end of paper notes for the Kirtland Safety Society, demanding hard assets instead. Meanwhile, Grandison Newell dragged Joseph Smith to court on serious accusations, only for Smith to blatantly dodge the proceedings. This week, the drama intensifies. The Kirtland Temple comes under siege. Parley P. Pratt publicly challenges Joseph Smith over broken land promises, threatening legal action. Smith himself faces charges of conspiracy to commit murder against Grandison Newell, and Pratt releases a voice of warning, a fiery book that would catapult Mormonism into the public eye. Stay tuned. This is history you won't want to miss. Part 1. Kirtland Temple Sieged. In the spring and summer of 1837, Kirtland, Ohio, became a focal point for rising tensions within the early Latter-day Saint movement. Financial turmoil, legal disputes, and discontent with church leadership came to a head, leading to one of the most dramatic events in early Mormon history, the Kirtland Temple Standoff. At the center of the conflict was Warren Parrish, a former close associate of Joseph Smith. Parrish, who had served as a scribe and financial secretary, grew increasingly critical of Smith's leadership, especially after the Kirtland Safety Society failed and left many in financial ruin. Anger over the church's financial dealings was widespread, and Parrish became a voice for the disillusioned. By May 1837, the dissatisfaction had reached a boiling point. Parrish led a group of dissenters, including 6 of the 12 apostles, in an attempt to take control of the church. Among those who joined him were Luke S. Johnson and John F. Boynton, members of the original 12 apostles, and even Martin Harris, one of the 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormon. They viewed themselves as defenders of the faith, opposed to what they saw as corruption under Joseph Smith's leadership. The dissenters made a bold move, storming the Kirtland Temple to assert their authority. The temple became the battleground for a church struggling to define its future. Parrish and his followers believed they were the rightful stewards of the church, but their movement quickly faced opposition. Internal disputes and the loyalty many still felt toward Joseph Smith led to cracks in the dissident faction. In the midst of this turmoil, Oliver Cowdery, recently appointed as Kirtland's Justice of the Peace, found himself in the middle of a legal and social storm. The failure of the Kirtland Safety Society had fueled unrest, and Cowdery's new role came at a pivotal time. He soon faced the challenge of maintaining order as tensions escalated. With Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon absent in Canada, the stage was set for a showdown between Smith's loyalists and the dissenters led by Parrish. The conflict escalated into physical altercations, with members brandishing weapons and emotions running high. In the chaos, Joseph Smith Sr. was physically confronted, and a sword was drawn by John Boynton, threatening further violence. The confrontation ended with Parrish and his followers leaving the temple, signaling the deepening fracture within the church. The very next day, Parrish and other dissenters filed charges of riot against several Mormon leaders. In response, a legal trial took place in Kirtland later that month, presided over by Cowdery in a local church building. Cowdery announced the verdict. The charge against them was not sustained, and they were therefore discharged. Many saw the trial as biased, with the church leadership using their influence to avoid consequences. This deepened the mistrust between Joseph Smith's leadership and the dissenters, whose grievances were largely dismissed. This episode marked a turning point, a sign that the unity of the early church was unraveling under the weight of financial failure and personal conflicts. By the end of 1837, Kirtland was no longer a stable center for the church. Disillusioned members, including some of the highest-ranking leaders, left the movement. Joseph Smith and his followers began preparing to move west to Missouri, seeking a fresh start and a way to leave behind the controversies of Kirtland. The events of that turbulent year left lasting scars on the early church. The Kirtland Schism exposed the deep internal conflicts that had been simmering beneath the surface, setting the stage for future struggles as the church navigated its path forward. Part 2. Parley P. threatens Joe. Parley P. Pratt, a staunch early convert and one of the 12 apostles, became one of Joseph Smith's most vocal critics during the financial chaos in Kirtland, Ohio. Lured by promises of prosperity and divine favor, Pratt, like many others, invested in land in Kirtland, likely purchased from Joseph Smith himself. These transactions were sold on optimism and spiritual trust. But as Kirtland's economy unraveled, it became clear that these promises were little more than illusions. Pratt found himself burdened with land rapidly losing value, a financial trap set by what he viewed as manipulation and deceit from the prophet he once revered. In his scathing letter, Pratt accused Smith of extortion and undue influence, outright alleging that Joseph exploited his position as a spiritual leader to coerce him into a fraudulent deal. These words were not chosen lightly. Pratt clearly saw Smith's actions as a betrayal of trust and an abuse of power. The accusation of extortion suggests Pratt believed he was strong-armed into a financial arrangement designed to benefit Smith at his expense. Undue influence implies a deeper layer of control, leveraging Pratt's faith and loyalty to push through what he saw as an exploitative transaction. This wasn't just a financial disagreement, it was an open indictment of Smith's ethics and leadership. This bold move of threatening to sue the supposed prophet speaks volumes about Pratt's frustration and disillusionment. To threaten legal action against the very figurehead of the church was tantamount to rebellion, yet Pratt was prepared to take that step, knowing full well it could bring his loyalty into question. Pratt's dissatisfaction wasn't an isolated incident. The financial collapse of the Kirtland Safety Society and the plummeting land values sparked widespread outrage among church members, especially those who had been encouraged, if not pressured, by Joseph Smith to invest. Many leaders, including members of the 12, began to question whether the prophet's divine revelations were genuinely inspired or merely opportunistic schemes. Despite this claimed betrayal, Pratt ultimately chose not to leave the church, but his letter remains a damning indictment of Smith's financial dealings. This period of discontent and chaos led to fractures within the church, the collapse of its economic foundations in Kirtland, and a forced exodus to Missouri. Pratt's accusations are a stark reminder of the darker side of Joseph Smith's leadership, one where spiritual manipulation and financial greed seemed to intertwine, leaving ruin in their wake. This incident is emblematic of the early church's struggles, where faith was too often exploited as a tool for profit, and loyalty to Joseph Smith came at a steep personal cost for his followers. Part 3. Newell's attempted removal. In 1837, Grandison Newell accused Joseph Smith of conspiring to have him killed. Newell's opposition to Smith was well known in Kirtland. He was a prominent local businessman and a vocal critic of Smith and the church. The animosity between the two was exacerbated by the financial collapse of the Kirtland Safety Society, which intensified public scrutiny of Smith's leadership. Two key witnesses in the case were Apostles Orson Hyde and Luke S. Johnson. They testified that Joseph Smith had expressed frustration with Newell, allegedly stating that Newell should be put out of the way. According to their testimonies, Smith justified this sentiment by claiming it was the will of God, and that such an act would be justifiable in the sight of God. These statements, as reported by Hyde and Johnson, were inflammatory and suggested a willingness to condone violence. In his book, Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview, historian D. Michael Quinn provides critical insights into this case. He emphasizes the seriousness of the accusations and the potential consequences for Smith and the church had he been convicted. Quinn writes, "The testimonies of Hyde and Johnson reveal a dangerous intersection of religious zeal and personal animosity, where divine justification was invoked for statements that bordered on incitement. This incident illustrates both the precariousness of Smith's position in Kirtland and the intensity of opposition from figures like Newell. However, Hyde and Johnson also sought to downplay the seriousness of Smith's remarks. They characterized him as tender-hearted and argued that his words were more reflective of his emotional state than of any genuine intent to harm Newell. This dual narrative, the acknowledgement of Smith's alarming rhetoric alongside assurances of his peaceful nature, was central to the defense's strategy. The court faced the challenge of determining whether Smith's statements constituted a criminal conspiracy. The legal definition of conspiracy required evidence not only of intent, but also of a concrete plan to carry out the alleged crime. Despite the troubling nature of the testimonies, no evidence was presented to suggest that Smith had taken any actionable steps toward orchestrating Newell's murder. Quinn stated, "Joseph Smith's rhetoric, while perhaps unguarded, reflected the siege mentality of the early saints in Kirtland. Surrounded by critics and facing financial ruin, Smith's outbursts can be seen as a product of desperation and frustration. However, they also underscore the tensions between his prophetic claims and his role as a community leader." Ultimately, the lack of evidence led to Smith's acquittal. The court concluded that while his statements were provocative and unwise, they did not meet the threshold for a criminal conspiracy. In discussing the acquittal, Quinn notes, "The court's decision to acquit Smith hinged on the absence of concrete evidence of conspiracy. Yet, the fact that such allegations were even brought to trial demonstrates the extent to which Smith's leadership was under attack, both from external critics and from disillusioned followers within the church." The trial had significant repercussions for Joseph Smith and the church. Although Smith was acquitted, the incident further damaged his reputation in Kirtland. Critics seized upon the trial as evidence of his unsuitability as a leader, while members were left to reconcile their faith in Smith with the troubling allegations against him. Part 4, Parley P. gains a small victory. Parley P. Pratt's A Voice of Warning, first published in 1837, is one of the earliest and most influential publications in Mormon history. Pratt's A Voice of Warning presents Mormonism as the fulfillment of biblical prophecy, emphasizing themes such as the restoration of the gospel, the gathering of Israel, and the impending second coming of Jesus Christ. Written in an accessible and compelling style, the book appealed to those familiar with the Bible, as it framed Mormonism as the continuation and completion of scriptural teachings. The book is notable for its logical structure, persuasive rhetoric, and deep reliance on scripture, which made it a potent missionary tool. It was widely circulated and went through several editions, becoming a cornerstone of early Latter-day Saint missionary efforts. What is striking about the 1837 edition of A Voice of Warning is the complete absence of any mention of Joseph Smith's first vision, the account of God the Father and Jesus Christ appearing to Smith in 1820. This omission is significant because the first vision is now one of the foundational narratives of the LDS Church, used to establish Joseph Smith's prophetic authority and the divine origin of the church. The omission of the first vision reflects its limited prominence in early Mormon teachings. During the 1830s, the focus of Mormon missionary work was on the Book of Mormon, the gathering of Israel, and the restoration of priesthood authority. The first vision did not gain widespread attention or become a central narrative until later in the 19th century, as the church sought to solidify its distinct theological identity. Despite the absence of the first vision, A Voice of Warning was a critical tool in establishing the early church and spreading its teachings. It laid a doctrinal foundation that resonated with thousands of converts and helped shape the narrative of Mormonism during its formative years. Pratt's work remains a testament to the evolving priorities and strategies of the early LDS Church as it sought to navigate its identity and expand its reach. Conclusion. The events in Kirtland, Ohio, marked the beginning of the end for the church's first major stronghold. Financial chaos, dissent, and accusations of conspiracy against Joseph Smith unraveled the community, exposing the cracks in early Mormon leadership. From the siege of the Kirtland Temple to Parley P. Pratt's public grievances and Grandison Newell's accusations, the turmoil painted a stark picture of a church at war with itself. While Smith's acquittal and Pratt's A Voice of Warning provided brief respites, Kirtland's downfall set the stage for the Saints' forced exodus to Missouri, a fresh chapter, but one marred by the scars of betrayal and conflict. Episode 37, closing out 1837, Kirtland, Ohio. Welcome back to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we reviewed the Kirtland Temple siege by Warren Parrish and dissenters. We examined Parley P. Pratt threatening to sue Joseph over fraudulent land deals, and we saw Smith back in court on charges of conspiracy to commit murder towards Grandison Newell, while we ended last week off with Pratt's A Voice of Warning, a fiery book that would catapult Mormonism into the public eye. This week, we dive deep into Joseph Smith's desperate struggle to maintain control over the Kirtland Saints as a powerful seeress threatens to undermine his authority. We'll also uncover how Joseph Smith radically distorts the very nature of God himself. Plus, we'll expose the shocking resignation of David Whitmer, the brutal excommunication of Martin Harris, and much more. This is an episode you can't afford to miss. Part 1, Joseph almost loses control. By 1837, Joseph Smith's leadership in Kirtland, Ohio was on shaky ground. Smith's reputation as a prophet was under fire, and this discontent created a vacuum, a space ripe for rebellion. Enter a new, unexpected challenger, a young female seeress who captivated several prominent leaders within the church. Her prophetic style was anything but conventional. Witnesses reported that she would dance herself into exhaustion, collapse to the ground, and then deliver divine revelations. Her dramatic performances and magnetic charisma drew a devoted following that included some of the most prominent names in Mormonism. We're talking about David Whitmer, Martin Harris, and Oliver Cowdery, the very men who had borne witness to the gold plates and played critical roles in the church's foundation. Even Frederick G. Williams, Smith's former first counselor, joined her cause, serving as her scribe. For a brief moment, this seeress offered a compelling alternative to Joseph Smith's leadership. But why did she gain such traction? It wasn't just her charisma, it was the timing. Members were disillusioned, angry over financial ruin and unfulfilled promises. The seeress, untainted by scandal, presented herself as a fresh divine voice, one that stood apart from Smith's increasingly controversial image. Her gender and unorthodox methods only amplified her mystique, challenging the male-dominated hierarchy that Smith had carefully built. And where was Joseph during all this? In Canada, or so he claimed, on a mission tour. In reality, he and Sidney Rigdon had fled Kirtland to escape legal troubles, leaving the rebellion to simmer unchecked. By the time Smith returned, the uprising was a full-blown crisis. Faced with this threat, Smith moved swiftly, denouncing the seeress as a false prophet and crushing her movement with the iron fist of self-preservation. It wasn't the first coup against him, and it wouldn't be the last. This confrontation left scars. The seeress's rise exposed cracks in the foundation of Smith's leadership, a fragile unity that was cracking under the weight of greed, scandal, and unmet promises. Why don't we hear about this today? Why is this pivotal moment in LDS history buried? The story of the seeress is more than a curious footnote. It's a reminder of how close Joseph Smith came to losing his fledgling church and how fragile the foundations of early Mormonism truly were. Part 2, The Nature of God Changes. The Book of Mormon has undergone numerous edits since its first printing in 1830, but few are as theologically significant as the changes that alter the very nature of God. In several instances, phrases referring to Jesus Christ as the Eternal Father were revised in later editions to instead read Son of the Eternal Father. These changes raise serious questions about the consistency of the text and the theological claims of Joseph Smith. For example, in Mosiah 15:2-4 and Alma 11:39-40, the original 1830 version referred to Christ as the Eternal Father. However, later editions revised this to align more closely with mainstream Christian Trinitarian doctrine, substituting the Son of the Eternal Father. These alterations fundamentally shift the portrayal of Christ's divine role and relationship to God the Father. What we're witnessing is a deliberate shift from Joseph Smith's original portrayal of a Trinitarian Godhead to the modern LDS interpretation, three distinct beings united in purpose. But let's be clear, this evolution of doctrine didn't happen overnight. and the evidence undeniably shows that this wasn't Smith's original belief. Let's take a look at several examples. Original 1830 text, Alma 15p33. Yea, I know that he allotteth unto men, yea, decreeth unto them decrees which are unalterable, according to their wills. Later altered text, Alma 29 verse 4. Yea, I know that he allotteth unto men, according to their wills. The change here omits the concept of decrees which are unalterable, shifting the meaning significantly. Another glaring alteration occurs in Mosiah. Original 1830 text, Mosiah 9p200. King Benjamin had a gift from God whereby he could interpret such engravings. Current altered text, Mosiah 21:28. King Mosiah had a gift from God whereby he could interpret such engravings. In the original, King Benjamin, who is already dead by the time these events are supposed to take place, is said to have this gift. But in the revised text, the name is changed to King Mosiah, effectively erasing a historical contradiction. Let's look at a few examples of these contradictions. Original 1830 text, 1 Nephi 3p25. And he said unto me, Behold, the virgin whom thou seest is the mother of God after the manner of the flesh. Current altered text, 1 Nephi 11:18. And he said unto me, Behold, the virgin whom thou seest is the mother of the Son of God. The 1830 text refers to the mother of God, while the 1837 edition changed it to the mother of the Son of God, a clear alteration in the doctrine of the nature of Christ. Original 1830 text, 1 Nephi 3p25. And the angel said unto me, Behold the Lamb of God, even the Eternal Father. Current altered text, 1 Nephi 11:21. And the angel said unto me, Behold the Lamb of God, even the Son of the Eternal Father. Here the Lamb of God is initially referred to as the Eternal Father, but is later changed to the Son of the Eternal Father, a change that shifts the theological understanding of Christ's relationship to God the Father. Now here's the real kicker. According to Oliver Cowdery, Emma Smith, and Martin Harris, Joseph used a seer stone in a hat to translate the Book of Mormon. Harris described the process in detail, stating, Joseph Smith would put the seer stone into a hat and put his face in the hat, drawing it closely around his face to exclude the light, and in the darkness the spiritual light would shine. A piece of something resembling a parchment would appear, and on that appeared the writing. One character at a time would appear, and under it was the interpretation in English. Brother Joseph would read off the English to Oliver Cowdery, who was his principal scribe, and when it was written down and repeated to Brother Joseph to see if it was correct, then it would disappear, and another character with the interpretation would appear. Martin Harris, addressed to all believers in Christ, 1887, p12. Here's the burning question the LDS Church needs to answer. If Joseph Smith was supposedly shown the text word for word and couldn't proceed until it was dictated perfectly, why are there any changes to the Book of Mormon? Are we to believe that God, the Almighty, struggles with spelling, suffers from poor grammar, or fails to articulate his message so completely that fallible men had to step in and clean up his divine work? It seems obvious that Joseph was crafting a new theology, and in doing so, erased remnants of earlier beliefs. If the Book of Mormon is the most correct book on earth, why did Joseph need to rewrite the very nature of God? Part 3. Why did David Whitmer bail? David Whitmer, one of the three witnesses to the Book of Mormon, was a cornerstone of the LDS Church's early foundation. Yet, his eventual resignation and departure were not merely acts of disillusionment with Joseph Smith. They stemmed from profound theological and doctrinal disagreements and a deep rift over leadership practices. Whitmer's dissatisfaction began to fester during the church's chaotic years in Missouri. By the late 1830s, the failure of the Kirtland Safety Society and Joseph Smith's increasingly authoritarian leadership had already created a volatile atmosphere. But Whitmer's grievances ran much deeper than just administrative failures. He accused Smith of straying from the original, divinely inspired teachings of the church, introducing new doctrines and practices that lacked any support in the early revelations. One of Whitmer's most serious objections was the sudden introduction of the supposed divine ordinations by John the Baptist and Peter, James, and John, claims that were never mentioned publicly or in writing until they appeared in the Doctrine and Covenants. These ordinations, which Smith and others later cited as foundational to the church's priesthood authority, were never part of the early narrative and seemed to emerge only when convenient for Smith's growing control over the church. Whitmer, along with his brother John, rejected these claims entirely, as we've discussed in earlier episodes, and viewed them as fabrications that contradicted the church's original principles. Whitmer was especially critical of Smith's consolidation of power, accusing him of abandoning the humility and equality that had originally defined the church's leadership. To Whitmer, Smith's actions represented a stark departure from the principles they had once stood for. The conflict escalated as Smith and his inner circle accused Whitmer of disloyalty, branding him as unsupportive during times of crisis. Whitmer, feeling betrayed and publicly slandered, ultimately chose to sever ties with the church. His resignation marked a devastating blow to the church's credibility. As one of the three witnesses, Whitmer's testimony was integral to the foundational claims of the Book of Mormon. His public denouncement of Smith and his assertion that the church had deviated from its divine path sent shockwaves through the fledgling movement, emboldening critics and casting a shadow over the church's legitimacy. Part 4. Lyman Wight almost thrown out. In the fall of 1837, Lyman Wight, a close associate of Joseph Smith and an early leader in the LDS Church, became outspoken in his criticism of changes made to the church's revelations. Specifically, Wight dismissed the Doctrine and Covenants as telestial law, suggesting that it represented a lower, less divine set of principles. In contrast, he regarded the earlier Book of Commandments, the precursor to the Doctrine and Covenants, as celestial law, which he saw as a more pure and unaltered version of divine instruction. Wight's critique was rooted in the fact that the D&C had seen numerous revisions and alterations over time, many of which he felt deviated from the true revelations Smith had received in the early days of the church. These changes, in his view, watered down or corrupted the original intent of the church's teachings. Wight's outspoken stance led to a serious confrontation with church leaders, and he was nearly excommunicated for his views. However, his strong following and position within the church allowed him to avoid excommunication, though his growing opposition to Smith's authority and leadership marked a clear rift. This episode reflects broader tensions in the early church, where some leaders and followers began to question Joseph Smith's evolving theology and the growing discrepancies between the original revelations and the changes being made to church teachings and scriptures. Wight's dissatisfaction was one of many signs of discontent with the direction the church was taking, particularly as Smith began introducing more complex doctrines, some of which seemed to conflict with earlier revelations. Part 5. Magic still at hand. In the 19th century, the practice of faith healing and the use of blessed items, such as handkerchiefs, was not unusual in the context of early American folk magic, folk healing, and religious practices. The idea that objects could be consecrated and imbued with healing power was part of a broader cultural belief system, influenced by the mystical and magical traditions that were prevalent in many parts of the United States during that time. Do not forget that the Smith family were practitioners of magic before forming the LDS Church, and many in their hometown frowned down upon them for it and treasure-seeking. In the context of the early Latter-day Saint movement, such practices were not only embraced, but sometimes institutionalized as part of the early church's rituals and healing methods. One notable example of this is the use of handkerchiefs, which were reportedly blessed by Joseph Smith and sent out to individuals who were sick or in need of healing. The apostles of the time, including Orson Whitney, referred to these incidents as miraculous. In his book Life of Heber C. Kimball, 1888, Whitney recorded that many scores of persons were healed by our sending a handkerchief to them. In the LDS Church, this practice reflected both the mystical elements present in Joseph Smith's teachings and the early movement's blend of Christianity with folk practices. The use of blessed items and the laying on of hands for healing continued to be prominent in Mormon culture and theology, despite critiques from both inside and outside the church, who may have viewed these practices as superstitious or inconsistent with mainstream Christianity. Part 6. Martin excommunicated. In 1837, Martin Harris was accused of a range of transgressions, which led to his excommunication from the LDS Church. Among the accusations were financial disputes and moral failings, including claims of adultery. It's deeply ironic that Joseph Smith leveled these charges against Harris, mirroring the very accusations he had previously made against others like Warren Parrish and Oliver Cowdery, members of his inner circle. Martin Harris had already suffered at Smith's hands regarding financial matters. Smith had failed to repay Harris for his significant investment in the Book of Mormon back in 1829, a betrayal that had lingered in Harris's mind. When the Kirtland Safety Society collapsed in 1837, taking the financial stability of many church members with it, those old wounds reopened, adding fuel to Harris's growing disillusionment. However, at the heart of Harris's discontent were doctrinal shifts that went against everything he had originally embraced. One of the most significant was the introduction of plural marriage, polygamy, which Harris vehemently opposed. He was also disturbed by the growing inconsistencies in the teachings regarding the nature of God and the priesthood, shifts that directly contradicted the revelations he had once believed were divinely inspired. To Harris, these changes signaled a departure from the foundational truths he had embraced when he first joined the church. Martin Harris's excommunication was a turning point for the early LDS community. As one of the three witnesses, his testimony had been a cornerstone of the Book of Mormon's divine legitimacy. His excommunication, along with his objections to the increasingly erratic doctrines espoused by Joseph Smith, exposed the deepening fractures within the church. Harris's departure highlighted the growing rift between the original foundational beliefs of the LDS Church and the evolving theological and leadership structures under Smith. His excommunication marked a moment when the church began to move even further from its beginnings, with its new doctrines and practices creating increasing tension among its early members. Conclusion: the rise of alternative prophets, the revisions of the Book of Mormon, and growing dissent from key leaders highlighted the fragility of Smith's control. These struggles, largely hidden from modern narratives, offer a critical glimpse into the internal conflicts and fractures that defined the church's formative years. Episode 38, 1838, starts with a flare. Welcome back to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we delved into the dramatic coup led by the unnamed seer who managed to sway several high-ranking LDS leaders. We explored Joseph Smith's monumental shift in doctrine, redefining the nature of God from a traditional Trinitarian perspective to the distinct theology we recognize today. We witnessed David Whitmer stepping down from his leadership role over the Missouri Saints and saw Martin Harris, one of the three witnesses to the Book of Mormon, face the ultimate break with the church through excommunication. This week, we uncover another critical reason behind Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon's flight to far west Missouri. We delve into a revealing letter from Oliver Cowdery to his brother Warren, uncover Warren Parrish's continued role in the unfolding drama, and examine a startling claim by Martin Harris that challenges the foundational narrative of the Book of Mormon. Finally, we explore a wave of excommunications that rocked the early church, including the removal of the remaining two of the revered three witnesses. Part 1. Joseph and Sidney flee. In January 1838, Joseph Smith fled Kirtland, Ohio, for far west Missouri, amidst growing turmoil within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This period marked a significant crisis for the church. Kirtland had become unstable due to the failure of the Kirtland Safety Society, a banking venture initiated by Smith and others, which collapsed in late 1837. The fallout from this financial debacle included accusations of fraud and mismanagement, leading to an outstanding warrant for Smith's arrest on charges of bank fraud. At the same time, dissent grew among church leaders and members in Kirtland. Former allies, such as Warren Parrish, openly accused Smith of impropriety and false prophecy. The financial strain, coupled with internal divisions, led to the fracturing of the Kirtland branch of the church. Amid threats to his safety and mounting legal pressures, Smith fled with Sidney Rigdon under cover of darkness on January 12, 1838, heading toward far west Missouri, which had become the new center of the church's operations. What does the church have to say concerning this event? Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon received divine instruction to abandon their labors in Kirtland and to flee to far west Missouri. Although the revelation pronounced Joseph's labors finished in this place, leaving Kirtland meant parting not only from their homes, but from the church's largest stake and its first and only temple. Nevertheless, Joseph and Sidney were admonished to arise and get yourselves onto a land which I shall show unto you, even a land flowing with milk and honey. As they approached far west after a long and tedious journey, Joseph and Sidney were met by the Missouri saints, with open arms and warm hearts, welcomed us to the bosom of their society. To be fair, the church does credit the failure of the Kirtland Safety Society as a part of the rising tensions, but they claim Smith received revelation to leave. In fact, Smith and Rigdon were charged in operating an illegal bank and fled Kirtland to avoid the huge fine handed out to each of them. Both men received a $1,000 fine each, nearly $40,000 in 2024. Bayou.edu tells us, the dissidents were so cruel to the steadfast members of the church that they actually feared for their lives. Brigham Young was forced to flee Kirtland on the morning of December 22, 1837, because the apostates threatened to kill him for proclaiming publicly and privately that he knew, by the power of the Holy Ghost, that Joseph Smith was a prophet of the Most High God. Brigham traveled as fast as he could to Dublin, Indiana. On January 13, 1838, 3 weeks after Brigham Young left Kirtland, Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon also fled the deadly influence of the city. The prophet began his journal for the year 1838 by describing the circumstances that led to their exodus. A new year dawned upon the church in Kirtland in all the bitterness of the spirit of apostate mobocracy, which continued to rage and grow hotter and hotter until Elder Rigdon and myself were obliged to flee. As did the apostles and prophets of old, and as Jesus said, when they persecute you in one city, flee to another. We get another account from the History Channel's website. Unfortunately, Smith's Kirtland Bank failed during the national financial panic of 1837, and he fled to avoid potential criminal prosecution by angry and disillusioned former believers, some of whom claimed he had mismanaged their investments. The remaining faithful followed Smith to Missouri, where persecution and rumors, true but exaggerated, that the saints were practicing polygamy forced them to flee again. They, like myself, placed Smith and Rigdon fleeing to far west due to the two of them avoiding the $40,000 fines. In far west, Smith sought to rebuild the church and reestablish unity. However, Missouri presented its own set of challenges, including tensions with local settlers and governance issues within the church. This tumultuous period ultimately contributed to the heightened conflicts between Mormons and Missourians, culminating in the 1838 Mormon War later that year. Part 2, Dirty, Nasty, Filthy Affair. In 1838, tensions within the early LDS Church were reaching a boiling point. Joseph Smith's leadership was being questioned from within, and Oliver Cowdery, one of the church's earliest and most loyal supporters, had become increasingly disillusioned. A major catalyst for this growing rift was a scandal involving Smith and Fanny Alger. Oliver Cowdery, disgusted by what he considered a dirty, nasty, filthy affair, could no longer hold his silence. In a letter to his brother Warren, Cowdery unleashed his frustration and condemnation of Joseph Smith, accusing him of gross immorality. Cowdery's words were sharp and cutting, reflecting his deep betrayal. He referred to Smith's actions as nothing more than an illicit affair, far from the righteous example a prophet should set. This wasn't just a critique of Smith's character. It was a moral outcry that would reverberate through the community. Why did Cowdery write this letter to Warren? At the time, Oliver was grappling with the corruption he perceived in the leadership of the church. He was in the midst of a deep personal crisis, having been disillusioned by what he saw as the growing inconsistencies in Smith's teachings and actions, including the now infamous relationship with Fanny Alger. The letter was an outlet, a private venting of his discontent to a trusted family member, but it was also a signal. Cowdery was beginning to distance himself from Smith, and in doing so, he was laying the groundwork for his eventual excommunication. So how do we know about this letter? Unlike many private correspondences, this letter was preserved, not because it was meant for public consumption, but because it would later be used as evidence in the broader context of Cowdery's falling out with Smith. While the letter itself has not survived in full, excerpts from it were shared by those who had access to it, including members of Cowdery's family and other contemporaries. Over time, historians have pieced together the contents through these secondary accounts, helping us understand the sharpness of Cowdery's break with Smith. The outcome of the letter's revelation was profound. It not only marked the beginning of Oliver Cowdery's open rift with Smith, but it also became one of the key points of contention during Cowdery's excommunication in 1838. By the time Oliver was formally expelled from the church, his grievances, including his accusations about Smith's relationship with Fanny Alger, had reached a boiling point. For Smith, the affair and Cowdery's public outcry added fuel to an already burning conflict within the church leadership. But for Cowdery, the letter to Warren was a final cry for clarity, a breaking point that signaled his departure from the man he once called a prophet. In the end, this dirty, nasty, filthy affair would not only define the relationship between Joseph Smith and Fanny Alger, but also act as a crucial moment in the unraveling of one of the church's most foundational friendships. For Cowdery, it was the beginning of the end, and for Smith, it was yet another scandal to obscure his already controversial leadership. Part 3. Warren Parrish strikes again. In a pivotal moment, Warren Parrish, once one of Joseph Smith's most trusted scribes, took the dramatic step of publicly severing ties with Smith and Sidney Rigdon. In a letter to the Painesville Republican on January 23, 1838, Parrish didn't just express his grievances. He unleashed a scathing critique that would rock the foundations of Smith's leadership and reveal cracks in the facade of the early Mormon movement. Parrish, who had once worked closely with Smith, accused him and Rigdon of rampant fraud and deceit, painting a damning picture of their leadership. He blasted Smith for his dishonesty and mismanagement, exposing what he saw as a culture of manipulation and falsehood that permeated the leadership. Parrish, disillusioned by the growing authoritarianism within the movement, claimed that Smith and Rigdon were not only misleading their followers, but also exploiting them for personal gain. As we reflect on Parrish's accusations, it's impossible to ignore the broader implications. This wasn't just a disgruntled former scribe speaking out. It was a powerful indication that Smith's leadership was increasingly under scrutiny, even from those who had once stood by him. And as the story unfolds, the question becomes, how much of the faith and legitimacy of Joseph Smith's prophetic claims were truly built on trust, and how much on manipulation and deception? Part 4. Martin Harris exposes a secret. In a move that would shake the very foundations of the Book of Mormon's authenticity, Martin Harris, one of the three witnesses, publicly declared what could not be ignored. None of the 8 men who signed as witnesses to the Book of Mormon had actually seen or handled the physical records. This bold admission was not just an offhand remark. Harris, a key figure in the Book of Mormon's creation and early validation, made it clear that the physical plates had remained entirely unseen by those who had signed their names to testify of them. What does the Saints Unscripted have to say? A couple of sources, second and third-hand sources, suggest Martin only saw the plates with a spiritual eye, suggesting he really only imagined seeing the plates. I'll let David Whitmer answer that claim. He said, "Of course we were in the spirit when we had the view, for no man can behold the face of an angel except in a spiritual view. But we were in the body also, and everything around was as natural to us as it is at any time." Martin Harris, you say, called it being in vision. We read in the scriptures, Cornelius saw in a vision an angel of God, Daniel saw an angel in a vision. Also in other places it states they saw an angel in the spirit. A bright light enveloped us where we were, that filled the woods as at noonday, and there in a vision, or in the spirit, we saw and heard, just as it is stated in my testimony in the Book of Mormon. Saints Unscripted is correct that the claims about Martin Harris denying the physical nature of the witnesses' experiences are based on second and third-hand accounts, specifically from 1838, Stephen Burnett, and 1840, John A. Clark. While these accounts were made during a period when Martin Harris could have publicly refuted them, there is no record of him doing so at the time, particularly during the years he was estranged from the church following his excommunication in 1837. In fairness, later in life, after rejoining the church in 1870, Martin Harris actively defended the testimonies of the witnesses, including the physical nature of the plates. However, his lack of response to the allegations in 1838-1840 raises questions about his position during his period of disaffection from the church. Whether his silence reflects agreement, indifference, or a lack of opportunity to respond remains a matter of interpretation. Harris's statement exposed a glaring contradiction in the narrative that had been meticulously crafted around the Book of Mormon's origins. These 8 witnesses, whose names were supposed to lend weight and credibility to the book's divine origins, were revealed to have signed a document that bore no basis in the physical reality of the records. To the public, this revelation undermined everything. The very idea that these men could offer testimony to something they never touched, let alone saw, exposed the fragile veneer of legitimacy that Joseph Smith and his followers had so carefully built. This wasn't just a matter of semantics. Harris's words went to the heart of the Mormon movement's foundation. How could these men, whose testimonies were relied upon to validate Smith's translation, now be seen as anything more than willing participants in a larger scheme of deception? Harris's admission didn't just cast doubt on the credibility of the Book of Mormon's origins, it thrust the entire prophetic narrative into a realm of skepticism, where faith in Smith's divine mission was no longer just a matter of belief, but of questionable testimony. Part 5. Excommunications for Everyone. David Whitmer's resignation and subsequent excommunication expose a raw, unvarnished look at the deep fractures that plagued the early leadership of the LDS Church. A pivotal figure as one of the 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormon, Whitmer's fallout with Joseph Smith during the volatile Kirtland era reveals a collision of ideology and ambition. Disillusioned by what he perceived as Smith's abandonment of the church's founding principles, Whitmer became an outspoken critic, accusing Smith of consolidating power at the expense of the primitive gospel. As Brent Metcalf aptly notes, Whitmer viewed the church's leadership as having strayed far from the original intent, a damning indictment of Smith's increasingly authoritarian direction. This discontent wasn't whispered in private. It reverberated loudly in Whitmer's later writings, particularly an address to all believers in Christ. There, he didn't mince words, condemning Smith's leadership as corrupted by self-interest and a betrayal of the church's spiritual roots. According to Dan Vogel, Whitmer's disillusionment reached its peak amid the Kirtland Safety Society debacle, a financial catastrophe that Whitmer saw as a glaring example of Smith's mismanagement and hubris. Vogel underscores that Whitmer's resignation from church leadership in 1837, followed by his excommunication in 1838, wasn't just a personal dispute but a seismic clash of vision. Vogel states, Whitmer's opposition represented a direct challenge to the theocratic ambitions of Joseph Smith. Richard L. Bushman adds a crucial layer to this narrative, framing Whitmer's resistance as part of a broader ideological rift. Whitmer believed the church was no longer recognizable, a shadow of its former self, consumed by ambition and deviation from its roots, Bushman explains. Yet, even as Whitmer severed ties with Smith and the institution, he never wavered in his testimony of the Book of Mormon. This paradox, that Whitmer rejected Smith's leadership but clung to the Book of Mormon's divine origins, underscores the complexity of his relationship with the faith. Oliver Cowdery's dramatic exit from the church followed a similar trajectory. Cowdery's refusal to retract allegations of Smith's misconduct, including accusations of adultery, sealed his fate. Excommunicated in 1838 alongside Whitmer, Cowdery's criticisms of Smith's leadership were as sharp as his conviction in the Book of Mormon was steadfast. Vogel highlights this tension, noting, their unwavering testimonies of the Book of Mormon contrast starkly with their vehement objections to Smith's governance. These events marked a watershed moment for the fledgling church. Leadership disputes, financial scandals, and ideological divides tore at the seams of the movement, leaving scars that would ripple through its history. Whitmer and Cowdery's departures weren't just schisms. They were battle cries against what they saw as a betrayal of the faith's founding ideals. Their stories remain powerful reminders of the human conflicts and contradictions that shaped the early LDS Church. What do you think about Whitmer and Cowdery's defiance? Were they courageous truth-tellers or simply disillusioned men? Drop your thoughts below. I'd love to hear your perspective. Episode 39, Far West and New Wild West. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we tore into the mess that was Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon's flight from Kirtland, dodging $1,000 fines like the criminals they were. We pulled apart Oliver Cowdery's explosive letter to his brother Warren, which tore the veil off Smith's sordid affair with Fanny Alger, exposing Joseph's hypocrisy for all to see. We dug deep into Warren Parish's expose in the Painesville Republican, ripping apart Smith and Rigdon as frauds, unmasking their con to the public eye. And we wrapped it all up with the brutal excommunications of Oliver Cowdery and David Whitmer. This week, we dive into the pivotal letter from Stephen Burnett to Lyman Johnson, exposing Martin Harris's shocking statement about the so-called 8 witnesses. We uncover how Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon revert to their familiar patterns of greed, each demanding a staggering annual salary of $1,100. Joseph unveils yet another so-called revelation. This episode is packed with revelations, intrigue, and more. Don't miss it. Part 1, a letter meant to shock. In 1838, Stephen Burnett, a former member of the church, wrote a letter to Lyman E. Johnson, revealing a shocking revelation from Martin Harris, one of the 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormon. According to Burnett, Harris confessed that the 8 witnesses never saw the plates with their natural eyes, but instead experienced them in a spiritual or visionary context. Even more damning, Harris allegedly admitted that the witnesses were hesitant to sign the testimony at first, but were persuaded by Joseph Smith to do so. This admission, if true, challenges the very foundation of the Mormon Church's claims about the physical reality of the Book of Mormon plates, and raises disturbing questions about Joseph Smith's role in shaping the narrative. Could this be the smoking gun that exposes the truth behind the creation of the Book of Mormon? Let's dive into the contrasting perspectives on this explosive claim. Daniel C. Peterson, a prominent apologist for the Church, argues that the idea of a spiritual or visionary experience is perfectly in line with the early Mormon worldview. In response to Burnett's account, Peterson maintains, the 8 witnesses, in their own words, saw the plates with spiritual eyes, in a manifestation that transcended the physical. This is not a contradiction, but rather a consistent pattern within the early LDS belief in spiritual manifestations. Peterson points to the scriptures, specifically the Book of Mormon itself, which contains numerous references to spiritual visions and divine manifestations, asserting that this experience was not only plausible, but also expected in the context of early Mormonism. Peterson continues, to call their testimony into question based on the limitations of physical sight is to misunderstand the religious context in which these men were acting. They were not merely testifying to a physical reality, but to a divine revelation. Terrell Givens offers a slightly different perspective, one that acknowledges the mystical aspect of the witness experiences, but emphasizes their authenticity. Givens asserts, in the early days of the Church, witnesses to sacred events often described their experiences in terms of visions or otherworldly manifestations. The 8 witnesses, therefore, were not attempting to deceive. They were testifying to an experience that was real to them in a spiritual sense. Givens stresses that in the context of 19th century religious thought, spiritual visions were considered just as valid as physical sightings, and that Joseph Smith's role in facilitating these spiritual experiences was central to their testimony. Dan Vogel sharply disagrees with the apologetic defense. For Vogel, Burnett's account and Harris's supposed admission highlight a disturbing trend in the creation of the Book of Mormon. He states, Harris's revelation is crucial because it exposes the manufactured nature of the Book of Mormon's origins. The 8 witnesses did not see the plates in any literal sense. They were coerced into supporting a story that was being fabricated before their eyes. Harris's comments confirmed that the witnesses were caught in a web of manipulation, a manipulation they were not entirely willing to participate in at first. Vogel adds, Joseph Smith knew how to get his followers to conform to his narrative, and his pressure tactics on the 8 witnesses, as revealed by Harris, show that the testimony was less about what they saw and more about what they were persuaded to say. Brent Metcalf offers a similar view but expands the critique. The 8 witnesses' testimony was not a simple, straightforward declaration of truth. It was a product of social and religious pressures. Harris's comments indicate that the witnesses were not as certain about their experience as we've been led to believe, Metcalf writes. He continues, the notion that Joseph Smith persuaded them to sign the testimony raises serious questions about the credibility of the entire narrative. The witnesses were not passive observers. They were active participants in the construction of a story, one that, as time went on, became increasingly difficult to maintain. Metcalf also touches on the wider implications of these manipulative tactics. The dynamics at play between Joseph Smith and the 8 witnesses reveal a troubling pattern of control and persuasion. They were not innocent bystanders. They were complicit in the construction of a narrative that would ultimately define the LDS Church for generations. Finally, Gerald and Sandra Tanner, 2 of the most influential critics of the LDS Church, underscore the manipulation of testimony in their analysis. They argue, the idea that the 8 witnesses were hesitant to sign the testimony is telling. It suggests that they were not convinced by what they saw, but felt compelled to support Joseph Smith's vision. Harris's admission confirms that these men were pressured into providing a testimony that served Smith's interests, not their own. The Tanners point to the broader issue of Joseph Smith's control over his followers. Joseph Smith had a unique ability to manipulate those around him. His use of persuasion on the 8 witnesses is just another example of how he shaped the narrative to fit his theological agenda. When viewed in this light, the 8 witnesses' testimony becomes less a statement of objective truth and more a reflection of the power dynamics within the early church. Burnett's letter contributes to the broader debate about the nature of the witnesses' experiences with the plates. If Harris's alleged statements are accurate, they suggest a possible gap between the publicized testimony and the private realities of the witnesses' encounters. Part 2, Show Us the Money. In 1838, after the Saints had been violently driven from Missouri and resettled in Far West, tensions over leadership and financial support resurfaced. Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon, already entrenched in positions of significant authority, sought an annual living allowance of $1,100 each from the church. This request came on the heels of the Saints' harrowing experiences of displacement and hardship, and it quickly sparked controversy. Smith and Rigdon argued that the proposed salary was essential to allow them to focus fully on their spiritual and logistical responsibilities, given the immense challenges facing the community in Far West. At the time, $1,100 was an extraordinary sum, and such a request was bound to stir resentment. Church members were already dealing with the trauma of forced relocation, and now their leaders were seeking substantial financial support, something that appeared increasingly out of touch with the church's early emphasis on sacrifice, humility, and communal responsibility. The High Council in Far West initially approved the request, likely out of a desire to ensure that Smith and Rigdon could continue their leadership without the distractions of financial struggle. However, this move was met with fierce opposition from many church members, both from Missouri and other areas, who saw it as a blatant violation of the very principles they had been taught. For many, this demand for compensation seemed to align with the very concept of priestcraft, a practice they had been warned against, where religious leaders used their positions for personal gain. Oliver Cowdery had even accused Smith of engaging in priestcraft back in 1830, 8 years earlier, in Fayette, New York. It is no coincidence that Missouri members, who had already witnessed the disastrous consequences of Smith and Rigdon's leadership in Kirtland, where the financial mismanagement had led to significant debt, failed ventures, and the collapse of the Kirtland Safety Society, were especially resistant to such a request. The memory of Kirtland's collapse was still fresh, and the idea that Smith and Rigdon were now seeking an annual salary felt like a step too far. This was particularly troubling when one considered the lavish lifestyle Smith had begun to lead, including demands for a house to be built for himself and Emma. Facing growing outrage, the High Council rescinded the decision just a week later, recognizing the significant backlash from the saints. Instead of the requested salary, Smith and Rigdon were granted 80 acres of land each, which was more in line with the church's ideal of land ownership and self-sufficiency. John A. Whitsoe, an LDS apostle in the 20th century, attempted to justify Smith's request, arguing that the demand for compensation was a reasonable response to the immense pressures of leading a growing religious movement amid external threats and financial instability. Whitsoe contended that it was necessary for Smith to receive financial support in order to focus on his leadership duties. However, it's hard to ignore the more cynical interpretation. As Fawn Brodie bluntly put it, Joseph Smith Jr. was not only a prophet but a deeply involved businessman. His manipulation of financial matters was a form of control that contributed to both his rise and eventual downfall within the community. Part 3. Adam Ondy the What? In the late 1830s, after being driven from Jackson County, Missouri, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints resettled in Caldwell County, establishing Far West. In February 1838, Lyman White built a home and ferry on the Grand River at a site later known as White's Ferry. That spring, Joseph Smith visited the area and proclaimed it to hold immense biblical importance, claiming it was the site of 3 altars built by Adam himself. Heber C. Kimball vividly described the moment. The prophet Joseph called upon Brother Brigham, myself and others, saying, "Brethren, come, go along with me, and I will show you something." He led us a short distance to a place where were the ruins of 3 altars built of stone, one above the other. "There," said Joseph, "is the place where Adam offered up sacrifice after he was cast out of the garden." Life of Heber C. Kimball, p. 209. Joseph went further, identifying one structure as the altar of prayer near Tower Hill, described as 16 feet long by 9 or 10 feet wide, gradually rising higher to the center, the whole surface being crowning. History of the Church, Volume 3, p. 35. LDS Heartland scholar Rod Meldrum has embraced these claims, linking Adam Ondy Amen to Joseph's revelations. Through revelation, Joseph Smith learned that an area in northwestern Missouri near Gallatin was the place where Adam lived after he was cast out of the Garden of Eden, and that a Nephite altar had been erected near there. The revelations about Adam Ondy Amen can now be found in the Doctrine and Covenants. Yet Meldrum's assertions invite scrutiny. Brent Metcalf, a prominent LDS critic, notes the lack of archaeological evidence to support such claims. There is no empirical evidence linking Missouri to any biblical or Adamic tradition. Joseph's designation of the site appears rooted more in myth-making and frontier religiosity than historical reality. New Approaches to the Book of Mormon, edited by Brent Lee Metcalf. Dan Vogel highlights the context of Joseph Smith's revelations during a period of upheaval and consolidation of authority. The Adam Ondy Amen narrative served to mythologize Missouri as sacred space, reinforcing Joseph's prophetic status while distracting from the saints' political and social conflicts. Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, p. 435. Doctrine and Covenants 107, 53, 57 claims that Adam gathered his righteous posterity in the valley of Adam Ondy Amen 3 years before his death to bestow blessings. Some Latter-day Saints believe a similar gathering will occur before the second coming. Sometime prior to the second coming of the Savior, a similar meeting will again be held in the valley of Adam Ondy Amen. D&C Student Manual, p. Joseph Smith taught that the term Adam Ondy Amen derived from the Adamic language, but interpretations vary widely. Orson Pratt speculated it meant Valley of God where Adam dwelt, while John Carrill interpreted it as the Valley of God in which Adam blessed his children. Historian Heman C. Smith suggested it referred to Adam's grave. Such inconsistent definitions raise doubts. If Adamic were indeed the first language, why can't the meaning of Adam Ondy Amen be clarified? Perhaps the most glaring issue is the location itself. According to Abrahamic tradition, the Garden of Eden is in Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, over 6,700 miles from Missouri. How could Adam and Eve, if they existed, have relocated to the American Midwest? More critically, where is the archaeological evidence? As Vogel notes, if Missouri were the site of Adam's ancient home, one would expect to find cultural artifacts predating the arrival of Native Americans that match the Mesopotamian culture described in Genesis. Vogel proceeds to state, had the altars been constructed by Native Americans, we would expect corroborating evidence, ceramic fragments, tools, or remnants of habitation at the site. None of this has been uncovered at Adam on Ammon. Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, p. 437. To date, no credible evidence supports Joseph Smith's claims about Adam on Ammon. There is no trace of Paleo-Judaic culture or altars that remotely align with the descriptions he provided. The so-called altars, identified by Smith, have been thoroughly dismissed as natural rock formations by geologists. This glaring absence of evidence not only undermines the plausibility of his narrative, but also raises serious doubts about his motives and credibility. However, I find it difficult to dismiss the possibility that Smith deliberately reinterpreted indigenous structures to fit his theological agenda. The Mississippian culture, commonly referred to as the Mound Builders, provides a compelling context. These ancient peoples constructed significant ceremonial sites, including stone cairns and effigy mounds, which could have been co-opted and rebranded by Smith as Adam's altars. If these formations were indeed Native American in origin, it's likely that Smith either misunderstood their purpose or deliberately reimagined them to reinforce his claims of divine revelation. Vogel and Metcalf do back my view up when they state, Joseph had a knack for finding spiritual significance in the mundane or misunderstood. Whether it was reinterpreting Native American burial mounds as Nephite battlegrounds or natural formations as altars, he gave them a divine backstory to enhance his authority. Dan Vogel's Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, p. 45. The absence of corroborating evidence for biblical altars in Missouri does not exclude the possibility that Native American structures were present. However, their reinterpretation speaks more to Joseph's narrative ambitions than to the structure's actual origins. Brent Metcalf, while the supposed altars at Adam on Ammon could plausibly have been of Native American origin, the evidence for such a connection is lacking. If they were man-made, it's more likely they served indigenous purposes unrelated to biblical narratives. Conclusion. In this episode, we explored Martin Harris's shocking admission about the 8 witnesses, casting doubt on their testimony and its implications for the Book of Mormon's origins. We examined Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon's controversial $1,100 salary demands amid the saints' struggles, highlighting growing resentment among members. Finally, we delved into the claims surrounding Adam on Ammon, questioning the lack of archaeological evidence and the reinterpretation of indigenous sites. These topics reveal the tension between faith, leadership, and historical credibility in early Mormonism. Episode 40, Missouri Gets Violent. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we discussed Martin Harris's claim that the 8 witnesses never saw or handled the golden plates, as revealed in the Burnett letter to Lyman Johnson. We also covered Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon's arrival in Far West, where they attempted to secure $1,100 annually in financial support from the church, and Joseph's declaration that Adam on Ammon in Missouri was the site of the Garden of Eden. This week, we expose the darker side of early Mormonism, accusations of counterfeiting on both sides, the rise of the ruthless Danites who silenced dissent through violence, and Sidney Rigdon's incendiary Salt Sermon, which drove enemies of the church out of Far West. Finally, we unravel the surprising spark that ignited the Mormon War, a clash of power, paranoia, and control that went beyond Joseph Smith himself. This episode peels back the layers on a pivotal, turbulent chapter in Mormon history. Part 1, Joseph Points the Finger. Accusations of counterfeiting were not isolated incidents in early Mormonism. In fact, such charges would persist and continue to be a source of tension among early Mormon leaders. Critics of Smith often pointed to his associations with dubious financial schemes, and there was a general sense that the Mormon leadership was involved in various shady dealings. These allegations were amplified by Smith's own financial mismanagement, particularly his ventures in Kirtland, where his leadership had led to widespread financial distress for many of the saints. The most prominent of these accusations came from those who left the church. For instance, William McClellan, who had been one of the early members and an apostle, became a critic and wrote about Smith's involvement in counterfeiting schemes. Even Martin Harris, one of the witnesses to the Book of Mormon, later expressed doubts and frustrations regarding Smith's financial practices and the rumors surrounding counterfeiting. The specific accusations of counterfeiting were related to an alleged plot by several early church leaders to engage in producing counterfeit money. David Whitmer, a former member of the church's original 3 witnesses, was among those who had left the church by 1838 and had become a vocal critic of Smith. Smith and his followers accused Whitmer, along with others who had left, of being involved in counterfeit schemes, a common criminal charge at the time in frontier America. Oliver Cowdery, who had been a key figure in the early formation of the church and the translation of the Book of Mormon, was also accused of similar crimes. Cowdery had left the church in 1838, which seemed to further fuel the animosity between him and Smith's leadership. The counterfeiting charges were particularly damaging because they attacked not just the character of these former leaders, but also their credibility as witnesses to the Book of Mormon, which Smith was still claiming to be divinely inspired. The counterfeiting accusations can be seen as an attempt by Smith and his followers to discredit these men and their allies. The charges were essentially a smear campaign, with Smith's leadership trying to vilify former members to maintain control and protect the integrity of the church's reputation. The discrediting of former leaders like Cowdery and Whitmer was part of a broader effort to solidify Smith's authority and undermine the credibility of those who opposed him. This battle for control over the narrative within the Mormon community would continue throughout Smith's life and would shape the history of the movement. As for the specific counterfeiting allegations, no concrete evidence was ever produced to definitively prove or disprove them. However, the accusations were part of a broader pattern of Smith's complex and often controversial relationships with those who disagreed with him or left the church. Whether or not Smith and his associates were directly involved in counterfeiting remains a matter of debate, but the accusations certainly left a lasting stain on their reputations and added to the tumultuous history of the early Mormon movement. Part 2. Welcome in the Danites. The Danites, a secretive militia group organized in 1838 by Samson Avard, were one of the darkest elements of early Mormonism, and Joseph Smith's involvement in them remains a point of intense controversy. Formed during the height of anti-Mormon violence in Missouri, the Danites were intended as a protective force for the beleaguered Mormon community. However, their mission quickly turned into something far more sinister, involving intimidation, violence, and a campaign of terror against non-Mormon settlers. Though Smith denied any direct involvement, numerous accounts suggest that he was well aware of the Danites' activities, possibly even giving tacit approval for their violent methods. The most telling source of evidence comes from Avard himself. In his testimony before a Missouri court, Avard revealed that Smith had knowledge of and possibly endorsed the Danites' aggressive actions. Further, Samuel Smith, Joseph's own brother, testified that Joseph gave speeches which seemed to justify the actions of the Danites. These revelations suggest that Smith was not just a passive observer but an active participant in fostering a climate of violence in the Mormon community. Critics, such as David Whitmer, an original witness to the Book of Mormon, further fueled this narrative by stating that Smith was not just aware but complicit in the Danites' operations. Smith's role in the formation of the Danites cannot be ignored or whitewashed by defenders of the faith. The accusations that Smith used the Danites to protect his leadership, consolidate power, and eliminate opposition are hard to dismiss. Whether or not Smith directly commanded the Danites to engage in violence, his leadership and the way he manipulated those under him was the fertile ground in which such a group could thrive. This is not the stuff of divine guidance, but rather the actions of a leader whose personal ambitions and the thirst for power seemed to justify any means necessary. Despite the denial from some apologists, the evidence surrounding Smith's knowledge of the Danites paints a troubling picture. His leadership was increasingly defined by coercion, secrecy, and violence, traits that would persist throughout his life and shape the way the church handled internal dissent. Whether the Danites were Smith's creation or merely his response to external threats, one thing is clear: they represent a dark chapter in the history of the early LDS movement. Smith's involvement, direct or indirect, casts a long shadow over his legacy and reveals the lengths he would go to in maintaining control over the Mormon community. In the end, the Danites are not just a footnote in Mormon history. They are a glaring example of the violent undercurrents that ran through the early days of the church. Part 3. The Salt Sermon That Stung. If the Danites were the fist of early Mormonism, Sidney Rigdon's Salt Sermon was its war cry, a blistering call to arms that intensified violence and suppression in far west Missouri. Delivered in June 1838, this sermon was ostensibly about purifying the church, but in reality, it targeted dissenters and declared open hostility toward perceived enemies of the faith. Rigdon's fiery rhetoric was not just words. It became the ideological foundation for the Danites' militant actions, marking a decisive shift toward authoritarianism within the church. Rigdon drew on Matthew 5, verse 13, proclaiming that dissenters were the salt that had lost its savor and deserved to be cast out and trodden underfoot. This metaphor, weaponized in Rigdon's hands, carried an unmistakable threat. Those who opposed Joseph Smith's leadership would face not only expulsion but also severe retribution. Historian D. Michael Quinn has noted that Rigdon's rhetoric created a combustible atmosphere in Far West, where loyalty became synonymous with survival. The immediate consequences were stark. Oliver Cowdery and David Whitmer, two of the church's founding members and original witnesses to the Book of Mormon, were excommunicated in April 1838 amidst accusations of disloyalty. The Salt Sermon escalated tensions further, branding Cowdery and Whitmer as traitors unworthy of their past roles. Both men were soon driven out of Far West under duress, facing harassment and threats from the Danites. Cowdery, falsely accused of theft to justify his removal, later described the ordeal as a gross miscarriage of justice. Whitmer, in his writings, lamented the betrayal, stating, "Those who once called me brother now saw me as their enemy." Their forced departure sent a clear message: dissent would not be tolerated. The Danites, emboldened by Rigdon's sermon, became the enforcers of this policy, using intimidation and violence to suppress any opposition. Richard Bushman observes, "The expulsions of Cowdery and Whitmer exposed a church increasingly reliant on fear and coercion to maintain unity, rather than persuasion or spiritual authority." Rigdon's Salt Sermon also highlighted the growing hypocrisy within church leadership. While preaching about building a Zion of peace and righteousness, Rigdon and Smith simultaneously fostered a culture of fear. This was no coincidence. As Smith and his inner circle faced external pressures and internal dissent, they turned to authoritarian measures to retain control. The result was a community increasingly defined by loyalty tests and ideological conformity, with devastating consequences for those who failed to meet the standard. In hindsight, the Salt Sermon and the rise of the Danites stand as stark reminders of the lengths to which early Mormon leaders were willing to go to preserve their vision of the church. For Cowdery and Whitmer, their expulsion marked the end of their roles in the movement they helped to create. For the church, it was a turning point where the ideals of Zion gave way to the realities of consolidation and control. Where the Danites wielded the sword, Rigdon wielded the word, and together they ensured that the Mormon experiment in Missouri would be defined not by harmony or community, but by division and bloodshed. Part 4. Adamandiaman to Spring Up. On June 28, 1838, Joseph Smith Jr., Sidney Rigdon, Lyman White, George W. Robinson, John Smith, and numerous unnamed Mormon settlers gathered to survey and divide the land, build homes, and lay the foundation for a new community. Adamandiaman. Adamandiaman was touted by Mormon leaders as the key to establishing a divine refuge, a sacred stake of Zion where the saints could prosper in peace. But this vision didn't last. The rapid growth of Mormon settlers in Daviess County set off alarm bells among local Missourians. To them, the Mormon migration wasn't just a peaceful settlement. It was an invasion, a challenge to their land, livelihoods, and authority. The Mormon community, already a source of suspicion due to their unorthodox beliefs and tendency to vote as a unified bloc, was seen as a threat that could not be ignored. As the Mormons expanded, the atmosphere in Daviess County became increasingly charged. Their aggressive push into the area and the rapidly growing population only exacerbated the resentment and fear among local residents. Tensions that had been simmering for months were about to boil over. The fuse was lit on July 4, 1838, when Sidney Rigdon, in a speech delivered to the Saints in Far West, unleashed his infamous extermination speech. In a tone laced with anger and defiance, Rigdon declared that the Mormons would no longer stand for persecution or harassment. He didn't just warn of retaliation, he threatened a war of extermination against anyone who dared oppose them. The speech was a direct challenge to the people of Missouri, one that they could not and would not ignore. Rigdon's inflammatory words, combined with the Mormon leadership's brazen expansion into Adamon, left no room for misunderstanding. It wasn't just about building Zion. It was about a forceful claim to the land, one that would stop at nothing to secure Mormon dominance. This aggressive stance, fueled by divine ambition and sharpened by combative rhetoric, transformed what could have been a peaceful settlement into a powder keg. The aftermath of these provocations was inevitable. The Mormon leadership's fiery words and defiant actions ignited the hostilities that would evolve into the 1838 Mormon War. While the Saints framed their actions as a divine mission, their approach, marked by unrelenting expansionism, reckless rhetoric, and a refusal to back down, turned them into a target. They were not victims of some unjust conspiracy. They were players in a conflict that they helped to create. This was no holy exodus. It was the fallout of ambition unchecked, a warning about the dangers of hubris, and a glimpse into the volatile future that awaited the Saints. Part 5, You Shall Not Pass Go. The Mormons began settling in DeWitt and the surrounding areas in early 1838, as part of their broader, unchecked expansion into northwestern Missouri. They saw this land as part of their divine entitlement, an essential piece of the promised Zion, where they could gather the saints and establish their dominion. DeWitt, strategically located along the Grand River, was prime land for farming and seemed ripe for Mormon colonization. It was a perfect location in their eyes, not for peaceful coexistence, but for laying the groundwork of a religious empire. But this bold move quickly stirred the pot with local non-Mormons, who had already been hostile to the Saints since their earlier attempts to settle in Missouri. The arrival of the Mormons in DeWitt wasn't viewed as a peaceful settlement. It was seen as an invasion, a direct challenge to the established social and political order. The Mormon presence wasn't merely an encroachment on land. It was an assertion of power, forcing their beliefs and communal bloc voting onto a population that had already grown distrustful of them. On July 14, 1838, Carroll County residents held a meeting to confront the Mormon encroachment. Fears ran high as locals realized that the Mormons, with their distinct aggressive agenda, were not just looking for a place to settle. They were looking to seize control. The Mormons had already made it clear that they were not here to fit in. They were here to dominate. With their tight-knit voting bloc and their leader-driven command, they presented a direct threat to the power structures that had long held sway in Missouri. As the summer dragged on, tensions erupted into open hostilities. More meetings were organized and the rhetoric turned violent. Threats against the Mormon settlers escalated, with local residents vowing to drive them out. The Mormons, however, showed no intention of retreating. They had not come to assimilate or coexist. They had come to claim the land as their own, to build Zion by any means necessary. The situation quickly spiraled into chaos. Local mobs, spurred on by months of simmering resentment, began forming, attacking Mormon properties and threatening violence. The Mormons' actions, far from being seen as peaceful, inflamed the situation. Their refusal to respect local authority, their unwillingness to compromise, and their total disregard for the rights of the existing population set the stage for a full-blown crisis. By the end of the summer, the Mormons were forced to abandon DeWitt driven out by violence, threats, and a relentless campaign of intimidation. They had not been expelled because of their beliefs. They had been driven out because of their refusal to live peacefully with their neighbors. They had refused to respect the boundaries of the communities they sought to dominate. Their inability to integrate, coupled with their arrogant belief that they had a divine right to the land, led to their expulsion and further fueled the growing conflict with the people of Missouri. Let me know what you think about the events that transpired during this period in the comments section below. Episode 41, Far West About to Explode. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we exposed the accusations of counterfeiting against Oliver Cowdery and other former church members. We delved into the rise of the Danites and Sidney Rigdon's incendiary salt sermon, a speech that poured gasoline on already smoldering tensions, setting Mormons and Missourians on a collision course that erupted into the 1838 Mormon War. This week, we pull back the curtain on Joseph Smith's explicit endorsement of the Danites' aggressive tactics as chaos explodes in Gallatin. We uncover Smith's first polyandrous marriage, adding a layer of personal controversy amid the brewing storm. And finally, we witness Smith rally his Danites, preparing for a conflict that would thrust the Saints into open war with their neighbors. This is the untold story of ambition, betrayal, and a community hurtling toward its breaking point. Part 1. Joseph endures violence once more. The summer of 1838 in Missouri was a pressure cooker for Joseph Smith and his followers, teetering on the edge of chaos. Tensions with locals were escalating rapidly, and Mormon leadership was under fire from both internal dissenters and external threats. In the midst of this turmoil, Joseph Smith's journal entry on July 27, 1838, pulled back the curtain on the secretive and militant organization known as the Danites. He wrote that they were formed, according to Revelation, to put right that which is not right, and to cleanse the church of very great evils which hitherto existed among us. Personal writings of Joseph Smith, ed. Dean C. Jesse, p. 262. If this entry doesn't scream divine justification for violent enforcement, what does? But this explosive revelation didn't make it into the sanitized history of the church. Why? Because directly linking the Danites to Joseph Smith and framing their actions as divinely sanctioned was a PR nightmare the church couldn't afford to let stand. The entry was crossed out, deliberately omitted, and with it, a raw glimpse into the militant underbelly of early Mormonism was buried. Yet the purpose of the Danites couldn't be erased as easily. Historian Leonard J. Arrington describes them as a group devoted to defending Mormon interests, enforcing discipline, and intimidating opponents, both internal and external. The Mormon Experience, p. 96. Their existence was less about spiritual governance and more about brute force, carrying out Smith's vision of Zion through loyalty and coercion. Smith wasn't just leading a religious movement. He was mobilizing an enforcement squad to root out dissent and dominate the frontier. The so-called cleansing of the church wasn't spiritual renewal. It was about eliminating threats to his leadership, whatever the cost. As Stephen C. Leswar bluntly states, the Danites were essentially an extra-legal enforcement group, acting with the implicit or explicit approval of Mormon leadership to carry out their objectives. The 1838 Mormon War in Missouri, p. 54. Let's be clear, this wasn't a benevolent act of religious unity. This was Joseph Smith gearing up for war, both against dissent within his flock and against external enemies who dared to challenge Mormon expansion. The entry's removal from official history isn't just revisionism. It's evidence of the church's broader strategy to whitewash its violent origins. Grant Underwood puts it plainly, early Mormon histories aimed not to preserve an accurate record, but to promote faith and unity. The Millenarian World of Early Mormonism, p. 134. So, while modern portrayals of Joseph Smith depict a prophet of peace, the facts paint a very different picture. He was a man wielding both pen and sword, commanding a group whose mission was anything but holy. The erasure of this journal entry was a calculated move to hide just how far he was willing to go to protect his vision of Zion. Let that sink in. This omission raises critical questions. To what extent was Joseph Smith directly involved in the Danites' formation and activities? And how does this revisionism affect our understanding of early Mormon history? Far from a minor footnote, the Danites and their connection to Smith reflect the growing divide between the saints and their Missouri neighbors, a divide that would erupt into violence later that year, with devastating consequences for both sides. Part 2. Tensions rise in Gallatin, Missouri. The Gallatin Election Day battle on August 6, 1838, was a flashpoint in the tensions between Mormon settlers and non-Mormon residents in Daviess County, Missouri. The event occurred during a local election, where arguments erupted over whether Mormons would be allowed to vote. Non-Mormon residents feared the growing political power of the Mormon community, suspecting that their block voting might sway the election outcomes and diminish the influence of long-standing settlers. The conflict began when William Penniston, a candidate for the state legislature, openly urged non-Mormon voters to prevent Mormons from casting their ballots, calling them horse thieves, liars, and counterfeiters. This incendiary rhetoric led to physical confrontations as non-Mormon settlers attempted to block Mormon men from entering the polling station. The dispute quickly escalated into a brawl, with both sides engaging in fistfights and improvised weapon use. This skirmish did not result in fatalities, but it significantly heightened tensions in the region. Following the battle, rumors spread that Mormons intended to retaliate, prompting non-Mormon settlers to discuss organizing militias against the perceived Mormon threat. The election battle also solidified the view among many Missourians that the Mormons were a threat to local governance and societal order, further alienating them from their neighbors. For the Mormons, this incident was emblematic of the prejudice and hostility they faced, reinforcing their perception of themselves as a persecuted people. The Gallatin conflict thus became both a catalyst and a symbol of the deeper divisions that would erupt into open warfare later that year. Part 3. Joseph takes on another wife. In 1838, Joseph Smith's second plural marriage to Lucinda Pendleton Morgan Harris marked a pivotal and controversial moment in the history of Mormon polygamy. This wasn't just any plural marriage, it was Joseph's first polyandrous marriage, where a woman was already married to another man, but sealed to Joseph Smith. This raises a critical question. Why would Joseph Smith marry another man's wife for spiritual reasons? Lucinda was married to George Washington Harris, a devout Mormon leader and supporter of Joseph Smith. But when Joseph Smith sealed Lucinda to himself, George was nowhere in the picture. This wasn't some simple marriage. It was a direct spiritual claim over a woman who was already married. Why would Smith do this? And more importantly, what did it mean for George Harris, a faithful member of the church, who now found himself spiritually disconnected from his own wife? Let's break this down. When a woman is sealed to a man in Mormon doctrine, she cannot be sealed to another. It's a one-way street, and only men can have multiple sealing relationships. By sealing Lucinda Pendleton to himself, Joseph Smith wasn't just creating a spiritual connection with her. He was robbing George Harris of his right to that eternal bond. The very essence of familial ties in Mormonism was taken from George forever. Now think about this. What does it mean to seal someone if they can never be sealed to anyone else ever again? The idea of sealing is to bind families together for eternity, but by sealing Lucinda to himself, Joseph Smith locked her into a relationship where she couldn't be sealed to George or anyone else for all eternity. For Joseph's many wives, this meant they were spiritually tied to him, and only him. There would be no other eternal bonds with other men. Joseph Smith wasn't just claiming dominion over a woman's earthly life. He was claiming an eternal right to her, and he did it at the expense of her legal husband. Part 4. Joseph lights a torch. The Mormon War in Missouri, also known as the 1838 Mormon War, was a pivotal and violent conflict that unfolded during the fall of 1838. Tensions between Mormons and non-Mormon residents of Missouri had been simmering for several years, with escalating confrontations, religious persecution, and political disagreements. By the summer of 1838, these tensions reached a boiling point, and open violence erupted. The Danites played a crucial role in the early stages of the conflict. They were tasked with enforcing discipline within the Mormon community, protecting Mormon interests, and dealing with those they saw as threats. The Danites were led by Joseph Smith, who, under the guise of protecting the Mormons, often used the group for more aggressive actions. On October 27, 1838, Joseph Smith led around 150 Danites on a mission to Diamond, a settlement in northern Missouri, with the goal of protecting the Mormons there from hostile non-Mormon forces. Smith claimed that the Mormons were under attack, but the Danites were also preparing for offensive actions. This show of force in Diamond was meant to defend Mormon settlers, but it also intimidated local residents and showcased the growing militarization of the Mormon community. At the same time, the Mormons began to make threats against local leaders they deemed hostile, including Judge Adam Black. Black was a prominent non-Mormon in the area and had been critical of the Mormons. Reports surfaced that Mormon leaders, including Smith and his followers, were threatening to take action against individuals suspected of being anti-Mormon or of collaborating with local militias. These reports were part of a larger narrative of Mormon invasion in the surrounding counties, with rumors and accusations circulating that the Mormons were attempting to seize land and establish their own political and religious authority. As the situation escalated, anti-Mormon militias formed and clashes became inevitable. The Mormon community, initially numbering in the thousands, was viewed by many Missourians as a dangerous and foreign entity, disrupting the social and political order of the state. On August 13, 1838, the Davis County judges, acting on complaints from local non-Mormon residents, issued writs for the arrest of Joseph Smith and Lyman White. The writs were linked to the growing unrest and several confrontations between Mormons and non-Mormon citizens. At this point, the Mormon leadership was accused of inciting violence and unrest, particularly in the wake of a series of skirmishes in the region. The writs were issued during a period of heightened conflict. The Mormon community was facing increasing violence in retaliation for attacks, and Joseph Smith's leadership was under intense scrutiny. In particular, Smith's role in the formation of the Danites became a key point of contention. The Danites had been involved in various confrontations with non-Mormon citizens, including threats and violent encounters. These writs were part of the legal actions being taken to curb the growing violence and instability in the region. The arrest orders further inflamed the tensions between the Mormon community and local residents. Joseph Smith and Lyman White were seen as two of the main figures in organizing and directing the Mormon defense, and the authorities were eager to bring them to justice in response to the escalating violence. The issuing of the writs would set off a chain of events that would further destabilize the situation in Missouri. Shortly thereafter, mobs and militia groups began to escalate their harassment of Mormons, and Joseph Smith and other Mormon leaders would soon be on the run, eventually being forced into temporary exile in other parts of the state. The Missouri militia would take further military action against the Mormons in the following months, leading to the infamous extermination order issued by Governor Lilburn W. Boggs in October 1838, which called for the Mormons to be driven from the state. Episode 42, Missouri Ignites. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we revealed Joseph Smith's endorsement of the Danites' aggressive tactics and examined how Smith entered into a second plural marriage with his first polyandrous wife, Lucinda Pendleton Morgan Harris. We also delved into the outbreak of the 1838 Missouri Mormon War and its impact on the community. This week, we delve into the arrival of a non-Mormon mob to DeWitt just before the Mormons were forcibly expelled. We examine Governor Lilburn W. Boggs' decisive order to mobilize 2,800 state troopers, ready to confront the escalating tensions. Additionally, we cover the preliminary hearing of Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon in Daviess County, a pivotal moment that set the stage for the conflict to come. Finally, we unravel the key events that shaped September and October of 1838. This is an episode you won't want to miss. Part 1. On August 20th, 1838, roughly 100 armed men stormed into the Mormon settlement of DeWitt, Missouri. These weren't just disgruntled locals. They were a mixture of residents and militia members who had finally reached their breaking point. They demanded that the Mormons leave, accusing them of political and economic disruption. What had started as a clash of ideologies was now spiraling into a full-blown conflict. To understand how it came to this, we must first revisit the Gallatin Election Day brawl on August 6, 1838. William Penniston, a political candidate and staunch anti-Mormon, successfully rallied local non-Mormons to block the Saints from voting. What followed was an all-out melee that saw fists flying and tensions erupting. No one was killed, but the fight planted the seeds of violence. Saints' unscripted claims: the Saints were heavily outnumbered and eventually withdrew. Nobody was killed, but both sides definitely got roughed up. This was the spark that ignited the conflict known as the Missouri Mormon War. But let's not gloss over what happened next. Rumors of Mormon deaths reached Joseph Smith, prompting him to personally investigate. When he discovered the rumors were false, Smith didn't de-escalate. Instead, he joined Samson of Ard and a group of Day Knights, a secret Mormon paramilitary group, to intimidate Adam Black, a local justice of the peace. Yes, you heard that right. Joseph Smith, the so-called prophet of peace, and his band of Day Knights threatened an elected official. Saints Unscripted has the audacity to describe this blatant act of intimidation as a perfectly good thing to do. Mind-blowing, right? By the time the Mormons settled in DeWitt earlier in 1838, their reputation preceded them. Far from the peaceful settlers they claimed to be, the Saints brought with them a vision of theocracy, a society ruled by Joseph Smith and his inner circle. Local residents weren't buying it. Animosity quickly turned into outright hostility, especially as Mormon expansion disrupted local politics and commerce. When the armed mob arrived in DeWitt, it wasn't without cause. The Mormons had a track record of overstepping boundaries and asserting dominance wherever they settled. Though violence didn't erupt that day, the armed standoff marked the beginning of a siege that would last for weeks. The LDS Church spins these events as unprovoked persecution, but their own records betray them. They admit armed fighting lasted 2 weeks. In mid-October, Latter-day Saints raided and burned homes and stores in Gallatin and Millport. At Crooked River, Saints and Missouri militiamen skirmished, resulting in the deaths of 1 Missourian and 2 church members, including Apostle David W. Patton. And what of Sidney Rigdon's inflammatory speeches in July? The church would have you believe they were calls for self-defense. In reality, they were declarations of war, filled with rhetoric that escalated tensions and emboldened the Danites to act as vigilantes. The church conveniently omits the Danites' reign of terror, the raids, and the intimidation campaigns that provoked the very violence they claimed to have suffered. The Mormons were not innocent victims in this conflict, no matter how much the church tries to rewrite history. Their actions, from burning towns to threatening officials, played a direct role in the violence that followed. The Missouri Mormon War wasn't persecution. It was a battle between 2 groups equally mired in blame and bloodshed. Part 2, Boggs 2,800 strong. On August 30, 1838, Governor Lilburn W. Boggs ordered 2,800 state troops to prepare for deployment in western Missouri, a decision that would escalate an already volatile situation into open conflict. This wasn't a reaction born solely out of paranoia or prejudice against the Mormons. It was a direct response to increasingly brazen acts of defiance, violence, and disregard for the law by Mormon settlers. From their aggressive consolidation of power in Caldwell County to their involvement in violent skirmishes like the Gallatin election brawl earlier that month, the Mormons weren't merely innocent victims. They were actively fanning the flames of hostility. By August, the Mormon leadership under Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon had adopted a combative stance. Rigdon's infamous Salt Sermon in July had set the tone, calling for the expulsion of dissenters and issuing veiled threats to their enemies. It wasn't just rhetoric. The Mormon Danites, a secretive paramilitary group, had already been involved in acts of intimidation and violence against perceived threats. Their actions sent shockwaves through surrounding communities, where non-Mormons feared for their safety and property. Reports of Mormon settlers raiding non-Mormon farms and businesses spread rapidly, further fueling tensions. Governor Boggs, a figure with his own anti-Mormon leanings, acted under mounting pressure from local officials and non-Mormon settlers. These groups weren't just paranoid, they had legitimate concerns. By late August, accounts of Mormon militias mobilizing, seizing control of local government, and openly threatening non-Mormons had reached a breaking point. Some settlers even reported losing their land and livestock to Mormon raids. Adding to the hysteria were exaggerated rumors of alliances between Mormons and Native American tribes. Unfounded claims, but ones that carried enough weight to push Boggs into action. For the Mormons, the governor's decision was yet another blow in what they saw as an ongoing campaign of persecution. However, their own actions made it difficult for outsiders to sympathize. Joseph Smith and his followers had openly defied local laws, ignored property claims, and declared their loyalty was to their own leadership above Missouri's government. To Boggs, this was insurrection, an existential threat to the stability of the state that demanded an immediate and overwhelming response. The mobilization of 2,800 troops only escalated the situation further. Non-Mormons saw the deployment as reassurance that the state would back their efforts to contain what they perceived as a Mormon uprising. For the Mormons, it was a declaration of war. Both sides braced for conflict, and it was clear that violence was no longer a possibility. It was inevitable. Governor Boggs' order wasn't about restoring peace. It was about crushing what he saw as rebellion. But it's impossible to ignore the role the Mormons themselves played in escalating tensions. Far from innocent victims, their aggressive actions and refusal to compromise were just as responsible for the chaos that engulfed Missouri. The stage was set for bloodshed, and neither side came away blameless. Part 3. Joseph Smith called to court yet again. On September 7, 1838, Joseph Smith and Lyman White appeared before Judge Austin A. King in Daviess County for a preliminary hearing. The charges stemmed from their involvement in escalating conflicts between Mormons and non-Mormons, including the notorious Gallatin Election Day brawl a month earlier. These proceedings were pivotal, as the growing unrest in Daviess County had pushed Missouri's legal and political systems to take action against the Mormon leadership. At the hearing, Judge King heard testimonies that painted Smith and White as instigators of disorder in the region. They were accused of using the Danites to intimidate local non-Mormons and enforce their will. King ultimately ordered both men to post bail and attend a subsequent grand jury hearing in Daviess County to answer the charges formally. But Smith and White had no intention of complying. Lyman White, in particular, took an aggressive stance, leveraging the Danites to protect himself from arrest. White and the Danites openly resisted legal authority, refusing to acknowledge the court's legitimacy and making it clear they would not submit to the jurisdiction of a system they believed was hostile to their cause. Joseph Smith, for his part, similarly defied the court order. Instead of using the legal system to address the charges, he joined White in rejecting the proceedings altogether. Their actions sent a clear message. They would not be bound by the same laws as their non-Mormon neighbors. This blatant defiance, coupled with the Danites' growing reputation for violence and intimidation, significantly escalated tensions in the region. The refusal of Smith and White to appear in court was more than a simple act of resistance. It was a calculated decision that inflamed hostilities. Their use of the Danites to shield themselves not only challenged local authority, but also fueled rumors among non-Mormons that the Mormon leadership was building a theocratic state, enforced by armed militias. This perception played directly into the hands of anti-Mormon factions, who used the defiance as evidence that the Mormons were a lawless and dangerous group. By the time the grand jury convened later in 1838, Smith and White's failure to appear had further polarized the situation. The Mormons were seen as aggressors, using force to sidestep legal accountability, while non-Mormon Missourians increasingly viewed the state government's response as inadequate. Part 4. Violence flares up all over Missouri. The excitement and chaos in northern Missouri showed no signs of slowing down in early September 1838. On September 9th, tensions escalated further when a group of armed Mormons intercepted and captured 3 men attempting to transport firearms to vigilantes in Daviess County. These men were allegedly aiding the non-Mormon settlers who had banded together to oppose the growing influence of the Mormon community. The Mormons justified their actions as a necessary step to protect themselves from aggression, but to their opponents, this move only underscored their image as an increasingly militant and lawless faction. This wasn't just a case of vigilante groups clashing in the shadows. Both sides petitioned Judge Austin A. King, demanding action to restore order. The Mormons claimed they were under siege, targeted by hostile neighbors determined to drive them out. The non-Mormons, on the other hand, accused the Mormons of instigating violence and enforcing their will through intimidation and armed force. Faced with this combustible situation, Judge King acted swiftly. He ordered General David R. Atchison to mobilize 400 troops to intervene and disperse both the Mormon and non-Mormon factions. But King's decision, rather than calming the storm, reflected the deep divisions within the region. For the Mormons, the mobilization of state troops was another sign of systemic bias and persecution. For the Missourians, it was reassurance that the state government might finally take control of a conflict spiraling out of hand. What is often glossed over by Mormon apologists is how these events fit into the broader narrative of Mormon aggression in the region. The interception of arms and the subsequent petitions to Judge King weren't just desperate acts of self-defense. They were part of a larger pattern of escalating conflict, where both sides contributed to the growing chaos. Once again, Joseph Smith's leadership and the actions of his followers, including the secretive Danites, played a pivotal role in turning what could have been a tense but manageable situation into a full-blown regional crisis. This turning point showed that neither side was interested in de-escalation. Instead, they were gearing up for the next confrontation, with Judge King's order to raise troops serving as a harbinger of the violence to come. Part 5, A Month to Remember. In mid-September 1838, tensions in Missouri continued to boil over as vigilante groups, Mormon settlers, and state authorities became entangled in an escalating conflict. On September 13th, Carroll County vigilantes initially planned to assault the Mormon settlement in DeWitt. However, they postponed their attack and redirected their efforts to Daviess County, rallying to assist non-Mormon settlers against what they perceived as Mormon aggression. This decision marked a significant shift in focus, amplifying the unrest in Daviess and further entrenching hostilities between the two factions. By September 18th, the turmoil had grown so severe that Governor Lilburn W. Boggs ordered 2,000 state troops to assemble, preparing to personally lead a march to western Missouri. Reports of violent disturbances compelled Boggs to act, though his leadership would later prove inconsistent in addressing the conflict. General David Atchison, tasked with dispersing the vigilantes, succeeded in temporarily restoring order in Daviess County on September 20th, leaving 100 troops under General John B. Clark to maintain peace. Convinced the immediate threat had subsided, Boggs dismissed the troops and returned to Jefferson City on September 24th, a decision that would soon prove premature. The fragile peace shattered on October 1st, when vigilantes launched an assault on DeWitt, setting fire to the home and stables of Mormon settler Smith Humphrey. For days, the Mormon settlers pleaded with Governor Boggs and other civil authorities for protection, but their calls went unanswered. When General Parks arrived in DeWitt with 100 troops on October 6th, the anti-Mormon sentiments within his own ranks undermined his authority. Unable to quell the unrest, Parks retreated to Ray County, leaving the Mormon community at the mercy of their attackers. On October 9th, a messenger informed the Mormons that Governor Boggs had washed his hands of the matter, stating they must rely on local authorities for protection, a damning decision that signaled the state's indifference to their plight. By October 11th, the beleaguered Mormons in DeWitt surrendered, abandoning the settlement and relocating to Caldwell and Daviess counties. Yet their departure did not placate their enemies. The Carroll County vigilantes resolved to join efforts to expel the Mormons from Daviess, escalating the crisis further. Meanwhile, Mormon leaders Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon, aware of the growing threat, took aggressive steps to fortify their position. On October 14th and 15th, they issued a rallying cry for Mormon troops to ride to Adamandi-Amen, Diaman, and defend the saints. Smith and Rigdon went so far as to threaten those who refused to join the Mormon militia. In response, 400 armed Mormon soldiers marched into Daviess County, setting the stage for an imminent and bloody confrontation. Both sides were far from blameless in these events. The vigilantes acted as lawless aggressors, but the Mormons' militarized response, fueled by Smith and Rigdon's rhetoric and the actions of the secretive Danites, only served to inflame the situation. This was no longer a matter of peaceful settlers seeking refuge. It was open conflict, with both parties engaging in provocations that pushed Missouri closer to all-out war. Let me know what you think about the events that transpired in the comments section below. Episode 43, Things Get Real in Missouri. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we delved into the harrowing intimidation faced by the Mormon settlers in DeWitt, a community under siege as tensions reached a boiling point. We witnessed Governor Lilburn W. Boggs deploy 2,800 troops in a bid to suppress the escalating conflict between the Mormons and the non-Mormon residents, a move that underscored the gravity of the situation. Joseph Smith found himself back in court, facing charges linked to his leadership of the Danites and his role in the violent Gallatin Election Day brawl on August 6, 1838, an event that epitomized the breakdown of order and trust. We also covered numerous violent clashes that ignited over the course of the preceding months, painting a stark picture of a community on the brink of full-scale war. This week, we discover how Mormon and non-Mormon settlers attacked the towns of Gallatin and Millport, along with other settlements. Part 1, The Mormon Attacks. October 18, 1838, marked a turning point in the escalating violence of the 1838 Mormon War, as Mormon forces launched coordinated attacks on the settlements of Gallatin, Millport, and other non-Mormon communities in Daviess County, Missouri. This was no defensive maneuver. It was an audacious campaign of aggression, driven by a desire to exert dominance over the region and retaliate against perceived injustices. What followed was a calculated show of force that left devastation in its wake. The Mormon militia, emboldened by fiery rhetoric from leaders like Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon, descended upon these settlements, driving terrified residents from their homes. Houses, barns, and stores were looted and set ablaze, leaving charred remnants as a stark warning to those who opposed them. This wasn't merely about survival, it was about control. By torching property and seizing goods, the Mormon forces sent a clear message to their adversaries. They intended to claim Daviess County as their own, regardless of who stood in their way. The non-Mormon settlers, already seething with resentment toward the Mormons' growing influence, viewed these attacks as confirmation of their worst fears. Many fled in terror, but not all were willing to abandon the fight. Local militias comprised of enraged and displaced Missourians vowed to respond with equal ferocity, pushing the conflict closer to all-out war. General Samuel D. Lucas, dispatched by the state to restore order, declared the Mormon forces to be the aggressors in this rapidly unraveling conflict. His observations would prove damning. The image of the Mormons as persecuted victims of mob violence, an image they had clung to since their expulsion from Jackson County, was irreparably shattered. Their actions in Daviess County made them appear as instigators of lawless chaos rather than innocent settlers seeking refuge. After nearly emptying Daviess County of its non-Mormon residents, the Mormon militia withdrew, retreating to their stronghold in far west. The once thriving settlements they left behind were now ghost towns, their residents displaced, their properties destroyed. But this retreat did not bring peace. Instead, it cemented the Mormons' reputation as a militant force willing to use violence to achieve their aims. For the state of Missouri, this was no longer a question of local disputes. It was a direct challenge to law and order. The Mormon raids didn't just devastate the settlers of Daviess County. They provoked a statewide response that would culminate in the infamous Missouri Executive Order 44, also known as the Extermination Order. The narrative of the 1838 Mormon War was now irrevocably altered. By trading their victimhood for aggression, the Mormons escalated a simmering conflict into a full-blown military confrontation, with consequences that would haunt them for years to come. Part 2. Marsh and Hyde Turn on the Church. Captain Samuel Bogart, a notorious leader in the Missouri militia, launched a series of operations targeting Mormon settlements in Ray and Caldwell counties on October 24, 1838. Known for his relentless hostility, Bogart captured 2 Mormon spies who were allegedly monitoring his militia's movements. He threatened to execute them, escalating an already volatile situation. While Bogart has been vilified in some accounts, it's important to recognize the actions of Mormon groups like the Danites, whose raids, arson, and threats against dissenters and non-Mormons stoked the flames of conflict. That same day, 2 prominent Mormon apostles, Thomas B. Marsh and Orson Hyde, defected from the church and signed damning affidavits in Ray County. Their sworn statements pulled back the curtain on the inner workings of Mormonism at its most dangerous. Marsh, in particular, did not hold back in his testimony, exposing the violent and authoritarian nature of Joseph Smith's leadership. This burning was to be done secretly by going as incendiaries. At the same meeting, I was informed they passed a decree that no Mormon dissenter should leave Caldwell County alive, and that such as attempted to do it should be shot down and sent to tell their tale in eternity. In a conversation between Dr. Avard and other Mormons, said Avard proposed to start a pestilence among the Gentiles, as he called them, by poisoning their corn, fruit, and saying it was the work of the Lord, and said Avard advocated lying for the support of their religion, and said it was no harm to lie for the Lord. The plan of said Smith the prophet is to take the state, and he professes to his people to intend taking the U.S. and ultimately the whole world. This is the belief of the church, and my own opinion of the prophet's plans and intentions. It is my opinion that neither said Joseph Smith the prophet, nor any one of the principal men who is firm in the faith, could be indicted for any offense in the county of Caldwell. The prophet inculcates the notion, and it is believed by every true Mormon, that Smith's prophecies are superior to the law of the land. I have heard the prophet say that he should yet tread down his enemies and walk over their dead bodies, that if he was not let alone, he would be a second Mahomet to the generations, and that he would make it one gore of blood from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic Ocean. Marsh's affidavit painted an alarming picture of Joseph Smith as a leader with grandiose, violent ambitions, using religion as a shield for lawlessness and tyranny. Not only did non-Mormons have reason to fear, but even Mormon dissenters found themselves under threat of death should they try to leave Caldwell County. In the face of such testimony, can we truly blame Governor Boggs for issuing the extermination order? Marsh and Hyde's sworn accounts exposed Smith's rhetoric and the Danites' actions for what they were: organized violence, masquerading as divine will. Unsurprisingly, the LDS Church has tried to spin this event to salvage Smith's reputation. Their official narrative condemns Marsh and Hyde as traitors, portraying them as morally weak for exposing the truth. The Church states, tragically, 2 members of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, Thomas B. Marsh and Orson Hyde, deserted the cause of the Church on the 18th of October and joined with the enemy at Richmond. Marsh swore out an affidavit, which was also mostly endorsed by Hyde, stating that the prophet inculcates the notion, and it is believed by every true Mormon, that Smith's prophecies are superior to the laws of the land. I have heard the prophet say that he would yet tread down his enemies and walk over their dead bodies, and if he was not let alone, he would be a second Muhammad to this generation. This statement further justified the actions of the anti-Mormons in their own minds. Joseph Smith himself took the betrayal personally, lashing out at Marsh with harsh accusations. Thomas B. Marsh had been lifted up in pride by his exaltation to office and the revelations of heaven concerning him, until he was ready to be overthrown by the first adverse wind that should cross his track, and now he has fallen, lied and sworn falsely, and is ready to take the lives of his best friends. Let all men take warning by him, and learn that he who exalteth himself, God will abase. The Church's response underscores their refusal to acknowledge the legitimacy of Marsh's claims. Instead of addressing the violent actions Marsh exposed, they doubled down on discrediting him. Marsh was excommunicated, while Orson Hyde, though spared excommunication, was stripped of his leadership role and eventually forced into public repentance. This entire episode highlights the duality of the Mormon leadership. Publicly, they cried persecution. Privately, they sanctioned violence, intimidation, and even plans for murder, all under the guise of divine authority. Marsh and Hyde's testimonies obliterate any illusions of moral superiority. revealing a movement willing to wield terror and manipulation in its pursuit of power. Part 3. The Battle of Crooked River and Haun's Mill. On October 24, 1838, Mormon spies operating under Samuel Bogart reportedly fell into the hands of a Missouri militia group patrolling the area to curtail Mormon activity. In response, Captain David W. Patton, a prominent leader in the LDS militia and member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, mustered around 75 Mormon militiamen to mount a rescue operation. In the pre-dawn hours of October 25th, Patton's militia confronted Bogart's men near Crooked River in Ray County. The resulting skirmish was brutal. 3 Mormon militiamen, including Captain Patton, were killed, along with 1 Missourian. Patton's death was a severe blow to the Mormon community, as his leadership and status made him a significant figure. The battle at Crooked River quickly became a flashpoint. Exaggerated reports spread like wildfire, falsely alleging that the Mormon militia had attacked the state militia with the intent to incite rebellion. These fabrications ignited widespread fear among Missourians, fueling the narrative of a Mormon insurrection. In reaction to these events, Missouri Governor Lilburn W. Boggs issued his infamous extermination order on October 27, 1838. This executive directive called for Mormons to be exterminated or driven from the state. While the order's language was extreme, it reflected the growing tensions and hostility toward the Mormon population. Just days later, the violence escalated tragically. Haun's Mill, a small Mormon settlement near Shoal Creek in Caldwell County, became the target of a retaliatory mob. Despite the rising conflict, the settlers at Haun's Mill chose to stay, believing they could avoid the unrest sweeping the region. On October 30, 1838, an armed mob of approximately 200 men, mostly from Livingston and surrounding counties, descended upon Haun's Mill. This force, acting without official state militia sanction, sought retribution for the Mormon attack at Crooked River. The mob unleashed a merciless assault, firing indiscriminately at men, women, and children. Mormon settlers scrambled for safety, some attempting to defend the community, while others sought refuge in the blacksmith shop, a structure that became a death trap as attackers fired through its gaps. The massacre was devastating. 18 Mormon settlers were killed and 15 more were wounded. Among the dead were young boys, elderly men, and defenseless settlers, including Sardius Smith, a child executed in cold blood. The attack underscored the pervasive hatred and fear that had consumed the region. While the Haun's Mill massacre was not directly carried out under Boggs' extermination order, the inflammatory rhetoric and official sanction of violence against Mormons undoubtedly emboldened vigilante groups to act. That same day, General Samuel D. Lucas and Missouri troops surrounded Far West, the Mormon headquarters. Meanwhile, Mormon leaders, including Joseph Smith, claimed ignorance of the ongoing violence at Haun's Mill. However, Smith's close ties to the Danites, his militant supporters who operated under his banner, make it unlikely he was unaware of the events at Crooked River or their repercussions. The LDS Church often portrays the Haun's Mill massacre as an unprovoked atrocity against its members, omitting the prior Mormon attack at Crooked River. This selective narrative skews the history, ignoring that both sides bore responsibility for the cycle of violence. Joseph Smith and his followers were not innocent victims. They, too, played a role in escalating the hostilities that culminated in the tragedy at Haun's Mill. Part 4. Missouri Mormon War comes to an end. On October 31, 1838, the Mormon stronghold of Far West faced its darkest hour. General Samuel D. Lucas, commanding a formidable militia force emboldened by Governor Lilburn W. Boggs' infamous extermination order, surrounded the settlement. The order sanctioned the use of violence to expel the Mormons from Missouri, giving Lucas carte blanche to crush the community. Far West's defenders, outnumbered and outgunned, stood no chance against the overwhelming force bearing down on them. Recognizing the dire circumstances, Colonel George Hinkle, a Mormon militia leader, stepped forward to negotiate. Accompanied by John Corrill and other representatives, Hinkle sought to avoid the bloodshed that seemed inevitable. Lucas, however, delivered unyielding terms: unconditional surrender, the confiscation of all Mormon arms, and the immediate arrest of Joseph Smith and other leaders. Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, Lyman White, Parley P. Pratt, and George W. Robinson, among others, surrendered as hostages under the promise of safety. That promise rang hollow. These leaders were promptly accused of treason and conspiracy against the state, charges carrying severe consequences. They were confined under harsh conditions, hardly surprising given the gravity of the accusations. Could anyone reasonably expect comfort for men deemed threats to Missouri itself? Meanwhile, approximately 75 Mormon militiamen, aware of their impending disarmament and likely fearing arrest, fled far west under the cover of darkness. Their departure underscored the hopelessness of the situation. With its leadership detained and its militia effectively disbanded, far west was left vulnerable. The remaining Mormon settlers, now defenseless, faced unrelenting pressure to abandon Missouri altogether. Following their surrender, Smith and the other detained leaders directed Mormon forces in far west and Adam Andi Ammon to comply with the militia's terms. At far west, Mormon troops laid down their arms and accepted occupation by Lucas's forces. A similar scene unfolded in Adam Andi Ammon, where Mormon settlers also surrendered and disarmed, ending any organized resistance. Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon were subsequently accused of treason and subjected to further indignities. Initially held in Independence and Richmond, they were ultimately confined to Liberty Jail, enduring months of imprisonment. During this time, the Mormon community was systematically uprooted. By early 1839, the Mormons had been driven from Missouri, fleeing to Illinois, where they would establish Nauvoo in a desperate bid for survival. The conclusion of the so-called Mormon War is a stark testament to the volatile mix of religious fervor, political machinations, and brutal violence that characterized this dark chapter in Missouri's history. Both sides viewed the other as an existential threat, but the surrender of Far West and the subsequent exile of the Mormon community marked a tragic turning point. It was a moment of profound humiliation for the saints, a devastating blow that would resonate for years to come. Episode 44, Nauvoo Bound. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we examined the violent clashes between non-Mormon and Mormon militias, as both sides engaged in brutal attacks on various settlements. We also explored how Thomas B. Marsh and Orson Hyde betrayed Joseph Smith and the Church, testifying against them and exposing Mormon crimes during the Missouri Mormon War, ultimately leading to Marsh's excommunication. The episode concluded with the surrender of Joseph Smith and other Mormon leaders, marking the end of the war and their capitulation to the state. This week, we explore how Governor Boggs forced the Missouri Mormons to sell and deed over their property to pay for the Missouri Mormon War, and if it was just or not. Joseph and church leaders once again find themselves back in court, and the Mormons finally leave Missouri for Illinois. Part 1. Did Boggs overstep boundaries? On November 2nd, 1838, during the height of the Missouri Mormon War, Mormon leaders were coerced into signing an agreement that would have far-reaching consequences for the church and its members. The agreement required Mormons to deed their properties over to the state of Missouri to cover the costs incurred by the state's militia during the conflict. This demand followed closely on the heels of Governor Lilburn W. Boggs' notorious extermination order, issued on October 27, 1838, which called for the expulsion or extermination of Mormons from the state. The terms of the agreement, dictated by state militia leaders, involved the confiscation of Mormon property to settle the financial burden placed on the state due to the militia's campaign and the damages alleged by non-Mormon residents. While the agreement was formally signed, many argue it was done under duress, with Joseph Smith and other church leaders imprisoned at the time. The forced surrender of property was a crucial turning point in the Mormons' expulsion from Missouri, eventually leading to their migration to Illinois and the founding of Nauvoo. However, the legality of this forced property transfer was called into question years later. Many legal historians and scholars now consider the agreement signed under duress to be invalid. The actions of the Missouri government were later recognized as unlawful, a clear violation of the Mormons' rights during this turbulent period. Though personally, I disagree. This leads to a significant point of contention. Joseph Smith's role was not solely religious but political as well. In Rough Stone Rolling, Richard Bushman argues that the Mormons' aspiration to establish Zion in Missouri, which included the creation of a theocratic society, was a primary source of tension between them and their neighbors. The Mormons were not merely seeking to practice their faith, but were striving to create an alternative political system that would challenge the existing order. Figures like Sidney Rigdon, alongside Smith, were deeply involved in both missionary work and political organization. Joseph Smith's political aspirations complicate the narrative. If Smith positioned himself as a political leader, one who sought to create a theocratic society that operated under his leadership, then the struggle for control in Missouri transcended issues of religious freedom. It became a political contest between two rival factions, each seeking to dominate the region's governance. As historian David L. Bigler points out in The Mormon Rebellion, the Mormons' growing political influence was perceived as a direct threat by non-Mormon residents, who feared that the Mormons would dominate local elections and erode the established political order. The rising political power of the Mormons was seen as more than a religious issue. It was a fundamental challenge to the region's existing social and political fabric. The extermination order, issued by Governor Boggs, was a direct response to these religious and political tensions. While it is often described as an act of religious persecution, it is essential to recognize that it was driven by political considerations as well. The Mormons' political activities were seen as a destabilizing force, with their religious practices, particularly their goal of creating Zion, intertwined with political ambitions. The extermination order thus targeted not only their religious beliefs, but their political aspirations as well. Grant Palmer, in An Insider's View of Mormon Origins, suggests that the extermination order was as much a reaction to the perceived political threat posed by the Mormons as it was to their religious beliefs. Smith's vision of a Mormon majority state, with its militia and theocratic ideals, was viewed by many as a direct challenge to Missouri's political status quo. However, because the political actions of the Mormons were often framed within the context of their religious convictions, the two spheres, political and religious, were inseparable, making the threat they posed even more complex and difficult to counter. Once again, Joseph Smith and the Mormon Church navigated a precarious legal landscape, leveraging legal loopholes to continue their mission despite the challenges they faced. They were able to frame their struggles in terms of religious persecution, an argument that not only justified their actions, but also protected them from the full consequences of the law. This ability to claim religious persecution, whether or not it was entirely accurate, enabled Smith and his followers to avoid legal retribution and press forward with their agenda. This narrative has persisted through the years, and the claim of religious persecution continues to be invoked by some today, often to deflect criticism or legal scrutiny. Bushman and other historians acknowledge that Joseph Smith was leading a theocratic, not just religious movement, making him a political figure. As such, his actions should have warranted legal repercussions. Instead, Smith and the church were shielded under the Fifth Amendment, a system that failed by protecting them from accountability. This legal loophole allowed Smith's political ambitions to persist unchallenged, revealing a flawed system that shielded his criminal actions under the guise of religious freedom. Part 2. A Courtroom A-Ringing. From November 12th to 29th, 1838, a court of inquiry was held in Richmond, Missouri, under Judge Austin King, to investigate charges arising from the Missouri Mormon War. Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and several others were charged with high treason, arson, murder, and robbery in the aftermath of violent clashes between Mormons and non-Mormon Missourians. The Court of Inquiry was a preliminary hearing designed to determine if sufficient evidence existed to proceed to a formal trial. Although no final convictions were delivered, the accused were held in custody, awaiting further proceedings. These charges stemmed from the actions of the Mormon militia, whose violent confrontations and property destruction during the conflict, including attacks on Crooked River and Gallatin, provoked the state's severe response. While historians have debated whether the charges against the Mormon leaders were politically motivated or based on legitimate criminal activity, some argue that the Mormon leaders' involvement in military actions, including the Battle of Crooked River and the destruction of property as part of the war, justified the charges. Others argue that these actions were exaggerated or inflated by hostile non-Mormon witnesses and political opponents of the Mormons. Historians have sharply differing views on the events surrounding the Court of Inquiry and the Missouri Mormon War. David Bigler, in The Mormon Rebellion, a narrative of the Mormon War in Missouri, contends that the charges and subsequent proceedings were politically motivated, designed to eliminate a rising religious and political force in Missouri. In contrast, Richard Bushman, in Rough Stone Rolling, suggests that the Mormons' aspirations to establish a religious and political kingdom in Missouri fueled the escalating tensions, transforming the conflict into both a religious and political battleground. Grant Palmer, in An Insider's View of Mormon Origins, argues that the violent actions and accusations on both sides were inextricably linked to religious fervor and political ambition. This duality made it virtually impossible to untangle the religious from the political, intensifying the conflict and its aftermath. Part 3. What to do with the Mormon problem. In December 1838, the Missouri legislature debated the recent conflicts involving the Mormon community. Central to these discussions were questions about whether an investigation into the violence should be launched and whether the Mormons should be permitted to remain in the state. One proposal suggested formally investigating the causes of the conflict and addressing the actions of all parties involved. However, the legislature postponed any such investigation, tabling the matter until July 1839. By then, the Mormon population had started to be driven out of Missouri through force, threats, and coercion. The decision to delay the investigation symbolized the state government's unwillingness to confront the tensions between Mormons and non-Mormons. Instead of addressing the root causes of the violence or holding responsible parties accountable, the legislature prioritized expelling the Mormons, viewing their presence as the primary source of unrest. The LDS Church has claimed that a legislator who was not a member of the church wrote an editorial a month after the order was issued that condemned the use of the state militia against the Latter-day Saints as an infringement on religious and civil rights. Less than 2 months later, a member of the Missouri state legislature called the order unconstitutional and promised to challenge it if he stood alone in the midst of 10,000. The church cites a source for this claim: letter from the editor, Daily Missouri Republican, January 10, 1839 2, spelling standardized. However, the name of the legislator is conspicuously absent. Through research, it appears this may have been General Alexander W. Doniphan, a state legislator and militia leader. Doniphan is well known for refusing to execute Joseph Smith and other Mormon leaders, calling such an act cold-blooded murder. If Doniphan was indeed the author, why does the church omit his name? Providing the name of such a figure would strengthen their claims and lend credibility to the narrative. Furthermore, if it wasn't Doniphan, the church's reluctance to identify the legislator raises questions about the validity of the claim. For a group so frequently accused of revising history, the absence of verifiable details in this instance seems both curious and problematic. If the legislator truly supported the Mormons so boldly, why hasn't this connection been concretely established and widely acknowledged? Part 4. The Mormons leave Missouri. The winter of 1838-1839 was a pivotal and grueling time for the Mormon community. Defeated and forced to leave Missouri under the terms of Governor Lilburn W. Boggs' extermination order, the Mormons faced immense challenges as they organized their exodus. The extermination order had declared that Mormons must be exterminated or driven from the state, and with the violence escalating and their leadership imprisoned, the remaining members had little choice but to abandon their homes and livelihoods. To facilitate their departure, the Mormons pooled what meager resources they had left. This collective effort was essential, as individual families were often too impoverished to make the journey alone. They sold land, livestock, and belongings, often at prices far below their value, to raise funds for wagons, horses, and supplies. Many Missourians, eager to see the Mormons gone, took advantage of their desperation by purchasing property at steep discounts or outright claiming abandoned land. Church members also organized mutual aid efforts to assist the most vulnerable within their ranks, including widows, orphans, and the destitute. The better-off members shared resources and transportation to ensure no one was left behind. Despite these efforts, the journey was harrowing. Many left Missouri in the dead of winter, enduring freezing temperatures, hunger, and exposure as they traveled toward Illinois. Though Joseph Smith remained imprisoned in Liberty Jail, other leaders such as Brigham Young stepped in to manage the logistics of the exodus. Young rallied the members, encouraging them to persevere despite the harsh conditions. Their organization and determination enabled the majority of the Mormon population to escape Missouri and seek refuge elsewhere. By early 1839, the Mormons began crossing into Illinois, where they sought safety and a new beginning. Communities such as Quincy, Illinois, extended kindness and support to the displaced population, offering temporary shelter and assistance. Notably, the Mormons did not repeat the mistakes they had made upon entering Missouri. In Illinois, they did not declare that the land would eventually be theirs by divine right, a claim that had alienated Missourians and contributed significantly to the earlier conflicts. The contrast between their reception in Illinois and their expulsion from Missouri was stark. In Illinois, the displaced community began to rebuild, laying the groundwork for what would eventually become the city of Nauvoo. This period marked a turning point, as the Mormons sought to re-establish themselves without the open conflicts that had plagued their time in Missouri. The historical context of their expulsion sheds light on the complexities of these events. The Mormons' actions in Missouri had not been without fault. Their rapid settlement and political dominance unsettled local populations, who felt marginalized and threatened. Armed engagements such as the Battle of Crooked River and incendiary rhetoric like Sidney Rigdon's Salt Sermon and July 4th oration had escalated tensions further. While the Mormons' hardships during their expulsion were real and severe, their role in provoking the conflicts cannot be overlooked. The pooling of resources and collective organization demonstrated the resilience of the Mormon community. Their exodus from Missouri, though fraught with suffering, was also a testament to their determination to survive and rebuild. However, it also marked the end of their tumultuous relationship with Missouri, a chapter defined by conflict, missteps, and mutual distrust. In Illinois, they hoped for a fresh start, one that would avoid the mistakes of the past while allowing them to pursue their vision of a unified religious community. Episode 45, Joseph Smith's Great Escape and Another First Vision. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we uncovered how Governor Boggs forced the Missouri Mormons to sell and deed over their property, all to pay for the bloodshed of the Missouri Mormon War. Meanwhile, Joseph Smith and his cronies found themselves back in court, tangled in a legal web they couldn't escape. The Mormons were left with no choice but to flee Missouri, seeking refuge in Illinois. This week, we dive into the excommunication of Samson of Ard, betrayed and thrown to the wolves after he was used and discarded. We'll also examine Smith's latest version of the so-called First Vision, one that, yet again, was conveniently kept hidden from the members. And just when you think it can't get more outrageous, Matilda Spalding enters the picture, reigniting the Spalding debate with explosive claims that demand your attention. To close out this episode, we'll follow Smith and his cronies as they're moved to a new venue for court proceedings. What's coming next? You won't believe what happens, so don't miss this one. Part 1, Samson Avard turns on the church. Samson of Ard, the infamous leader of the Danites, caved under pressure after the collapse of the Mormon resistance in Missouri and the arrest of Joseph Smith and other church leaders. Facing the very real prospect of prosecution for his orchestrated acts of violence, Avard turned state's evidence, betraying those he had once claimed to follow. His self-serving testimony, delivered during the 1838 Court of Inquiry in Richmond, Missouri, alleged that Joseph Smith had sanctioned and directed the Danites' illegal and violent activities. Avard's claims were incendiary, accusing Smith of masterminding a covert network of intimidation and aggression. Historian Fawn M. Brody observed, Avard painted himself as an unwilling participant in a conspiracy directed entirely by Smith and his inner circle, a claim which conveniently absolved him of culpability while inflaming suspicion toward the Mormon leadership. No Man Knows My History, 1945. Another scholar, Stephen C. Lesword, notes, Avard's testimony, though later discredited, played directly into the hands of Missouri authorities eager to indict Mormon leaders. The 1838 Mormon War in Missouri, 1987. While Avard's opportunistic betrayal spared him immediate legal consequences, it cast a long shadow over the proceedings. Smith's defenders have long dismissed Avard as a liar, a rogue element who distorted the Danites' mission for his own gain. Yet, Smith's own writings raise questions about these denials. In his journal entries from 1838, Smith explicitly praised the Danites' activities as necessary for the survival of the saints. After the violence in Gallatin, Smith rode with Avard to Crooked River, not to diffuse tensions but to escalate them further, a move that belies any pretense of disapproval. Avard's treachery led to his excommunication on March 17, 1839. Yet this act was less about justice and more about damage control. For Smith, discrediting Avard as a turncoat fit a familiar pattern: cast out the dissenter, dismiss their testimony as the bitter ramblings of a traitor, and safeguard the church's precarious reputation. Historian Richard L. Bushman acknowledges this tactic, stating, Smith's strategy for dealing with internal dissent often involved isolating and vilifying individuals to protect the collective body of the church. Joseph Smith, Rough Stone Rolling, 2005. The story of Samson Avard is not just one of betrayal, but of calculated deflection. His fall from grace reveals the messy, morally ambiguous reality behind the idealized narratives of early Mormonism. Part 2. Yet another first vision account. During the years 1838-1839, Joseph Smith produced yet another version of his first vision narrative, expanding upon previous accounts. This new iteration, known today as the 1838 account, went far beyond earlier versions in its theological elaboration and its dramatic tone, presenting a vision more consistent with the church's evolving doctrines and the challenges Smith faced during this tumultuous period. This version introduced a sharper distinction between the Father and the Son as separate, physical beings, a point not fully articulated in earlier accounts. It also more forcefully condemned all contemporary Christian denominations, portraying them as entirely apostate, a significant escalation in rhetoric compared to prior iterations. This doctrinal shift aligned conveniently with the church's increasing isolation and growing narrative of exclusivity. Curiously, Smith's actions following his alleged first vision seem at odds with the narrative. After the death of his firstborn son in 1828, Smith joined the Harmony Methodist Church. Why would he do this if, as he claimed in his vision, God had explicitly warned him not to join any church because they were all corrupt? This glaring inconsistency raises legitimate questions about the authenticity and evolution of Smith's vision over time. Despite its supposed miraculous importance, the 1838 account was not shared with the general church membership. Instead, it was buried within an unpublished manuscript history, withheld until years later. Historian Dan Vogel has argued, the 1838 account reflects an ongoing attempt to consolidate and strengthen Smith's narrative as a prophet, but its delayed release suggests that it was as much a tool of internal validation as external proclamation. Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, 2004. Richard L. Bushman similarly observes, the timing of the 1838 account's composition, amid legal and existential threats, raises questions about how history was being shaped to serve institutional needs. Rough Stone Rolling, 2005. Smith's revisions and the secrecy surrounding them appear more calculated than inspired, fitting neatly into a pattern of tailoring history to suit the moment. The 1838 account also introduced dramatic new elements absent from previous versions, including an encounter with a demonic force trying to prevent Smith's prayer. This addition, coupled with an emphasis on Smith's unwavering resolve, reads more like an embellishment meant to elevate his heroism than a genuine recollection of events. These theatrical flourishes were likely designed to solidify his image as a divinely chosen leader facing supernatural opposition. While earlier versions of the first vision were shared among close associates, the decision to keep this revised account private speaks volumes. For an event so central to the Church's foundation, one might expect it to be heralded publicly from the start, not locked away in obscurity. The secrecy and selective dissemination suggest a deliberate strategy to control the narrative and reshape the Church's history to fit its growing ambitions. If this vision was truly the cornerstone of Smith's prophetic calling, why was it hidden from the Church's own members? Such an act raises profound questions about transparency and trust. For those curious to explore the inconsistencies and changes between Smith's various first vision accounts, check out Episode 4, Joseph Smith Jr.'s Four First Visions. Part 3, Spalding pops up once more. In 1839, Matilda Spalding Davison, the widow of Solomon Spalding, made a bold and damning statement regarding the Book of Mormon. Upon hearing portions of the text read aloud, she declared it bore a striking resemblance to her late husband's unpublished manuscript found. Matilda's claim was not new. It was a reiteration of accusations that had been swirling since the early 1830s. The earliest allegations of plagiarism tied to Solomon Spalding date back to Samuel Smith's missionary work in 1830, where residents of Conneaut, Ohio, identified parallels between Spalding's writings and the newly published Book of Mormon. These accusations resurfaced in 1834 when Eber D. Howe published Mormonism Unveiled, which expanded on the theory that Spalding's manuscript had been reworked by Sidney Rigdon and used as the foundation for the Book of Mormon. Matilda's 1839 statement re-energized this controversy. She claimed that her husband had written two separate manuscripts, one titled Manuscript Story and another Manuscript Found. While Manuscript Story was eventually discovered and shown to bear little resemblance to the Book of Mormon, Matilda and Spalding's brother both testified that Manuscript Found was a separate, distinct work, which they alleged had vanished under suspicious circumstances. Eber D. Howe took this a step further, accusing the Mormon Church of deliberately destroying Manuscript Found to cover their tracks. According to Howe, the Church's leadership sought to erase the evidence linking Spalding's work to the Book of Mormon. Whether this is true or merely a reflection of Howe's antagonism toward the Church, the disappearance of Manuscript Found remains an unresolved piece of this puzzle. Matilda's claims were specific and personal, carrying more weight than the conjecture of others. She knew her husband's writings intimately, having read them multiple times. According to Matilda, Spalding had crafted Manuscript Found as a fictional history of ancient America, featuring migrations, wars, and religious conflict, themes strikingly similar to those in the Book of Mormon. Eber D. Howe wrote, "It is a matter of public record that Solomon Spalding's manuscript was in the possession of those involved with the origins of the Mormon Church, and those who have compared his writings with the Book of Mormon assert that they are essentially the same work, merely adapted for Joseph Smith's purposes." The timing of Matilda's statement is particularly significant. By 1839, the Mormon Church was embroiled in legal battles and public scrutiny, and her testimony added another layer of doubt to Joseph Smith's claims of divine revelation. Far from being an isolated accusation, Matilda's statement was the culmination of nearly a decade of growing skepticism, rooted in the earliest days of the Church's missionary efforts. If the Book of Mormon truly originated from golden plates inscribed by ancient prophets, why would its content so closely mirror a manuscript written years earlier by a New England storyteller? And why did Manuscript Found, the document Matilda claimed held the truth, conveniently disappear? These questions, and the Church's inability to answer them convincingly, left a permanent stain on the narrative Joseph Smith worked so hard to craft.
Part 4. Smith to Pay a Price. On April 11, 1839, Joseph Smith and four of his most trusted lieutenants, Hiram Smith, Lyman White, Alexander McRae, and Caleb Baldwin, were slapped with a slew of serious charges in Davis County, Missouri: arson, treason, riot, and burglary. These weren't just legal technicalities. They were part of the broader fallout from the violent, chaotic 1838 Mormon War, a conflict that had torn the state apart and put the Mormons directly in the crosshairs of their bitter enemies. Treason. This was the charge that carried the most weight. Under Missouri law, treason meant waging war against the state or aiding its enemies. In this case, it pointed straight to the Danites, a fanatical group of Mormon enforcers who had carried out violent and illegal actions under Smith's direct or indirect leadership. These weren't just unprovoked attacks. They were calculated efforts to impose Mormon control, punish enemies, and intimidate locals. Arson and burglary? These charges were the result of the destruction of towns like Millport and Gallatin, where Mormon militants had set fire to property and looted at will. The riot charges were just another symptom of the broader conflict, a result of violent clashes between Mormons and both local militias and hostile civilian groups. These weren't mere disagreements. They were full-on confrontations that marked the rise of Mormon militarism. Smith and his allies, knowing they stood little chance in a Daviess County trial where every juror had likely already judged them guilty, secured a change of venue to Boone County. This wasn't about fairness, it was about survival. Daviess County had been the heart of the violence, and its people were as hostile as they came. In Boone, they at least had a shot at not being convicted before the trial even started. While they awaited their fate locked away in custody, Smith and his cronies used the time to strategize. It was all part of the game: tactical moves, legal maneuvering, and playing the system. But the deeper truth was this: the charges weren't just legal procedures. They were political weapons, part of a concerted effort to break the Mormon movement in Missouri once and for all. The indictments underscored the entrenched hatred between the Mormons and their neighbors. The charges weren't just about the actions of these men, they were about the Mormon threat in Missouri, a threat to both the established order and the local political structure. Joseph Smith and his followers weren't just up against the law, they were up against a system bent on dismantling their entire community and destroying Smith's claim to spiritual and political authority.
Part 5. Joseph the Escape Artist. On April 16, 1839, Joseph Smith and his fellow prisoners, Hiram Smith, Lyman White, Alexander McRae, and Caleb Baldwin, didn't wait for a trial or justice. Instead, they decided to take matters into their own hands and escape custody in Boone County, Missouri. Facing serious charges like treason, arson, and riot, Smith didn't care about the legal process or the due course of law. His solution was simple: bribe the guards. This wasn't a miraculous escape. It was a calculated, underhanded act that showed Smith's utter disregard for the law and the justice system. Smith and his followers had no intention of facing the legal consequences of their actions. Rather than allow the justice system to unfold, they chose to exploit their resources and manipulate their way out of the very system they were accused of undermining. It wasn't about proving innocence or respecting the legal process. It was about escaping accountability by any means necessary. The escape was far from spontaneous. Smith had carefully orchestrated it, using both his influence and the financial support of his followers to grease the wheels of this criminal act. Bribery, deceit, and manipulation were tools Smith regularly used to maintain control, not just over his followers, but over the entire situation. The fact that these acts were supported by his followers, who stood by him despite his lawlessness, shows the extent to which they were willing to protect their leader, no matter the cost. Once free, Smith and his fellow escapees made their way to Quincy, Illinois, where the rest of the Mormon community had gathered after being forcibly expelled from Missouri. It wasn't just a return to safety, it was a return to power. The escape bolstered Smith's image as a leader who couldn't be held down, regardless of the law or the consequences. To his followers, it confirmed their belief that he was a divinely chosen leader above the law. But this was no heroic return. It was an open defiance of the justice system. Smith's escape wasn't just a personal victory. It was a slap in the face to the rule of law, showing his complete disdain for legal processes and his belief that he was beyond reproach. The Mormon community, rather than condemn his actions, rallied around him, further emboldening him and ensuring that the law would continue to play second fiddle to his ambitions. This act of escape wasn't a moment of redemption. It was a blatant rejection of justice, and a stark reminder of how the church would prioritize its leaders' freedom over the rule of law, all while claiming victimhood. The escape laid the foundation for a community that would continue to defy the system, manipulate situations, and justify their actions under the guise of divine mandate. Please watch for future videos, and thank you so kindly for watching. This is the Ex-Mormon Informant signing off for the day.